brought to you jointly by the Madras Management Association and Institute of Internal Auditors, Chennai chapter. A very interesting theme for this conclave, I would say, leading with trust, financial leadership, governance, and strategy in a disruptive world. So as those who are still having their cup of tea walking in, let me remind you all the conclave, and all those who have joined us online, a most warm welcome to all of you as well. We have a very interesting set of sessions coming up, panel discussion coming up, special sessions coming up. Please do latch on to your laptops or mobile phones, whatever you have. Very interesting sessions we have for all those who joined us online. And a special welcome to all those who have made it here this morning. I'm sure there are a few more people who are making it here despite being a long weekend. We have a lot of registrations. I'm sure they will all join in very shortly. A small reminder, please keep your mobile phones on the silent mode because it should not be distracting to others. And on the reverse, we all have been given a welcome kit which has got the program sheet. On the reverse side, you can see 3 QR codes. The first QR code is for getting a detailed profile of the speakers today, because we will be introducing you we'll have a very small intro that will be posted here on the AV, but you'll have a detailed, complete profile available if you scan. Second one is, we don't pass on the mic to the audience here, because then we will be doing injustice to those who joined us online. So what we follow is that we have a Mentimeter. There will be a QR code put out on the screen here, which has also been shared in the program sheet, and all those who are watching us online. Please scan this QR code and send in your questions. Based on the time that's available, the moderators of the session will take the questions. And lastly, we have a very, very interesting QR, very important for us, that is the feedback. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these 3 small announcements, time for me to begin the proceedings by inviting the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. It's fresh in the morning. Let's welcome them all with a big round of applause. Mr. Lakshminarayanan Duraiswamy, President MMA, Managing Director Sundaram Home Finance Limited. Chartered Accountant Ms. Deepika, President IIA Madras Chapter and Director CNK Associates. Mr. Sujan Shah, Managing Director India and Head of Southeast Asia BASF Catalyst, and along with them Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Executive Director MMA. Oh, we need a little more applause because we need to kick them off with a lot of energy. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think the audience online are also clapping from wherever they are. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things begin with very, very auspicious beginning. So, may I invite the dignitaries on the dais to start this conclave by lighting the Kuthuvilaku as a tradition of Tamil Nadu. Sir. Well, that Nadaswaram sounded so melodic and so nice indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu. Please settle down. So, well, begun is half done. I think we had the Kuthuvilaku lit up and then we had the Tamilthai worth his blessings. Now we are all set for the conclave on this wonderful theme, leading with trust, financial leadership, governance and strategy in a disruptive world. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lakshminarayanan Duraiswamy is the President MMA, Managing Director Sundara Home Finance Limited. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Lakshminarayanan Duraiswamy, President of MMA and Managing Director of Inaugural Home Finance Limited, has over 30 years of experience in financial services across risk management, operations, and strategy. Mr. Lakshminarayanan previously held senior roles at Sundaram AMC, G Capital, and Citibank. He is a commerce graduate, qualified cost accountant, and MBA from Viva, Chennai.
So, as I said before, for his complete profile, you can scan the QR code. May I now invite Mr. Lakshminarayanan to come and deliver the formal welcome and introductory remarks, please. So.
Thank you, Group Captain. Good morning, all of you. It's indeed a privilege for me to deliver this formal welcome address on at this exclusive conclave on the theme, Leading with Trust, Financial Leadership, Governance and Strategy in a Disruptive World. I thank IAA for collaborating with MMA in organizing this program with the support of CAS. It's my pleasure to welcome this morning Ms. Deepika S., President IAA Madras Chapter and Director CNK and Associates LLP, and Mr. Sujan Saha, who's with us here today, Managing Director, India and Head of Southeast Asia, BASF Catalysts, and all the distinguished speakers who have kindly accepted our invitation to be here today and address the delegates along with my colleagues from the MMA Managing Committee. I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants from MMA, IAA and other organizations who have joined us physically here and also those who have logged in online. For the benefit of our guests and invitees from various organizations, it gives me great pleasure to announce that MMA, which was established in 1956, has evolved today into the largest management association in the country with over 8,000 members spread across 12 chapters in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. MMA has also been awarded the Best Management Association in the country for 15 times in a row, including the latest year, 2024-25. The corporate world today operates in an environment where geopolitical instability, supply chain fragility, cyber threats, and sustainability concerns are no longer peripheral risks, but now are core issues. The continuing conflict in the Eastern Europe and situation in the Middle East has significantly heightened the disruption levels, has spooked the markets, and situation in the Middle East has significantly disrupted the global energy markets as well, commodity pricing, the international trade flows, compelling multinational corporations to reassess operational dependencies and financial resilience. Similarly, disruptions around critical shipping corridors such as the Red Sea have intensified inflationary pressures and exposed vulnerabilities in global logistics network. Against this backdrop, leadership can no longer be about just confined to delivering profitability. It must embody resilience, ethical stewardship, and long-term strategic foresight. The rapid rise of AI, automation, and digital finance ecosystems has transformed the decision-making architecture of corporations, while simultaneously increasing concerns around data governance, cybersecurity, regulatory compliance. Consequently, boards and executive leadership are increasingly integrating sustainability metrics, geopolitical scenario planning, and climate-related financial disclosures into their strategies. This convergence of governance and strategy reflects a broader recognition that financial health and societal trust are deeply interconnected in the current ecosystem. In such a complex and uncertain environment, finance professionals and auditors occupy a position of exceptional responsibility. Their role has evolved beyond traditional bookkeeping and compliance functions into that of strategic advisors, custodians of integrity, and guardians of trust. Financial officers and teams are now expected to anticipate risks, assess implications of sanctions, inflation, currency volatility, and supply disruptions, while ensuring organizational agility in capital allocation and treasury management. We are fortunate to have industry leaders and senior finance professionals here with us this morning who have spent their career analyzing various risk factors, not just from an academic perspective, but also from a strategic perspective. I look forward to an insightful discussion during the day, along with the delegates who have joined us here at the venue and also those who have joined us online. I once again thank IAA for partnering with us and my colleagues from the managing committee, members of MMA, distinguished invitees of MMA and partner organizations who have just joined us today, and our partner in excellence, CAS, for their continued support to MMA. Wishing you all an inspiring day ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshminarayanan, for setting the tone for this conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Deepika is President, Institute of Internal Auditors, Madras Chapter, Director, CNK and Associates, LLP. May I have a AV, please?
C. Deepika S., President of II Madras Chapter and Director at CNK and Associates LLP, has rich experience in internal audit, risk advisory, and technology-driven assurance. CE Deepika expertise includes RBI, cyber security, IT risk advisory, audit analytics, and consulting. CE Deepika holds PGDA BI from Great Lakes and professional credentials including VISTA, CISA, and Certified Credit Research Analyst.
Let's welcome Ms. Deepika with a round of applause to give us the overview of the conclave.
A very warm morning to one and all present here. It's my privilege and honor to welcome all of you to this joint one-day conclave with MMA on the theme Leading with Trust. We live in an era where technology is evolving very fast. There has been uncertainty has become the new normal. In such an environment, sustainable success cannot be built on growth alone. It must be built on trust. Trust is what connects strategy with execution and accountability. We often admire magnificent buildings for its height, design, and appearance. But actually, the strength of the building is beneath it, in the foundation in which it was built. Trust is that foundation. Governance is that foundation. Ethics is that foundation. Risk management is that foundation. Internal audit is one of such important mechanisms that continuously evaluate whether that foundation remains strong. A building with weak foundation may still look impressive, but eventually it weakens itself. Which is why governance is not merely about compliance, but it is about sustainability, resilience, and ultimately about trust. This conclave has been designed to bring together diverse perspectives and explore how organizations can create long-term value by strengthening trust, resilience, and responsible leadership. At this outset, I would like to thank the leadership of MMA for partnering with Institute of Internal Auditors in bringing together this distinguished gathering. The month of May is celebrated as International Internal Audit Awareness Month. As part of the global professional body of internal audit, IAA was established 80 years ago, and today it serves around 2.5 lakh professionals across 170 countries. In India, IAA operates over 12 states with 7 chapters and 12 audit clubs. IAA develops the internal audit standards and promotes professional excellence to advance governance practices to support organizations in strengthening their risk management function. IAA offers a globally accredited certification called Certified Internal Auditor CIA designation, which is regarded as the gold standard certification for internal audit professionals worldwide. The CIA credential demonstrate expertise. In India, IAA India has been instrumental in bringing awareness to the profession for building future-ready internal auditors by promoting thought leadership, creating platforms where industry leaders and assurance professionals can learn from one another. Today's conclave is a reflection of that commitment. The discussions planned today are extremely relevant and timely. On behalf of Institute of Internal Auditors, I once again thank MMA for partnering with us for this event, and I once again welcome each one of you and wish you all a very engaging and a memorable conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deepika, for setting that context. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sujan Shah is the Managing Director, India and Head of Southeast Asia, BASF Catalyst. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Sujan Shah, MD, India and Head of Southeast Asia, BASF Catalyst, leads a large regional business across multiple plants and geographies. Mr. Sujan has extensive experience in chemicals, pharma and construction sectors with leadership roles at BASF, Novartis and industry chambers. He holds pharmacy degrees, an MBA and executive leadership credentials from Babson College and KC.
Well, borrowing a favorite phrase of Group Captain Vijay Kumar, I would say that one would walk miles to listen to Mr. Sujan Shah. Let's listen to him now. Sir, may I request you to come and deliver the inaugural address.
I actually don't have too many slides, so don't worry about that. And I will also probably not talk about the slides. Mr. Lakshminarayan, Ms. Deepika, Group Captain Vijay Kumar, thank you very much for inviting me. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be here. Distinguished guest, representative of Madras Management Associations, partner organizations of Institute of Internal Auditors. I have given sort of a context that a lot of finance professionals will be here. So all the finance colleagues here, friends, a very, very good morning. And I really appreciate your good words, sir. It's indeed a pleasure to be here and get this opportunity to talk and share some of my experiences of what's happening around the world and how the world is so disruptive and what kind of leadership that we are actually struggling with when the concept of leading with trust comes into this pictures. And I personally believe that this topic is very, very timely. Yeah? And it cannot be better than this. While the 90 days of truce going on between Iran and US, with the ceasefire, still they are attacking each other. So what is the component of trust in the leadership is something to be really understood in the definitions of how disruptive is world data. And I think the topic today will encircle, not only, I will try a little bit of my speech, but also in the second half, there are a couple of panel discussions. The topic will encircle that how we, as a human being or as a leader, whether it is in the family context or an industry context, or let's say in a corporate context, or maybe in a country context when the political leaders or the government are leading with trust. And this trust or resilience or agility in terms of the leaderships is in a time when the world is continuously disrupting. A lot of uncertainty is there. And I personally believe that no one is insulated from anything and everything happening in the world at any point of time, anywhere in the world. And that's the power of connections. Sadly, this is also impacting of a lot of disruptions. And I will try to see or present certain data to you that how interconnected the world is, whether that can be an opportunity or that can be sometime a challenge. Now, in the past, many of you probably have had an experience of leading organizations or your own business over the decades. I too have those experiences of working in multiple geography, both in Asia and outside of Asia, in multiple countries, multiple industries. In the past, what I have seen that disruptions or the uncertainty was kind of a temporary event. I'm talking about in the horizon of last 20 years. But now if you see that disruptions or an uncertainty or the crisis or chaos or whatever you call it is actually a regular phenomena. It's completely a regular phenomenon, and one after another. From the pandemic, when it happened, let's say COVID, from 19 and 20, we thought of, okay, fine, the disruption is over, now we can focus on your business. But from the pandemic to the geopolitical conflict, to the cyber attacks, to the overuse of AI, leadership is actually grappling with significant challenges, and that too again simultaneously, one after another. And the scale of disruptions, or the scale of anything, so to say, are in a very different level now. Let me give one or two examples of that scale. You know ChatGPT. Everyone uses ChatGPT most likely, or whatever you use from the AI point of view. ChatGPT got the users of 200 millions in less than 2 months. By the way, for Instagram, it took more than 2 years to get that 200 million. And if you follow an IPO listing in NASDAQ in USA, you probably already know that there is one company called SpaceX, which is coming for an IPO, first week of June, I believe. And they have a revenue collections target of $1.75 trillion. I repeat, $1.75 trillion. That's the scale. Now, OpenAI had looked at that and said that, okay, fine, that's not too bad. We will also come for an IPO. By the way, just to give in context to that, the largest IPO in India so far was close to 3.2 billion. And I'm talking about $1.75 trillion. That's an IPO collections target of a company called SpaceX. And by the way, there are a lot of finance colleagues here. Last year, the accumulated loss of SpaceX was $5 billion. This year, first quarter, the loss of this company is again $4 billion. And this company is trying to get an IPO revenue collection of $1.75 trillion. Think about the scale. You call it an opportunity, you call it a disruption, you call it a crisis. I leave it to you. And the scale of these disruptions is so different now that I think we all financials or the leaders are needed to interpret this pretty nicely. Because I personally believe that disruptions sometimes may be an opportunity, or disruptions can give you two things. One is it can create a significant of challenges for the one who is unprepared, but also it can create a significant opportunity who is prepared for that. Now, like many of you, as I said that a lot of finance colleagues here, you definitely love data. I mean, I too love data because I work with a lot of finance colleagues. I lead a company. I also love data. But the data sometimes are not enough to just look at and the way we used to interpret this data. And hence it is important to interpret this data quite differently, but more to so, taking that interpretations into your decision making. The decision can be strategic, decisions can be related to governance, decision can be on your sustainability goal, decisions can be, again, how do we lead with trust? But this requires system. This requires a financial prudence. This requires discipline. But most importantly, what I see and what I have personally observed, that this requires a culture of trust, which is a central topic of today, and also a leadership. And that is why, to me, leadership nowadays is extremely, extremely important. And I was talking about scale sometime to understand how important is this. Because I personally believe that the future may not belong to the company who is largest. Future may not belong to the company who is also the fastest. Future may belong to a company who can adapt quickly with this disruptive world. And to guide these discussions or to take you through of certain data and interpretation of data and impact of the leadership with the trust, I just got 3 to 4 slides for you, and then I come back to my speech. Now, if you look at the slides now, you see I am presenting two countries, country A and country B. You can see, no, you can't see these slides. Perfect. You see, there are two countries I'm presenting to you, country A and country B. And you have to gauge which country you support. I give you certain parameters of these two countries, and I've underlined some of the parameters in a red lines. In a country A, and this is data of 1975, in a country A, the per capita was, let's say, 6,500. Country B was close to 7,000. Similar, I would say, but populations of the country A was much larger. But if you look at the density of that, the country B has much larger density, 3,373 people. But look at the current account balance, and you will understand. If you are a finance professional, you will understand. The current account balance of the GDP of the country A is plus 7%, while the country B is minus 10%. And also the foreign exchange reserves of the country A is 9 billion, country B is just 3 billions, and some other data you can look at. Percentage of populations with no schooling, country A is better. Democracy scale, country A is significantly better, which is 9 out of 10, and country B is poor, 2. And I give 2 more data for you. Country A has oil reserve, significant of oil reserve, which is 18 billions. And distant from the major economic trade partners are shorter from the country A to the country B, if you compare. Now, if I ask you to bet for a country, which country you would bet? Okay, just I'm saying that data cannot be right sometimes. You would probably bet country B, but if I would not look anything else, just the data, I would bet for country A. Just to look at the data, and I would be catastrophically wrong, and you will be right. Country A is Venezuela, country B is Singapore. Look at where they are now. Country A, the GDP is in the red line, if you can see here. And country B, the GDP is where? The per capita of country B is $94,000 and country A is $3,000. By the way, you know the per capita income of India is 2,700, something like that. What is the change between these two countries in the last 30, 40 years? Just one thing, leadership. And this is the impact of leadership. You can see. And I lived in Singapore when I was working in another company. And my friends in Singapore used to say that, look, we don't have any natural resources. To that, I said that you guys are lucky you don't have natural resources. Because if you have natural resources, some vested interest probably would come to you. You don't know. And look where the difference between country A and country B gone just because of a change of a leadership. Nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. And hence, if you look at the current situations, I present 2 data. Look at these one. The number of armed conflicts since the time of the Cold War. It is an increasing trend. The conflicts are rising, whether you call it an interstate conflict or interstate conflicts or within the country conflict or one-sided conflict or whatever conflict you call it. It is increasing, and this data is up to 2023. I searched the data up to 2025. I couldn't get that. It is increasing. So we are living in this world, in a world where the conflicts are more, sadly, but this is a fact. Now, if you look at the military expenses, and the data of 2025 is much larger than this. The military expenses are increasing. what that would lead to a situations when the military expense increases. By the way, the military expenses around the world, you see $2.5 trillion. USA itself, they use close to $1 trillion. Half of that almost, they use the military expenses. And European countries are now have decided that, okay, fine, we don't depend on the US and we rather invest more on the military expenses, especially France and the Germany, they have decided on that. So what would be the consequences of that? Will that lead to a more disruptions or not that? Will that lead to a more uncertainty or not? Will that lead to more a situation where people will not trust each other? And that's the central topic of today. How can you lead with trust? On the other hand, you see the humanitarian aid is reducing. Unfortunately, we are not living in a world which was the same world 10 years back. Unfortunately, the world 10 years later will be also very different. And this is the data what we could get and all the economists could get. So what I would like to say that we are no longer living in a world which is having an isolated disruptions. Disruptions is not isolated. We have seen geopolitical conflicts. We have seen how the geopolitical concepts are reshaping the energy market and inflationary pressure. You might probably have observed that the inflation has actually had reached to more than double digit or 11, 12, 13, 20% in Europe or in USA. Thankfully, our inflation is last couple of years is very well controlled. But we have seen those inflationary pressure. We have seen the rise of the commodity. We have seen those energy crises. We are actually currently experiencing this energy crisis of the pandemic to the Baltic Sea to the Red Sea and now the Strait of Hormuz. But there are some crises and some disruptions you can very well mathematically create and predict. And it was predicted that if the war happened between US and Iran, Strait of Hormuz will be optimized or will be compromised and you will have a pressure. But there are some crises you actually cannot predict. One of such is the climate crisis. You cannot predict because the scale of the climate crisis, the way it is happening, it is significantly higher than the way we actually can think or the politicians or the governments are taking measures on that. Now, many of you probably are leading your organizations or your business over the decades. From my own experiences, when I talk about and see my experiences, what I see that in the earlier days, let's say 10 years back, when we used to say that, okay, I need to make my organizations, I need to make my business look good. So what we used to do, we used to get more volume, we used to sweat the asset, we used to try to get more growth, better margins, at max, probably an operational and commercial excellence. Is that enough nowadays? Organizations or industry or leaders now optimize for resilience, optimize for trust. They need to have a significant differently financial prudence. And all of that industry or leaders or you as an individual have to achieve amid all the disruption that's happening around the world. From the responsibility of my organizations, I have a lot of Japanese customers and I serve them, and you might also have Japanese customers. There is a concept in Japanese customer, they call it JIT, just in time, right? You know this concept, I'm sure many of you are. Because the Japanese company, particularly Toyota, has popularized this concept called just in time. Now, I particularly say this, now the inventory planning is not just in time, it's just in case. And this is exactly you have experienced in the last 2-3 months when the Strait of Hormuz was compromised and you don't know that whether you get LPG or not. I personally, in my organizations, we struggled a lot. I personally had written a letter to all of my customers that I can't guarantee the supply of that. And if I would fail, I'm just saying if my organization would fail, half of the automotive industry would be closed. Half of the automotive industry. So this is just in case, and this is the kind of scale and the type of the disruption that we are grappling with, whether you call it an LPG crisis, whether you call it a commodity rise, whether you call it all the trade barriers that's happening, all the trade barriers. Now, there is also an irony of the facts. In one side, the world is very interconnected. Anything and everything happening in the world, you get to feel of that. But at the same time, the world is very fragmented. Rise of populist, lot of trade barriers. So in both ways, this has been a topic which is actually leaderships are grappling with, and it's a bit complicated according to me. It's not easy to predict because in the earlier days, I don't know when you call it in the earlier days, enemy of your enemy was your friend. Now, enemy of your enemy is also your enemy. Friend of your friend is not your friend no more. Some of them are your enemy. In a trade relationship, you see those. In a political relationship, you see those. And there are so much of dilemma, I call it a dilemma, which is a prisoner's dilemma. I mean, whoever studies a little bit of psychology would know that prisoner's dilemma. In many cases, you in your individual life, or me in my own life, when I lead an organizational decisions, or a political leader taking the decisions, let's for example, for a trade pact between one country to other country, many of the times we actually are fallen into the trap of the prisoner's dilemma. Why is that? Because the success of my decisions is largely depending on what others are taking decisions, which I don't know what others are taking decisions or not. And hence, you look at the map and see that what are your competitive challenges, who compete you. Let's, for example, if India take a decisions of signing a pact in a textile or leather or in a footwear or in a pharmaceuticals with US or major economy or with Europe, they see a competition, not China. They see a competition Vietnam, Cambodia, Bangladesh. And what kind of duty component or the trade component they have signed a pact. Now, who signed first? What kind of... All these prisoners' dilemma are coming into this picture because nobody is trusting anyone. And that's the central topic of today. How do we trust each other in the concept of leadership? But I personally think that this is probably a very right time for India, particularly important for India at this particular time, if India can interpret and take strategic decisions. Because the world now is not only looking for, you might have heard a lot of things of the China Plus One strategy or diversifications of your supply chains or finding an economy which is deeply rooted in terms of the talent availability. And we see that a lot of things happening in India. We see a lot of GCC coming in India, the Global Competency Center coming in India. A lot of global companies are showing their interest. But I guess they are not looking for only the scale. They're looking for a reliable partner. Can India be the reliable partner for that? Do we have the right narrations political? Because this all matters for all of you. A country policy, a positioning of a country from the trade point of view, from an economic policy point of view, matters a lot for all of our own business. And that is important for the leadership, for us to understand that what India can do in terms of not only be a scale or the low-cost country, but can that be a reliable, trustable partner where all the global companies who are now looking for a diversification of their investment, can they really look for that? Yes, India is the only choice that we can trust and can be reliable for a longer period of time. Over the time, they have trusted China. I don't know for what reasons. But now the things or the opportunity are greatly ahead of India from that point of view. Because I think that even if lots of disruptions comes, disruptions does not destroy the industry. Disruption does not destroy the organization. Disruption does not destroy even a country. But a weak leadership can. A weak leadership does. Inability to adapt to those disruptions or inability to adapt to that uncertainty does kill your organizations. And hence, in such an environment, the role of leadership is, I think, evolving very differently or very rapidly, I would say. The CEOs or the managing director of today's are no longer just a business head or just to ensure a growth or just to ensure a financials or a cash flow or making the EBIT at the end of the year. I think the CEO has become a chief integrator of balancing this strategy in one side. The other side is people, the other side is risk, the other side is sustainability, the other side all these capital allocations and so on and so forth. And the same for all the finance colleagues, all the finance colleagues or CFO, whoever are present here. The CFO is no longer just the custodians of the numbers. I don't believe that. And I have this conversation with many of the finance of my friends, my colleagues. I think today the finance leader is a strategic architect of the resilience. That's what we are talking about, the resilience and agility and the trust. And they must answer these difficult questions almost every day. The question is, how do we allocate the resources? How do we allocate the capital in this uncertainty time, in this disruptive time? How do we make sure that the future is agile enough for our organization point of view so that we can not only adapt but also emerge during these disruptions? How do we manage the geopolitical risk? But perhaps the most important point is, in this all uncertainty, how do we maintain the stakeholders' confidence during this volatility? And hence, I personally think that institutions like institutions of internal auditor will play an increasingly important role. Whether you call it an statutory auditors or internal auditor, they will play a significant role in the coming days. And they are already playing a significant role, but probably even more. Why I'm saying that? Because internal audit, to me, and I have these discussions with my sales colleague, and because sales colleagues generally are less serious about this internal audit other than the finance colleague. That's what I see that. I am also a sales colleague. Because internal audit no longer, according to me, is simply about identifying the gaps and correct that, not after the crisis. I think it is becoming a strategic capability that helps organizations to anticipate the risk, to improve the governance quality. That's important. And also strengthen the accountability in the organizations, both in terms of the financial, both in terms of the SOP or the guidance or standard operating process. Because in today's world, reputational damages will kill you. As I said, the world is so interconnected that anything and everything happening anywhere in the world will impact you. There was a case last year, you might have seen that one data published in US about Adani Group and what happened to the share market in Adani Group in just a week. It is so fast. So the reputational damage is important. And hence, I personally believe that Institute of Internal Auditors for your organization, for your business, will play a significant role. So which brings me to what I believe the central topic of today is trust. Often as a leader or as a business owner or an employee in an organization, we talk about growth, we talk about strategy, we talk about sustainability, we talk about ESG, we talk about transformations, we talk about whatever, digitalizations, automations, and so on and so forth. None of those are sustainable without trust. Absolutely not. And hence, without trust, the governance will become mechanical. Without trust, your communications will be a suspicions. Without trust, institutions will lose their credibility. And hence, you need to build a trust. Now, the question is, how do you build the trust as an organization? Or how do you build a trust as a leader? If you see during this recent supply chain crisis, many of the organizations have taken a very short-term goals. And because this is quite eminent when you have, let's for example, an easy example I give. The price of LPG has gone up for the industry use 3 times, 4 times. Now, I can go back and say to my customer that, guys, I cannot get this LPG at the moment. I have a problem on that. You have to pay 2 times more, 3 times more, 5 times more. They are handicapped because they are simply single dependent sources. I can do that. But that's a short-term optimizations in order to maximizing your profit probably for a quarter. But is that something that is going to lead with trust? Is that something that will help you for the mid-term to long-term or not? According to me, no. And hence, in my own experience, what I see that if you think about whoever the customers of yours, when you run an organization or industry, if you keep customers at the center of your every policy, at the center of your everything what you do, and strengthen the collaborations with the customers or your stakeholders, and instead of taking a short-term optimizations view, rather than a long-term view, or at least a mid-term view, foreseeable mid-term view, that we would require to take, because that will generate a trust. And I believe all of you know that trust actually compounds over time. And therefore, leadership today requires a much broader perspective than before. And hence, in my view, there can be many schools of thought. You can have your own school of thought. According to my experience, according to my understanding, when I have experienced all these difficult moments in my own leadership, and I run a sizable company of over $1 billion, there are a couple of things which are very important, because uncertainty is going to come. chaos and the crisis will continue to be simultaneously. And hence, according to me, I focus, or I can also see that there are merit onto that you can focus on 2 or 3 or 4 things. One is the clarity. How can you give a directions in an uncertain moment? When there are crises, when there are disruptions, you cannot wait for perfect decisions. You cannot. Because that would be sometime too late and that can be suicidal. I give an example of during the COVID time when I was looking at that, one of my colleagues in a plant actually had a COVID attack and grappling with the oxygens, even though the customers are pushing very hard that no, you continue to supply, I needed to take a bold decision to shut down my plant. And that's a clarity that our colleagues or your partners will look for. How can you give it clarity? The best example that what I see the clarity point of view is our own Satya Nadella. When he took over, you remember, when he took over Microsoft as an organization was globally struggling, both in terms of the financial, both in terms of the cloud and the AI. But he got into this business and had given us very simple directions about AI, about cloud, about transformations, and look where is Microsoft now. So that's the first thing, which is clarity. The second thing that I would like to emphasize is the courage. Courage to take a decisions before the crisis become an emergency. When you go with the situations of a crisis, you generally go into a mode of hyperacting, into a mode of anxiety. But I have not seen any great example then of our own cricket captain Mahendra Singh Dhoni, that in a crisis moment, how cool his brain worked, how cool he looked like, and how he as a leader helped others, the team member, to manage that crisis before it became an emergency. So the second thing is the courage, which is the actions before the crisis. And the third thing is the credibility. How you as a leader can get the credibility. And this credibility will come actually with consistency. Other than consistency, you will not have the credibility. You know the example of our great leader, Ratan Tata. How he was consistent in terms of his directions, in terms of whether you call it an organizational policy, in terms of the consistency, what he talks, in terms of the consistency that what he had actually done, the philanthropic activities. And that's called consistency. So, and that consistency build credibility. And you need to build the credibility as well. But the last but not the least, also the humanity. You or we need to lead the people, not all the process. Amid all the crises, all the disruptions, all the uncertainty, people will still look for the empathy part of it, the integrity part of it, the clarity part of it. And that empathetic leaderships, beside all these guidelines and SOP and this standard operating process that you may have in your organizations, they look for that empathetic and integrity leader. And that's called the humanity. So we talk about clarity, we talk about courage, we talk about the credibility, and of course the humanity part of it. So let me conclude with one final thought. We cannot choose whether the world will become more complex or not. I think it is already complex. And the one that we can anticipate is it probably will be even more complex with all these trade barriers, segmentations of the digital points, creating a lot of challenges or import ban or the rise of the populist leaders around the world. It is going to be more complex. And you can see the sign of military expenses of the conflict on that. We cannot choose the world will be more disruptive or not. I think it is already. And it will continue to be a simultaneous factor. But what we can choose is how to lead. What we can choose is how to adapt. What we can choose that you build the resilience. We can choose clarity over confusions when you communicate. We can definitely choose your integrity over your convenience. Instead of short-term, you can take and long-term or mid-term actions. We can actually choose trust over confusions or suspicions. But more importantly, we can also choose resilience or agility of this company. And if you can build organizations, your own company or the company that you work for, that are financially disciplined, and that would require the support of, I'm sure, Institute of Internal Auditors, technologically capable, because you have to race with this technology advancement that is happening or not,
ethically grounded. The complaint needs to follow all those things. And also this deeply trusted, both not only from the organizational value chain point of view, but also from the leadership point of view. You actually not navigate the disruptions only, but you can actually shape through these disruptions or the uncertainty or the crisis that may come if you can lead with trust. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish the conclave every success, and I wish that all the discussions coming forward brings a lot of value for all of you. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we got some online questions. We possibly take one or two because of time, and then. So the question is there online.
As a leader managing multiple geographies, plants and large teams, what are the key governance practices that help balance speed, accountability and risk? Irene.
Okay, thank you, Ivan, for this question, sir. I wish there is a very straightforward answers for that. When you lead a multiple geographies, the statutory requirement, even though in principle, from the accounting or financial principle point of view will remain same, but there is one big component of that is the cultural difference between one geography to other geography. And as a leader, when you take a decisions, you follow that cultural differences, even if you take the same decisions. I give an example. If I take a decisions in Japan, Japan is a society where it is very hierarchical, very much hierarchical. If I now put a 30 years old guy as a managing director of a company where the people are serving this company 20 years and they are 45 or 50, this company will fail. Because the society is very hierarchical. On the other hand, let's for example, in India, speed, agility are more than the perfections as a nations on that. And hence these all things come to the pictures when you take a decisions, when you lead multiple geographies, because the cultural topic comes to the picture. So I go also Thailand quite often because I take care of ASEAN on that. And the kind of perception that you get from the decision-making process point of view, what I have observed that they, as a nations, or as my colleagues say, they look at very long term. On the other hand, look at China. Even though I don't take care of the China, no one can actually think about short term. No one, even the government or the policy one. I give you one particular example. 50 years back, 50 years back, China has decided to have PhD program in the top university on battery. In India, none of the top university are having PhD program on battery. Now what you see that China is leading on the battery vehicle. So the long-term view on your policy making, consistency to that, when you take a decisions at a geography to geography, is super important when you go from a different geography and talk to them. And that's very important for us to understand.
Last one more final one. With AI and digital transformation reshaping industry, what emerging risks should leaders pay close attention to, and how can organizations prepare for them?
This is a very relevant question. I think the first part of that, you asked it a question mark that with AI and digital transformation reshaping the industry or not, it is already reshaping. Yeah? It is not a future, it is present. But the risk part of it, let me just give you two contexts on that, what much I understand that. One context is the governance part of it. This is absolutely my personal opinion. Many leaders are saying that AI will not take the job. I don't agree on that. I definitely don't agree on that. AI will take job. Question is whose job? This Monday, Pope Leo, you know Pope Leo, by the way, he is the first Pope of American origin, had released a document. In that document, he, not a political leader, not a policy maker, just a Pope, not just a Pope, a famous Pope, has requested all the political leaders that please slow down. on this AI. Please bring governance. Otherwise, the kind of mis and disinformations that is raising with the AI is a big challenge. And I give one more data for all of you. There is a forum called World Economic Forum. They publish data every year, beginning of the year in the month of February, on the short-term, mid-term and long-term crisis. And they publish data that which one is the biggest crisis for what economy. You will be very surprised to know that World Economic Forum, which is the guardian of the crisis management in the world for many political leaders, published a data by saying that mis and disinformation is the number one challenge for India. And this is coming through AI. Because deep faking is just nobody's job. Simple. Problem is not the misinformation. Problem is you and I are believing this misinformation. I have the same battle with my wife at home. You're believing on these misinformations, taking your decisions and acting. And society is becoming so polarized. Countries are becoming so polarized because of this mis and disinformation. That's the biggest risk I see with the rise of AI.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what clarity is brought into the entire discourse of this wonderful theme called the leadership in the age of disruption, building trust, value and resilience. Thank you so much, sir. Time for us to conclude this session. For that, we have Group Captain Vijay Kumar. May I have his AV, please? Sir. May I request President MMA to hand over memento to Mr. Sujan Shah as well as to Ms. Deepika, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here this morning, despite your busy schedule. Thank you, Ms. Deepika. May I have the AV of Group Captain Vijay Kumar, please? Though I know many of you are from MMA, you know him very well.
Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, retired BSN, Executive Director of MMA, is a decorated Indian Air Force officer honored with the British Seva Medal for distinguished service by President of India. An alumnus of Loyola College, Group Captain Vijay Kumar holds degrees in law, industrial relations and management, and has served in the Kargil operations and RTKF in Sri Lanka. Under his leadership, MMA has been adjudged India's Best Management Association by IMA for 15 consecutive years.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's again a privilege to be here to deliver the formal vote of thanks. I won't take too much of time. I know we need a break, quick break for a good cup of tea and snacks. It's indeed a privilege for MMA to associate with the Indian Institute of Auditors to do this one-day conclave. IA is not new to MMA. We have been doing events with them for the last almost 15, 16 years. Earlier, we used to be very closely associated. We used to travel together to far off places, different parts of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry to do events. And I still remember Lakshminarayanan Duraiswamy used to be there with us. We used to do a lot of work together. Yesterday, we had a chat with Deepika and said we must revive that thing and do more work to bring the knowledge of internal audit and finance to large number of MMA fraternity as well as viewers actually. And I must thank when Deepika came and approached us with her team to do this event. I straight away accepted because this is which is very, very relevant today. So I must compliment and give a big round of applause to Sujan Shah for setting the context. And I think he beautifully covered various aspects of how it's impacting global. Today, I think the complex thing, everything is about leadership. And MMA, if you see most of our events, what we do, we focus on leadership and how if leadership is fine, I think everything is okay in our organization. That's what we do today. In terms of complexity, so many things are happening. Today I was sitting and trying to get editorial going for the mandate and editing. I saw so many things that come up in complex in terms of what are the issues we are facing. One way we are facing 1.9 to 3.9 in terms of fertility rate in Kerala and Bihar, then delimitation, what is impacting, then banks are brought in regulations or of transparency in terms of act, which is going to really impact them, which is a lot of information is going to be available. How AA has been put in the cap. I know how many have read this morning. The workers, what is they doing? Are we infringing into the privacy of the laborers in terms of AI? So many things are happening around the world. So if the leaders are not agile and get connected with so many things, and today what people are talking about is not an emission which is going to impact your businesses. It is the heat where the laborers are working in the organization factories. They are impacted, the productivity impacted so much. How you have to do climate change? So I got so many things input this morning when you are editing my magazine. Then I said, yes, this is the right time, right decision we took to do this event. And I can tell you we have some galaxy of eminent speakers all through the day, and I'm happy to see the hall full, and especially the next session, good friend of mine, Partha Sadi, is going to speak on branding, one of the finest leaders. I'll walk miles to listen to him. He's come all the way from Bangalore to be with you, and you must listen to him. I can tell you will get inspired to do that and what is going to happening. And we are so happy again to collaborate with IA to do this event. I must say, I think my team telling more than 550 viewers are watching it online. Thank you viewers for joining us on online, and I'm quite sure you will enjoy a long weekend. But even if you missed watching it, the recorded version will be available in our portals as well as IA portals. You can watch them later. I must thank President MMA for giving us the opportunity to do this event along with IA, and I'm quite sure it will do a lot of good to people. And once again, thanks to members of IA and other organizations who have joined us this morning. And thanks so much. It's indeed a pleasure to be with you. And once again, have a great day and come and spend more time at MMA. We have a lovely library. We've got beautiful places here. Nothing else. We have lovely, what to say? I won't say food. We got a very good chef who prepares some lovely food. And you can see that you can have not only healthy mind, you'll have a healthy. You have to take care of your health also. That is what the MMA will take care. Thanks once again for joining us this morning, and it's a pleasure to have you with us once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of the first inaugural session. Let's have a quick tea break because we have a very, very interesting session after this leadership dialogue. So don't miss that. Let's be back into this hall by 10:55 a.m. All those watching us online, please grab your cup of tea or coffee as well and be back with us. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to settle down? I hope all of you had your cup of tea. And once again, I welcome the audience who joined us online. I'm sure you also had your cup of tea. We are now set for the first session of this conclave. Once again, a very, very interesting theme for the first session. It's a leadership dialogue. Influence without authority. The leadership playbook. And once again, we can walk miles to listen to this person who is going to be addressing all of us today, Mr. Vijay Parthasarathy, and we have Mr. T.G. Suresh, who will be moderating this session. Yes, may I request all of you to settle down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a big round of applause Mr. Vijay Parthasarathy, author, CEO and Chief Brand Creator, Mind Transformationist, along with Mr. T.G. Suresh, Member MMA Managing Committee, Partner Suresh and Balaji, Chartered Accountants. Let's break this silence with a big round of applause as I settle down. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vijay, for coming all the way from Bangalore to address this audience today. We're all looking forward to your session. May I have the AV of both the speakers, please?
Mr. Vijay Parthasarathy, author, CEO and Chief Brand Creator, is an IIT Kanpur and IIM Ahmedabad alumnus with 45 years of global experience in corporate strategy and brand building. Mr. Vijay has worked with over 75 brands and helped scale a startup to $100 million in a highly competitive global market. A certified mind coach and transformational speaker, Mr. Vijay inspires individuals through his expertise in personal mastery, mindset and performance. CATG Suresh, member of the MMA Managing Committee and partner at Suresh and Balaji Chartered Accountants, has over 3 decades of expertise in taxation, internal controls, valuation and restructuring. A respected faculty and author, CA Suresh has trained professionals and students across India and contributed widely to tax forums and publications. CATG Suresh is also chairman of the International Fiscal Association, South Region Chapter.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very interesting and a phenomenal session on leadership coming up. May I now request Mr. T.G. Suresh to take the session forward.
Good morning. I thought for a moment, I think the MMA serves some fantastic coffee and along with high tea only, no? Very good morning. See, we have Vijay, right? So Vijay means you already know. So Vijay has led with, just see the topic. It's going to focus on leading through influence beyond hierarchy, building trust as a core leadership capability. So these are the focus areas. But however, we know we produced one chief minister in the name of Vijay, who had such an influence in just a span of 2 years, beating all kinds of hierarchy, right? Yes or no? You may agree or disagree with him, it's a different story. Let's give him a few times. So it's just clearly shows. So you can beat the hierarchy and you can, for him, he had no authority, but now he has got the authority through the influence over the trust built by him. The people trusted him, whether we like it or not, it's a different story. So what I would like you is just first listen to him, because normally one problem with the chairperson of the session is that they talk more than the speaker themselves. So most of the time I'm the victim of that. So therefore I don't want to be part of it. Therefore what I always do is whenever I chair the session, I just give, because he has come all the way from Bangalore. Honestly, you have all come here to listen to him, not to me. But What I will do is I'll reserve my comments, if required, towards the end of the session. Like you, I am also very keen to listen to this wonderful speaker who has influenced many people. And of course, he is also in the position of a CFO. He knows how difficult sometimes is to push the decision to the board. And you have to also take everyone on board. I think, like you, let's listen to him. If required, I'll pass the closing remarks. Vijayji is all yours. Thank you so much.
As we fix the mic to the speaker, once again a gentle reminder, there will be a QR code already there in a program sheet which will also be flashed on the screen in case you want to ask him some questions. At the end of the session, we'll see how much time we have and then we'll take the questions. This is for all the sessions, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you so much, Suresh, for the excellent introduction. Thank you, Group Captain. And thank you, Deepika, for having me over. And can you increase a little? Ilango? Can you increase a little? And thank you all for taking the time to be here. So, very good morning. Come on. Very good morning. All right. Okay. So, let me share with you something. The joint entrance exam at the IIT, you've heard of JEE, right? 15 lakh people apply and 15,000 people get selected. And there are hundreds and thousands of far more intelligent than the 15,000 who get selected. Do you know, can you take a guess? Who taught the JEE recently? Any guesses? Who taught the joint entrance exam? Okay, don't stress. It was not a human, it was an AI chatbot. Okay, so what does it tell us? It just tells us that the traditional metrics that we have grown glorifying ourselves, my child is so intelligent, and he goes to the IIT, it doesn't matter anymore. Because the combined intelligence of all of us is going to be subservient to what AI can do, whether it's Claude or ChatGPT or Gemini and things like this. Yeah? Any doubts? Education, for example, is going to be online. Stanford, the IIMs and the Harvard, they all got it online. You may not get the brand, but you will get the knowledge. Technology, even from Elon Musk, is all about open source. So if all this is kind of not so much of a differentiating factors, it doesn't matter what you do, where you are in your life. If you want to go wherever you want, how are you going to stand out? How are you going to stand out in this kind of a thing? Are you going to be continuously chasing what everybody is doing? Or are you going to be doing something completely different? Yeah? So that's what we'll develop on today. And that's what makes, while thousands of companies kind of collapsed during COVID, there were a select few who keep running forever, the truly unstoppable. They run not by doing something incredibly amazing, but they do something very, very ordinary products. But they seem to fly forever. Anybody can make toothpaste, you and me. But here's a guy who can run it for 216 years and equivalent to it, a market share which is equivalent to more than the rest of the world. What does he do? Here's a guy who can mix sugar and water and make you and me drink for 145 years. Nobody else can make. What is it that they do? Right? So, the people who are going to be flying forward are not the guys who are going to be doing the same thing. These are what I call as the unstoppables. Any idea who the unstoppables are? Just a thought. Any question? Any thought? In my opinion, the unstoppables have 4 criteria. These are the people who rise every time they fall. Because it's not that great to keep flying as much as it is to rise whenever you fall. These are the people who seem to push through every single adversity and uncertainty and come through stronger than ever before. These are the people who walk into a room and everybody will look at you. Not because you're good looking, but because you have a presence which can be felt anywhere. These are the people who actually handle whatever comes their way. Right? So let me tell you something. Las Vegas. You've heard of Las Vegas, all of you? It's known as the Sin City. I didn't see you. It's also known as the performance paradise. You know why? Because if you were to perform at Las Vegas, you have to be one of the world's absolute best. You earn $3 to $5 million a night. And in Las Vegas, there is also something called a residency. That means you stay for 1-night residency, 2-night residency, 5-night residency, etc. And if you go to Google and search, ever since the inception of residency in 1980s till today, the number 1 and number 2 spot goes to one person who has done 717 plus 300, almost 1,000 residencies, entertained about 5 million people one-on-one, and earned over $1 billion. She is known as the goddess of music. So much so that when she walks the earth, it says that the earth beats a different beat. Any idea who she is? Celine Dion. Heard of her name? Celine Dion. So Celine Dion, music. About 10-15 years ago, one day when Celine Dion and her team were actually trying to prepare for the next show, one of her muscles failed. And she didn't give it much of a thought. And a few days later, some more muscles failed. And another week later, most of her muscles failed. And Celine Dion, forget about singing, she was flat on the floor. She could not even get up. And they had to cancel all her shows. And soon, the world forgot Celine Dion. July 26, 2024. Does the date mean anything to you? July 26, 2024. Just like IPL, this is the world's greatest sports spectacle, known as the Olympics. This time, in 2024, it was held in Paris. And the opening night was held in front of Eiffel Tower. 7:30 p.m., totally dark. And suddenly the light shone on the second level. Eiffel Tower has got multiple levels, as you know. On the second level of Eiffel Tower, the light shine, and there she is, Celine Dion again, belting away music to 300 million people. You may or may not have control on what happens to you, but you have 100% control on what you do with what happens to you. You may or may not have control on what happens to you, but you have 100% control on what you do with what happens to you. These are the unstoppables. Now here's something. You must have, this is not a great story. You must have heard many stories like this. You go to YouTube, we can see hundreds of such stories. It sounds good, it sounds inspirational, and after a week, 20 days, it slips away and it wanes. These are useless unless, any thoughts? These are useless unless you know the process of what it takes for you to be that person if you are in that situation. Yes? Otherwise it's useless. Unless you know the process of what it takes for you to be in that situation and do what he does so that you become unstoppable, it's not useful. Yeah? Rajnikant, all of you have heard of Rajnikant, obviously, right? And everybody knows that he was a bus conductor and a coolie for 40 years ago. So millions and millions of coolies and bus conductors go and watch Rajnikant's movie day in and day out. How many bus conductors and coolies do you know who have become like Rajnikant? Name one. Every time they go and watch a movie, they get inspired, they go back home, and they come back for another movie, they get inspired again and go back home. Only Rajnikant becomes bigger. You keep the rest of the coolies. They may have incremental results, but not the quantum results of what Rajnikant does. Once again, because they don't know the process. Or what is it that I need to do? What is it that Rajnikant did to become from a coolie to this thing? How come so many people are there, but only one guy who's dark, who's short, he comes into a world where fair people are the order of the day, he doesn't have any godfather in the industry and decides to become the number one in the world, Shah Rukh Khan. Why? What is it that they do so different? But we don't know the process. Every day in the morning, you get on WhatsApp, what you should do. Be confident, be courageous, have faith, have no fear, have belief. People have t-shirts, right? Have belief. But no one tells you how you can do all this. If you're shivering with fear and you're going through a huge amount of worry and somebody comes and tells you, come on, don't worry, everything will be all right. How do you know everything will be all right? You are not the guy who's in that situation, right? What is it that I need to do to never worry? How do I flight 6C2142, Delhi to Srinagar, May 2025, 1 year ago, 227 people on board. Went through complete chaos. It was all over the place. And rightfully, Most of the people were shivering with fear, shouting, sending the last messages to their people. But there were 7 guys inside who were totally calm. One guy was shooting a video, one guy was reading a book. And these other guys who were trembling with fear, they could have actually brought a heart attack to themselves. The situation was the same, the outcome is the same. What makes these people different? Who would you like to be? So this is the journey that makes true leaders shine beyond the ordinary. So the key is to know a systematic process which will make you different from everybody else in the world. So let me share with you something else. September 2011, Bangalore. Early in the morning, 6 a.m., the birds were chirping, everything was good. Bangalore anyway, the weather is always good. But something strange happened. I could not get up. There was a anxiety gnawing at my chest. And by evening, it was a panic attack. And I did not know why. And the days became weeks, and the weeks became months, and the months became years, and I was running between psychotherapists and psychiatrists, paying between 500 to 20,000 rupees an hour in 2011 just to become okay. At that point of time, my physicals were kind of okay, but I was on a psychiatric medicine of 175 mg of fluorophranil, which is SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, and where 250 was death. And at that point of time, I had everything going. I had this so-called IIT degrees, IIM, I was CEO of a company, my children were in the best colleges in the world, I had the best house, best car, but none of that mattered. The only thing that mattered was how I can just become normal. But with the grace of God and the support of a lot of friends and family, I've come back with the power and energy far beyond than ever before. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this for 3 reasons. Number 1, I felt that if this can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. Anything can happen to anyone at any time. No guarantees in life. Yes? Number 2, so if that is the situation, there are 2 ways I can live life. Number 1, hope that everything will be fine. It's quite cool actually. But then there's also the gnawing doubt, will tomorrow be as good as today? Or you can live with another thought, I can handle whatever comes my way. But saying is different, but can you live that feeling? I can handle whatever comes my way. What is the kind of leader, what is the kind of person who can actually live that feeling of I can handle whatever comes my way? And the second reason is that at this point of time, I felt, after doing a lot of research with so many people, almost thousands of people, both desk and personal, I felt I unearthed this process that I was talking about. The process that can actually help you manifest every single desire. The process that can take you from wherever you are to wherever you want. A process that can eliminate every single limiting belief that you have, which you may not even know that you have. So this is the process that I want to share with you. Excited? Okay. So let me tell you something else. Suppose tomorrow morning in the mail, you get say you get a package. And it's from a safe source, so you kind of trust it, leading with trust, you trust it. And then you take the package and you see there's a beautiful shiny looking device inside. It's exceptionally shiny, and there's a lovely looking sticker on top. It says, this device can do and bring everything whatever you want in your life. Imagine, it's like that Akshay Patra, right? It can do anything and bring whatever you want in your life. So you're very excited. You kind of look and you play around with it, and suddenly you realize something is missing. Do you know what's missing? The instruction manual is missing. So you really don't know what to do. You kind of play around and you are getting late for office. You keep it aside and you say, I'll go to work and come back. And then you go to the city and you realize that everyone in the town has got this similar device. And everyone has the same issue. Then you come back home and then you start trying to do it again and you still can't make it out. And the next morning you start again, and then again time for office, you go, again come back, try. and days pass. Slowly, this device gets somewhere in the background of the house, and a few days later or a few months later, you even forget that it even exists. Do you know what it is? Each of us have this. The most powerful device in the universe, the mind. Right? But most of us, to be honest with you, most of us are not even aware what it can do, let alone knowing the power of its right. Why do you believe that? Does anyone have a doubt that the mind is the most powerful instrument of the universe? Any doubt? But if you have no doubt, why do you believe it's the most powerful instrument in the world? Any empirical data in your life which says that this is the most powerful instrument in the world? We are all chasing outside, right? ChatGPT and Gemini and everything else. A disclaimer, it's not that I'm against AI or anything. Huh? Shankar, wherever you are, yeah. So let me share with you why. Suppose there is a particle of 1 by 1,000th of an inch. An inch itself is very small, right? 1 by 1,000th of an inch. How small is that? I don't think we can even see that. 1 by 1,000th of an inch. And it has the knowledge and the power of 1,000 books, and each book of 600 pages. I don't think anybody in this room would have even read one such particle's worth, right? 1,000 books of 600 pages each. I can take a chance. I don't think in today's world you would have read one particle like that. One particle having the knowledge of 1,000 books, each book of 600 pages. And today is your birthday, someone comes and gives you a gift. Here's 10,000 particles. So wow, imagine the amount of stuff that you have, right? Suddenly you realize that possibly I can ask for more. No, yeah, 10,000 is not, give me more. He said, okay, here's a lakh. Having got a lakh, then you say, no, I want more. Here's 1,000,000. No, I want more. 10 million. No. 100 million. No. 1 billion. No. 10 billion. No. Today, greed is the order of the day, right? Instant gratification greed. So here's my submission. Each of us, about 100 billion such particles. Each particle containing knowledge to the extent of 1,000 books of 600 pages each, neurons. Each neuron is connected to the next through what is known as a synapses. And there are 100 trillion such synapses. So each of us have the light of 1,000,000 suns. But most of us go around as if we are a 40-watt bulb. When we see a 50-watt bulb, we get depressed. When we see a 30-watt bulb, we get elated. And the worst among us today, I can tell you, are at least 1,000 or 1,000,000 times better than the combination of Mukesh Ambani, Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk, and you name 100 more. Only because those people have probably opened a page and we haven't even started. So this is the first step in the process to recognize that we have the most powerful instrument, but we are chasing everything outside. So today, the Institute of Internal Audit. Let's do a different kind of internal audit. How many times have we sat and done an internal audit about ourselves, about what we have? There is no time because we're busy chasing ourselves. The medical industry has convinced all of us that every year you must have a physical. If they had the way, they would say you should do it every day. Not recognizing that the physical body is just a manifestation of what happens in the mind, nothing else. Imagine everything is perfectly okay and someone tells you your brand new car or your child is hurt or something like that. You'll start sweating even in the middle of the most cool season. Your heart will palpitate. Every single action in your physical body, you can create every single illness. You can cure every single illness. But we are not even ready to recognize that. So the first step is to be able to do an internal audit of what makes the few shine beyond the ordinary, whether it's the companies or whether the individuals. Like I was saying in the beginning, COVID kind of wiped away millions of companies, but there are a few who have survived thousands of COVIDs, World War I, World War II, the bubonic plague, and everything else, only because they not only do a particular business model, but they also do something completely different. If you go to the Nike office at Oregon in USA, There's a huge building which has got nothing inside. And it says, see it happen to make it happen. So that's where the work on this concept of mind. You would have met some people, right, who are not really that intelligent, who are not that educated, but they're killing it. Whatever they touch is gold. But there are enough guys who are the IIT and everything else, but they're floating around, right? You meet those guys. Then you feel that, theek hai, luck, this guy is tukka lag gaya, something has happened. But these people know a particular science. This is the science that I want to share with you. This is the science that will help you stand out from the ordinary. This is the science that will make you change from the 100 kilometers per hour on the road to the 10,000 kilometers in the sky. This is the science. When Sundar Pichai got selected as the CEO of Google, be honest yourself. How many people were shocked? Because in Google itself, there are at least 100 people who are more intelligent than him, who are more educated than him, and who had better qualifications and even contributed to Google far more than him. Then why him? Because these are people, except Sundar Pichai might have not been shocked, because these people come with a different science. So what is the science? This science, all these people operate on 3 principles. It may be worthwhile for you to note it down, because most of us are doing all this on a daily basis, and we probably are doing it wrong. If your life is going only at an incremental pace and you want to change it to quantum levels, recognize these principles. Very, very simple, no medicines, no nothing, and it will change your life to a level beyond the ordinary. Principle number 1. How many of you have gone to a temple, especially in the South India, and seen an elephant being tied to a pole with a string? How many of you, have you been to, yeah? Now this elephant can actually bring down the entire building just like that. But it will not move. Because when the elephant was a baby, it was tied with a metal chain to the same pole, and it tried very hard, and it could not move, and over a period of time, it stopped moving, because it believed that it cannot move. So here's axiom number 1. Whatever you believe is the only thing that you will achieve. Nothing more, nothing less. If you believe you're good at math, you will be good at math. If you believe you're not good at public speaking, you will not be good at public speaking. If you believe you're damn good at dancing, you will be. Whatever you believe is the only thing that you will achieve. Whatever you're seeing on the screen of your life today, your current weight, your current bank balance, your current relationships, your current position in the organization, every single thing is what you believe inside, and that's what you will see in your life. So, if you want, something is not working in your life, you're trying hard, your promotion is not happening, you're trying hard, you're not getting the right job, you're trying hard, your spouse is always fighting with you, you're not able to get the right partner, you're not able to get the right weight, what do you do? If something is not working in your life, what do you do? It's like this, if you're watching a television program and you don't like what you see, do you go to another city? Do you buy another TV? Insane, right? It will be insane. But that's what we do in real life. If something is not working in our life, we go and start chasing things outside. We'll go and do this outside, we'll go and do something else outside. What do we need to do? We need to change our belief. But so how do you change your belief? Changing a belief is really, really tough. If you're earning, say, 10 lakhs a year, how do you believe you can earn 1 crore a month? If your turnover of a company is today about 2 crores or 3 crores, how do you know that in the next 5 years it will be 100 crores? If you're currently in a position at the age of 45 of a middle management, how do you know you'll be the CEO of the same company in the next 5 years? How can you believe? Right? To understand you need to understand what is a belief. So I'll split all these for you so that you are able to put together your own process. As you walk out of that door, you can change your life. This is not a motivational seminar or a motivational talk, but this is not about generally what a leader should do. I'll tell you systematic principles on how you can create a process that can change your life walking out of that door. Right? So, if you want to know what is a belief is just a thought, but with a twofold difference. A thought that has gone into the subconscious mind, and it has also fallen in what we call as a dominant thought field, which is fertile. Just like there's a fertile land, there could be an unfertile land. We'll keep the second part aside. A thought that has gone into a subconscious mind becomes a belief. So, just at the risk of, I'm sure all of you know, but the difference between conscious mind and subconscious mind. Conscious mind is what you do at the outside, basically what you think. I want to go from here to there, I want to have this, I want to come to this particular place, I want to wear this dress and things like that. That's a conscious mind. Conscious mind is just 5% of your mind. It's like an iceberg floating on water. 95% is the subconscious mind. Subconscious mind acts. Conscious mind thinks. If once it goes into the subconscious mind, it just acts. It does, for example, you recognize that you drive from here to, say, I don't know, Chromepate, and suddenly you realize that you reached there and you're not even driven with a proper focus. That is subconscious mind. Heart beats in the night, subconscious mind. Somebody you think of intensely and he calls you, that's subconscious mind. Whatever is in the subconscious mind, you will see in the skin of your life. You have no choice. The subconscious mind just acts. And therefore, if you want to change your belief, you need to change the thought that goes into the subconscious mind. You have to understand what is in the subconscious mind, how do you remove it, and how do you put a new thought. So it must be very simple, right? Take a thought, put it in the subconscious. Now, because to enter the subconscious is almost impossible. While the divide between the conscious and the subconscious is almost wafer thin, to enter the subconscious is very, very tough. But you can do it if you know a particular code. Today I'll share with you a code that helps you penetrate the subconscious, leave a thought and convert it into a belief, and change the screen of your life. Yeah? So this is the first principle which most of these guys do. The guys who are flying in the sky, literally, not just guys who are doing incremental stuff like, 10%, 20% income, then, but some guys who are just flying apart. Principle number 1, belief. How do you change your belief? How do you reprogram your subconscious mind? Yeah? So to reprogram your subconscious mind, you have three principles or 3 steps. Step number 1. The 2 most powerful words in the universe are I and am. See, whatever I'm going to say today, it's not that what I have sat under a banyan tree one night and got some huge amount of, none of that. It's all taken from hugely researched people who have seen amazing success, imbibed it on myself, and I transfer to hundreds of people who are in my community and see results in them. And that's it. So step number 1, this is what you do, all of us are doing all the time, but we may be doing incorrectly. The 2 most powerful words are I and am. Whatever you say after that will go into the subconscious. Unfortunately or fortunately. So what do we say when you meet you? How are you doing? I'm stressed, yeah. Stress will be in your subconscious. How are you doing? I'm not having enough money, There are more days than money in my month. Lack will be your subconscious. How are you doing? I'm having a cold, yeah. I may get a fever also. Yes, you will get a fever. I'm a diabetic. I'm a hypertensive guy. Yes, you will be. Whatever you say after I am will go into the subconscious. Simple. And so the first step is very simple. Just change what you want and put it after I am. Whatever you're feeling, it doesn't matter. If you want strength, I'm strong, I'm healthy, I'm powerful, I'm rich, I'm abundant. So abundance and success and prosperity and health will keep following you. Step number 1, simple. You can do it? You can do it? Yes. Try it. Not asking you any fee, not asking you to take any medicine, just try it. I'm strong, I'm healthy, I'm powerful. Whatever is happening in your life, if someone comes and asks you, how are you doing? And you start telling him all your sob story, he's not interested in you. Most of the guys are passing by, how are you? And if you start, so you have to say, it doesn't matter what is feeling. You have less money in the bank, how are you? How's your financial state? I am really doing well in my financial state. You're not fooling yourself. You're reprogramming the subconscious. It's exactly 20 years ago what Shah Rukh Khan used to do. He used to wake up in the morning and say, I am the best. He said, I have no other option. You watch his videos, all these guys haven't made it just because of something, they do something deep inside. Hrithik Roshan, how he came over his brain tumor. These are the guys who actually do something significantly with their mind. So that's the first step. Second step, any message that goes into the brain in familiar paths, not uncharted territories, in familiar paths, actually creates a pattern. And the brain loves patterns. And whenever a pattern is created, two hormones secrete, dopamine and oxytocin. Dopamine is a feel-good chemical and oxytocin is a love chemical. And when these two secrete together, the message gets cemented and it becomes part of the subconscious. So what does it mean? A message that gets repeated in familiar paths. That means basically repetition. A lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. So the second step is repeat whatever you want. If you want health, I am healthy 1,000 times. It may sound silly, but that's what you want. Every single thing that you want after I am, repeat. Third step. We all as human beings are united by one thing. It doesn't matter what generation you are, whether you're the baby boomers or the millennials or the Gen Z or the Alpha or whatever you are, you're all linked. We're all linked by one common factor. And it will remain so for the rest of the generation as long as human race survives. What is it? It's the power of a feeling. If you're walking on the road at 3 o'clock in the night and you start hearing some steps in the back and you don't know whether to turn or not, you've heard all these Netflix stories coming into your mind, what is happening? Fear. You see somebody off at the airport not knowing whether they'll come back or not, and you walk to the car and drive alone, what's happening? Sadness. These are the feelings that will be constant throughout all generations. And whenever you say anything, feel it. If you don't feel it, you will not see it. That's what goes into the subconscious. If you say, I am strong, feel the strength. If you say, I'm healthy, feel the health. If you say, I'm prosperous, feel the prosperity. What will be happening if you have $100 million in the bank? Feel the prosperity. So these are the 3 steps. Step number 1, I am. Right? Whatever you want. Second, repeat. Third, with the feeling. This is principle number 1 of what these geniuses do. Principle number 2. You heard of visualization? How many of you, half of Instagram is telling you, you pay 99 and they'll visualize for you what you want. He's actually visualizing what he wants. So there are 3 steps. Visualization. Even Vaibhav Suryavanshi, if you've heard of him, he said that every time I face somebody, I'll first ball and hit a 6. Djokovic, the tennis guy, said when I was 7, I visualized getting the Olympic medal. And you get Jim Carrey, who said that when he was nobody, that he'll get a $10 million check, and he got. So visualization is the second thing. It works. Only thing is you need to know the process. So I'll share with you, there are 5 steps once again. Even the belief to create, there are 5 steps. I've shared with you 3. In my book, there are, basically everything is about what I've written in my book called The Golden Ladder. You can check it out on Amazon. And then in visualization, we have 5 steps. I'll share with you 3 steps. I'll try and push as fast as I can. We have another 10-15 minutes? Suppose you're ordering something on Amazon. Right? You sit in front of Amazon and you say, please give me the best shoe. Amazon will think this guy is crazy, right? What do you mean by best shoe? What do you want? Okay, Nike. Okay, Nike. What Nike? Male, female, male. Okay, what size? Say 8.5. Okay, UK, US. Okay. What do you want it for? Running, walking. What are you doing? You're telling the Amazon the step-by-step of what detail you want. But in our life, when we're sitting in front of the Amazon of the universe, what do? I want the best house. I want the best job. I want the best car. I want the best partner. Universe doesn't recognize what is best. Your best partner might be my worst partner. So what is best? So what do you need to do? First step, if you want a house, go in as much detail as possible. Where do you want the house? Which city? Which part of the thing? Is it on top of the hill, in front of the ocean? How many bedrooms? What is the kind of size? Write down in specific detail. Right? Number 2. Once again, you're sitting in Amazon and you want Nike and you leave it. Amazon says, okay, what do? You say, when am I going to get it? Yeah? So the important thing is what? Specify the date as to when you want it. Number 3, this is the key. There are 5 principles. 3rd and 4th, many people are not even aware. 99% of people are not aware. So they just think visualization is imagination, and then they feel it's not working. So number 3, once you set the date, And once you set whatever you want, you need to live it as if it is today. Suppose you've set the date as July 26, 2027, you have to, when you start visualizing, you have to visualize as if that is today. When you live the present as if it is the future will manifest as the present. Do you get it? When you live the present entirely as if it is the future that you're looking at will manifest as the present. So that's what you need to do. Suppose you want to have the fantastic car. All you need to do is either live that throughout the day, or you sit, when you visualize completely as if that is today is July 26th or 2027, and visualize in every single detail of what is it and feel it. So this is the third step of visualization. I want you to take 30 seconds off. That all of you have been given a card, manifestation card. I want you to fill what is the most burning desire that you have. It doesn't matter what it is. The most burning desire, your health, your wealth, your relationship, your partner, your job, you want to create a company, whatever you want, the burning desire, it has to be burning, okay? If it's just a casual desire, it has to be burning. In that card, I want you to write. All of you have the card? Yes. Let me see. This is how the card looks. I hope I have it. Yeah, this is how the card looks. You should be having this card. So on the back of the card, I want you to write, what do you don't have to show me, you don't have to tell anybody, by the way. Don't feel this thing. You're just for yourself. At the end of this session, I'm going to manifest this for you. Whatever your desire. How awesome is that? Right? This is not a magic show, by the way. Yeah? So, I'm just telling you. So, yeah, so all of you, 30 seconds, write down what is the most burning desire that you have. And at the end of the session, it's my promise that you will have an opportunity, you will do it, to manifest this. $20 seconds. You don't have to do it the way I told you, all the detailed and everything right now. Just write your simple desire, the burning desire. Okay, all right. Keep it with you. You'll find the card here and all. None of that will happen. Okay? So the second one, what I told you, is that of visualization. And these geniuses who seem to fly high, they do one more thing, the third. This amazing machine that we have, the device, which can do anything, and we don't have the instruction manual, we also do one more thing. We start pouring acid on it. Every day, amazing, right? We got a beautiful Akshay Patra and we keep putting acid. Every day, without fail. What is the acid? The worry, the anxiety, the resentment, the anger, the fear. It makes the dwarf of the doubt, worry, anxiety, resentment, fear. And what happens to it? It kind of corrodes there. So how do you get out of this? There is a process of how you can never worry, how you can never fear. But right now we are running short of time. The third part of it, I'll keep it for another time. But these are the first two steps. The belief. How do you create a belief? Whatever you want, you can believe. And once you believe, you will be unstoppable. Second, how do you visualize to actually manifest what you've written here? Here's the promise. See, I have about 5,000 odd people in my community, which we call as the diamonds in the sky, or the other one is called Become Unstoppable. Now, each one is constantly demonstrating what unbelievable things you can achieve. If you were to follow this, what I just said, without doubt, whatever date you put on your manifestation card, you can put a date and work till that, it will 100% happen. Right? You can take me to any court if this doesn't happen. 100%. But there is a caveat. The caveat is that if I'm left alone and you walk out of the door, it sounds good, and you walk out and one day later you may even forget there was a card. So you won't be conscientious enough to be able to do this. Or you may not have consistency to be able to do this. And sometimes you may run into some obstacles which you may not know how to get out of. Possible? So with that in mind, what I said is, I want to make this happen for you. And once again, it's not that I is going to make it happen to you. That's arrogance. We are going to align with the universe what you really desire. Because the universe at any point of time is everything. Whatever we believe we have invented, there's nothing that in life we have invented. We only discovered, whether oil or electricity or chemicals, everything is only discovery. Everything is already there. And it doesn't matter to the universe whether it's a Maruti car or a Mercedes. You just need to know the alignment. Right? So with this in mind, what I said is, you may or may not have that kind of a consistency. So I have a proposition. What if I actually work with you continuously, right? And make this happen for you? Which means I shift you to some place for 2 full days, lock you up, right? And then do 3 things. Number 1, expose you to a detailed process. Number 2, create a customized, specific template for each of you based on whatever you have done, even don't have to tell me. And number 3, walk you through every single thing so that till you manifest it, I'm with you. So based on this, we have created what I call as a 2-day personal residency mastery summit in Bangalore. The next one is on 13th and 14th. What we do is day 1. I told you about this dominating thought. You are defined by your dominating thought. What is the dominating thought? A chatter that's going on in your mind continuously. If your dominating thought or your belief is that you're not good at share market inside, and you don't even know that, and you do all your courses and learn the best of stock market techniques, every time you buy, the market will fall. And every time you sell, the market will rise. Because deep inside, you have the belief that you are not good at stock market. Similarly, public speaking. If you're deep inside, if you believe you're not good at public speaking and take all the lessons and everything, every time you come on stage, you'll still shiver. So you need to first and foremost understand and erase that. So first step in the first day, we do this. Erase the dominating thought, create new dominating thought. The second part, we do create new beliefs. Whatever beliefs are limiting you, you don't even know. How many of us know what beliefs are limiting us? Why am I not able to go and speak to strangers? Why am I not able to do certain things which I really love to do? Because there is some belief that is stopping you. Why am I not able to get that kind of money that somebody is able to do? Well, there may be a belief that you believe that money is evil, that you should not have. Whatever the beliefs are, we'll remove that beliefs. Then the next day we work on this entire visualization process. And then make this happen for you. And then the second part of this next day, we actually work systematically to erase every single worry and fear from your life forever. Just to give you an example, people who know me. I have visas to 60 countries. I have 9 passports. But suddenly there was a stage when I could not fly. I had the huge fear of flying. For 7 years, I could not fly. I used to go to the airport and come back, feeling humiliated about myself. Then I used to send my subordinates and say that I'm actually promoting them, but actually bullshit. At the end of the day, I was shivering with fear. How I got out of the fear? How you can get out of any fear in your life? That is the last part of the second day. So we do this about every time a cohort of about 20-25 people. So this time it's on June 13th and 14th. If you feel, we've got about 7 spots left in the next one. If this resonates with you, just speak to Mr. Radhakrishnan, register your name. The thing is like this. This is the law. Whatever tools that have got you up to here are not going to be valid anymore. This is life. Whatever tools that have got up to here will not be valid anymore. So you either can keep leading from outside and chasing outside and be stressful and other stuff, or you can lead from within. You can either lead from within and then become a part of this unstoppable group who are actually literally the magnets of miracles. Every day they're producing miracles. That choice is up to you. So, like I said, if you feel this resonates with you, give your name to Mr. Radhakrishnan and we will see if at this point of time you're the right fit for this And if it's so, then we'll get back and then we'll work on you individually and make whatever you've written is a 100% promise. It will manifest. Whatever date you've written, because there are hundreds of people who are doing it already. Right? Hundreds who are from the smallest of ordinary getting to a bike to getting there. There is people who have never even had the courage to actually attempt an IIM CAT. After 6 years of failed attempts, they get into an IIM Bangalore just like that. So the people who have attended are people like airline pilots, directors of IIMs, medical doctors, cancer survivors, founders, CEOs of small, medium companies, investment bankers, IIT grads, IIT deans. You name it, from a 70-year-old to an 80-year-old. This is your opportunity, this is my proposition, and thank you once again for listening to me. And if nothing else, please do what I told you to do and see your life change. Thank you so much. Did I make it in time?
Yeah. So, anyhow, at least before that, I just give me a couple of minutes of time. So, thank you, sir, for a wonderful, remarkable this thing. I think the internal auditors were so longer thinking that they should do an internal audit of an outside company. Today, they made them look internal audit of themselves. But however, I can recall my days as a teacher where one of my friends came and said, she is schooled first, but she doesn't know how to clear the exam, all that stuff. I said, just leave it. I just spoke to her one day, will you do this? That was one he said, yes sir, whatever you say, I will do it. I said only one thing. Just when you get up in the morning, just type www.crss.nic.in. There are 4 subjects are there in group 1, 4 subjects are there in group 2. Visualize the marks there. 21 days in the morning you do when you get up. 21 days before you sleep, you do it. Don't do anything else. Sir, do you have to study? Nothing. First do this. After 3-4 days, I want you only to tell the total. What is the total which you visualized? Because I want to be doubly sure that she has actually done it. Sir, my total came to 600. The results came, she was All India 3rd rank and her marks was exactly 600. Fantastic. So, that was the power of what he said. And this is something where, but first thing what is required is the belief that he is correctly mentioned. Because when you write this also, in fact, even if somebody comes back and tells you it is impossible, what was his first one? What did he say first? No, I am, right? That impossible you try to break. I am, then what happened? The word impossible itself, you can make it as I am possible. Is that right? Impossible, no. You just give a gap, M, then you give a gap. That impossible itself is possible. So therefore, the first 2 words of I am, even if somebody tells you impossible, you can make it as I am possible. That is the power of which thank you, sir. It's a wonderful session. We can now take some questions. If you want to read the question yourself and read, it's also fine, or I will read it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. And here's a question. In today's matter, one second, I'll take this off. Okay. In today's matrixed and fast-changing organizations, how can leaders influence decisions effectively when they do not have formal authority over all stakeholders? You see, so the most important thing in my life is that the true leaders never require authority. You're able to create that kind of a presence through what you deliver in terms of your actions. And then the people actually follow. That's why I said, like Michael Jackson always says, you become a magnet of miracles as long as you're demonstrating what you are. If you are able to do what you are, professing to require, then you will actually get this. Of course, there are hundreds of things of what you need to do in the traditional world. Today, what I was talking to you is about how you can transcend from that traditional world to something else. based on your experience in scaling brands and businesses globally, what are the most important behaviors that help a leader earn trust across teams, functions? And I have chapter by chapter in my book called The Golden Ladder on this. This is not a marketing of that book, but I'm just telling you that you will get all your answers. But there are the most important behavior. I mean, there are many, many such things. Number one, how do you create ownership among employees, right? And there is a systematic process of how you can actually create ownership among employees. How you really, when you tell people that you're my family, you actually believe they're family, not when trouble comes and you sack them. And how do you earn trust? Is by recognizing that whenever there is trouble, you are the one in the front. And whenever there is any success, you are in the back. Mr. Abdul Kalam is actually one of the greatest examples of that. If you can do that, you'll be able to gain trust. And there are many, many things. Like I said, there are 4 chapters dedicated only to this in my book. If you're interested, you can pick it up. Is the last one? Yeah, okay. One more is okay. Just to give you an idea about scaling brands, in an international environment, when everybody said you cannot launch a brand against the biggest brands of, I'm talking about 20, 25 years ago, the Sony and the National and all kinds of brands, how do you actually launch a brand from zero and create a brand which is equivalent to the turnover of all the other brands within a short period of time in an international market? From a $0 to $100 million in just less than 10 to 12 years, is a story that by itself tells that what all are required. Like I said, every business to succeed has got 2 functions. That's why my book is called The Golden Ladder. The left leg is about some unique features of how you can do the business modeling. Not by getting greater products and features and benefits can you succeed. Because anything that you do in life in terms of a product, however smart you are, there will be somebody who can do it better. If not in 1 month, maybe in 6 months. What you need to do is create something that's incomparable. And that you can do only through emotion. When you actually create something through emotion, which is a brand, then you become non-comparable and you can keep rising. That's one of the biggest ways to scale a brand. Anything else?
The session has been, on leadership, and it's been fabulous session. Thank you so much for coming here all the way from Bangalore, sir. The stories are so very inspiring, particularly your own story. The way you fought over the crisis that you went through. It's all about emotions. It's all about thought, the strength of thought. May I request Mr. Ramkumar, past president MMA, and Mr. Deepika, president of IAA, to come onto the stage to honor the dignitaries on the dais. May I request Mr. Group Captain Vijay Kumar also to join, please. Sir, please come on. So, gentlemen, you all must be wondering what are these books that we are giving away to all the speakers. Let me just tell you, these are the 2 books published. Wow. So, these are all authors. I think we can give them more books to read. But these 2 books are published by MMA. They are excellent books on leadership, actually. They are the select editions of some of the best leaders who have come and spoken on MMA platform. And they have been, kind of brought out into these books. So, there are 2 volumes, and the 3rd volume is going to be published very shortly. It's available for people also to buy. It's a very, very reasonably priced, just about 150 rupees or so. So thank you. And one good thing about this book is, when you read the article, you will find that there is a QR code for every article. And when you scan the QR code, it directly takes you to the video, which is actually been put out as an article there. So wonderful book. Sometime when you get a chance, please go over it. Otherwise, it's available in our library for all the members to borrow and read it. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the next session. Just give me a couple of minutes. Now we're getting to the panel discussion. Before we break for lunch today, the panel discussion is once again very, very interesting. From numbers to narrative. What a theme this can be. Enabling insights, governance and strategic decisions. For this panel, as we set up the stage here, just give me a couple of minutes for my colleagues to set up the stage. We're going to have 4 panelists. Sheila Tarakan, who's a chartered accountant, former CFO of Renault Nissan. Then we have Mr. Narasimhan Raghunathan, again a chartered accountant, the CFO of Green Star Fertilizers. We have a CMA, Mr. Ram Prasad, who's the Director of CIG Internal Audit at the Colgate-Palmolive. And to chair this session, we have Mr. Giridhar Janardana, who is the Secretary of the Institute of Internal Auditors, India, and founder, Blue Ridge Consulting. Just a few seconds, maybe the stage will be set for all the four to walk into the stage. May I now invite the panelists onto the dais, please. Ms. Sheila Tharakan, C.A. Narasimhan Raghunathan, Mr. Ram Prasad, and Mr. Giridhar Janardana. Yeah, I know that we have lunch coming up. Doesn't mean we have to be so quiet. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you so much. A very young brigade on the stage, but all of them handling very, very senior positions in their respective domains. Let's have the AV of all the four panelists, please.
Former CFO of Technology and Business Center India is a seasoned finance leader with over 20 years of experience across multinational organizations. C.A. Sheila Financial Planning, Project Controlling and Global Alliance projects across India, France, Japan, Brazil and China. A chartered accountant with certifications in international taxation and INDAS, C.A. Sheila has also completed executive programs at London Business School. C.A. Narasimhan Raghunathan, Chief Financial Officer of Green Star Fertilizers Limited, is an experienced finance and corporate governance professional. C.A. Narasimhan has held senior finance, taxation and company secretarial roles at Elecon Engineering, KSB India, ZF Friedrichshafen, EY and Ashok Leyland. C.A. Narasimhan holds professional qualifications from ICAI, ICSI and the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and is a commerce graduate from Loyola College. CMA Ramaprasad Ji, Director, CIG, Internal Audit at Colgate-Palmolive, India Limited, is an enterprise finance and governance leader with over 29 years of experience in FMCG and manufacturing. CMA Ramaprasad expertise spans internal audit, SOX governance, enterprise risk management, compliance, supply chain finance and financial controls. CMA Ramaprasad has also led whistleblower reviews and trained over 125 professionals across finance and non-finance functions.
So, yeah, one more, sorry.
Mr. Giridhar Janardana, Secretary of IIA India and founder of Blue Ridge Consulting, is a risk advisory and business consulting professional based in Chennai. Mr. Giridhar expertise spans enterprise risk management, risk-based internal audits, IT audits, ERP reviews, GRC and information security audits. A CISA certified professional, Mr. Giridhar has earlier held risk advisory roles with EY and Deloitte.
Thank you. So that's the elite panel that we have. Once again, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you so much, all of you, for taking your time off to be here today. May I now request Mr. Giridhar to take the session forward, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are between you, we are sitting in between you and your lunch. So we'll break exactly at 1. I would just kind of thank first the guests and a co-panelist, Sheila, Narasimhan and Ram Prasad. Ram Prasad, thanks for flying from Bombay to here for this event. The topic is very interesting topic today, and it holds a lot of importance in ever-changing world that we see today. The yesterday's narratives are today's numbers are tomorrow's narratives. So it's a mix of various things that we see changing daily, right? So from numbers to narrative, enabling insight, governance, and strategic decisions. Let me just give you a small prelude to this. I mean, we hear a lot of narratives, right? We live in a VUCA world. Anybody for VUCA, what it stands for? Volatility, uncertain, complex, ambiguities. We are full of ambiguities. It's a very complex world, and 2026 started off with everything that this stands for, right? If you look at what's happening around the macro and geopolitical environment that we live in, I think all these panelists have to say one or the other thing about how it impacts India and their respective institutions that they represent, which we'll come to. But there is a lot of narratives that we hear. Gaza has been flattened, right? This is a narrative. Now, can you guess what is the kind of debris that is there in Gaza right now? Anybody? Well, how many tons of debris might be there in Gaza as of now? These are pure numbers. Right? It depends upon the kind of debris. Okay, that's right. So there's about 70 million tons of debris there, right? So every day you hear a lot of narratives, and then there is a Russia and Ukraine war now nobody's talking about, right? I mean, what is the spend that has happened there? Any guess? The number of billions of dollars that has been spent in Russia and Ukraine war till now? The numbers are like crazy, $480 billion. And what is the, NVIDIA? NVIDIA is the most valuable company now. Right? What's the market cap of NVIDIA? $5 trillion, and that's equal to the entire market cap of India's BSE and NSE put together. So there's a lot of narrative, there's a lot of numbers. I just wanted to give a prelude to this, that there are tailwinds to narratives which draw some numbers, and there are numbers which translate into narratives, and there's a lot going on. So with that, for the context of the session, so it's very disruptive and rapidly changing business environment today. Organizations are moving beyond traditional financial reporting and compliance-focused governance. Stakeholders now expect finance and assurance functions to provide forward-looking insights, strategic guidance, and trust-driven decision support. Today, organizations are no longer evaluated only on quarterly financial performance, including investors, regulators, customers, employees, rating agencies, and public. Increasingly, they assess companies based on trust, governance culture, transparency, resilience, and leadership response during uncertainty. Some of these you could hear it every day in the news. Suddenly, a large bank, there's an independent director who resigned, and suddenly the stock falls 20%, right? And there's a fraud reported in another large bank, and then there is one day the shareholders lost about 30% of value. These are all, large established organizations, and a small tinge of trust deficit causes huge depletion, I would call it, in shareholder value. So the role of financial and audit leadership, therefore, is no longer limited to reporting numbers, right? CEOs, internal auditors, and business leaders are increasingly expected to translate the data into insight, and meaningful narratives that enable strategic choices, strengthen governance, and improve resilience and build stakeholder confidence. With this panel, we will explore how finance and internal audit functions are evolving from scorekeepers to strategic enablers, the growing importance of storytelling with data and decision intelligence, the balance between agility, governance, and accountability in this disruptive world, how technology, analytics, AI, and integrated risk perspectives are reshaping leadership decisions. One very interesting fact I was reading yesterday about AI. How many of you think AI is just a hype and not reality? Anybody thinking AI is just a hype and not a reality? I'm asking a contrarian question, but I would like to gather some info. So nobody is thinking that AI is a hype and it is a reality. It is here to stay, right? There was very interesting numbers which came out yesterday in one of the TV channels saying that Uber CEO reported that their whole of year's AI budget got exhausted in the first 4 months. Right? This is like, now organizations are just hitting the reality check now. All of this time, there was a lot of hype around, benefits out of it. Now the cost angles are coming into picture, right? When it moves from your prototype POCs and it moves into real life use, then the cost angle comes into picture. So this was reported yesterday saying that Uber is now reconsidering, and there were few more companies that had let go people are rehiring again. So there could be a lot of balance shift happening due to the cost implications of these token utilizations that AI applications and Microsoft itself, who has been a big user of Claude Code, are rethinking about how to optimize on this because the costs have escalated in a huge way. Right? There's a lot of FOMO, and everybody wants to get into it, and there's a lot of investments going into AI and associated proxy industries, but we don't know whether this is a bubble. I mean, if you heard about Michael Burry, who is a contrarian investor who identified very early stage the 2008 bubble, housing finance bubble, right? He's a hedge fund investor who did exactly the opposite of all the other investors in 2008. He knew exactly that this housing bubble is going to bust. And so he invested $1 billion against all that. He shorted them. And he is the only one who made a lot of money from the 2008 bubble. So Michael Burry has now taken a leverage position for NVIDIA and a couple of other companies. He thinks the valuations are skyrocketed and it is not it's not a reality, right? With this, let me just request Sheila and then Narasimhan and Ram Prasad to kind of give 5 to 7 minutes overview on this topic about what you think about these numbers to narratives and how in your sector this is evolving, right? Thank you so much.
So, I'll just start with, I don't know how many of you are in the old generations, where I can see many young generations sitting, where we all started manually. I think I have also started manually accounting with the ledgers, reconciliation, TB. I think it takes 2-3 days to prepare a trial balance, then another 2-3 days to make a balance sheet and P&L. At that time, I believe that the accountant or accounts people are more on to secure or accurate numbers is what the priority we had, and make a good balance sheet and P&L and close the audit. That was one of the purposes we have seen when I started my career. But now, and at that time also, if you see, the data was limited. Okay, and the data was within the finance. It will not go beyond the finance. Everything was within the finance fertility. But now, as the age goes, we have seen that data is everywhere. You can see in any platforms the data. How to read the data, it is fragmented. How to read the data, how to apply to our industry is one of the key elements that I have seen in the past 20-25 years of my experience in CA. Now, as the data is overloaded, the leadership team also requires finance to give more information like why you need what, how, what is this data which we are going to present to the management. It is not that the numbers we present, we really need to go deep dive into each numbers and say that what is a value addition that is being given to the industry or to the organization. So the shift has happened actually from a secured, we were the bookkeepers to the interpreters of numbers, which is, which we again interpret to the functional performance and also to be a strategic partner along with the CEOs. Now the numbers, as you said, I have many experiences which we have, I always believe that. I always tell my team also that data really speaks. The data really speaks. If you come with any questions, I usually ask them to go back and check the data and come with the past 2-3 years of data. Then you will see the analysis, you will speak on the data, and I'll give you some examples which I have experienced through the data. So in order to sum up, I just want to tell that the CFOs are now not only bookkeepers, we are just the leadership or the CEOs are looking forward for us to give more information on data rather than the bookkeepers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Narasimhan, why don't you give a 5-minute overview of this topic, what it means to a manufacturing company like yours, and also throw some light on what practically you're seeing from your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving an opportunity. I think the two associations, Madras Management Associations and Institute of Internal Auditors, have come forward to have this wonderful session. And the topic is also like numbers to narrative. I could correlate to numbers is more traditional auditing, and narrative is more towards how MMA is associated with. Speaking on the topic more specifically, if you could correlate to whatever I have gone through in typical manufacturing organizations, is what Sheila also told. The people are more looking at the narrative part, because numbers we all know, okay, it is all generated. Somebody is doing the transactions, and that two transactions, somebody is just probably keying in, or even some transactions are even triggered by ERPs and things like that. So the numbers just come out. Okay. So, and then we were in the traditional sense, we were preparing from the base numbers, we were preparing sort of statements and then comparing variance and things like that. And now things are more looking at the narrative part, the more because generally most of the stakeholders, they know of the past, except that the numbers we people convert whatever has happened. For example, people know what is a turnover we have achieved, or people know how many tons of manufacturing output or how many products we have come out, we have sold, sort of thing. All those things are translated to the financial statements, but more the narrative is, I would more correlate to what lies ahead. That is what people are more looking at, because they know the past. Okay, we are summarizing the past, so they are more looking at how from the past we are looking at to the future. Future when we say for next 1 year, next 6 months, or whatever we have planned, what we are ahead. Are we as per the plan? That's what people are more looking at. And along with that comes what are the things which is happening around us. What is yes, we do have great plans, but then there are many things is not depend upon on us only. It all depends upon external market. Okay, we would have come out beautifully, but then we require a lot of external support, whether suppliers or employees or the customers or the industries. or even if it is not directly impacting, just because world economy is going through, Indian economy is going through. All those things are futuristic. So that is what, and it's all about, you cannot, except for preparing some budgets as in the number format, it's all about the narrative of how we look forward and how it is well supported. That's what people are more looking at from a narrative. All the stakeholders, whether it's internal management or the employees, they all look forward how we are going to perform as per what we have planned. And then the investor community, all those people are more looking at the narrative part. For example, even before we all know that there are many listed companies, unlisted companies. Even before we come out of the results, our analyst community has already prepared the results. Okay, they are just seeing, and then we all see in newspapers that, okay, we have met the expectations, or we are, a fair amount of preparation is already being done by external people. So that's how, so it's more about narrative, and that is what we are looking at. And narrative they want from us, because already they do have the narrative. Okay, all the stakeholders probably they do have narrative from the industries, competitor, what is happening and everything, and how it is correlated to us. So that's what we people in finance fraternity focus on, how we understand the narrative part and how we are able to communicate and how we are able to translate from numbers to data. These are the main views. Thank you.
Thank you, Narasimhan. Ram Prasad, why don't you give us a perspective of internal auditors as a profession and internal auditor as a function of an organization? What is the expectations of the board and the audit committee that you interact with, and what do you see the management expectations from the internal audit in this particular, topic of numbers to narratives? Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'll thank both the association for giving me this opportunity. Before getting on with the topic, let me set the perspective on. Out of finance, I would just go to another field, which is cricket. If you happen to go to the year around 1990, there was a very young cricketer with a lot of potential. He was put into play for the nation. The very first innings, he was out for a duck. Second innings, again he was out for a duck, dropped from the team. And after about 2 years of solid local domestic cricket, comes back for the second innings in his career, duck. Second innings, he scores a single, again dropped from the team. Again, after a couple of years, is given an opportunity. Both the innings, he scores a 0. 6 innings, with just 1 to his credit, he's back, he's going to prepare again. If you have to see on the batting average, it's fractionate, right? 1/6. Numbers suggest he's a flop show. Can never get an opportunity ever. But again, he performs well in the domestic cricket. There must be a particular selection committee which must have spoken about numbers. This I'm speaking about in 1994. Someone must have spoken about, saw this particular person's potential, again gave an opportunity to this particular player. And that particular player went on to score 6 double centuries. Also, he became captain for his national team. I'm speaking about Marwan Atapattu. So if numbers have to only decide someone's future, it may not give you the right perspective. Numbers are like your rearview mirror. It shows you where you are. But what you have to look forward is on the windscreen ahead, what realize it's going to be out, in the future. So the current team of finance professionals, while they have a lot of data to speak about it, but if you restrict it to only the data which is available on hand, it only speaks about what was in the past. But the narrative and the activity that a particular finance professional is expected now is to look in the future and then mention what prospect is going to come up for the organization to take a question on. So just to touch on the internal audit part, when we go for audits, rightly when I was mentioning it, you have a lot of data around. So we can look at the data and speak about the data, but being an auditor, our role is to also see futuristically, is there any control lapses in the team? So this information putting forth to the management and to explain what lies ahead requires a proper storytelling. I would say traditionally accountants are very good in numbers, but I had seen during my experience that they falter in the storytelling part of it, the narrative part of it, how to explain the numbers, how to mention where the weaknesses are. So what lie behind is gone. What is ahead is something which we have to be more concentrating on. So how do you put forth this particular statement across to the management is very key. We, being professionals, have that responsibility in us to explain to the management how and what are the weaknesses and how it goes ahead, like why we have to concentrate. So I would set the topic on, start with this kind of a statement from my side. Over to you.
Thanks, Ram Prasad. So, how many of you heard about black swan theory? Yeah. So, black swan theory is something that happens once in a decade, or maybe happens. You never know when it happens, but when it happens, it destroys whatever it does to an organization, a sector, or a place. This was coined in a book by Nicholas Taleb in his, about the black swan theory and how unprepared organizations are for these black swan events. I mean, the one Ram Prasad just now touched upon is that though you might say that considering what is happening today, there might be some large impact on your organizations if you are unprepared. If that is the statement the finance guy gives or the internal audit gives, even 5 years ahead of time, nobody wants to invest in that. Okay, they'll say you are a fool. You don't know what's happening. We know better than you. Right? So, but when it really happens or nearer to the event having happened, the cost is very high to mitigate that risk, because it is almost like it is materializing or it's already materialized. The risk has materialized. So I have seen so many reports where you say business continuity as a risk, right? So, but when there is only one factory and that factory is nearer to the shore, and then, there could be this zone particularly is prone to, tsunami, right? Tsunami happened once in a, probably ages, but then you don't have any other contract manufacturing agreement. You have only one factory. And then if that factory gets blown out, you're dead. And the market doesn't wait for somebody to, put back the factory, and then, automatically the competition takes over. So these are very important things to look at. From hindsight, you have, very believable numbers that you can convert into narrative. The minute you use this and the surrounding environmental factors to say prediction, and then there is an investment to do in that prediction, often management looks at it saying, hey, if I have to invest about 100 crores on this, is it really worth it? To mitigate this risk even before I know that risk might be even there, right? I mean, unless they say a huge opportunity of business, they are ready to invest. But if there is a risk mitigation that you're talking about, the investments doesn't generally come, right? So that's where we are. And so I would like to ask a few questions to the panelists in terms of from their experience and in their sectors. One common question is, with increasing automation and AI adoption, right? What skills should finance and audit professional build to remain relevant and strategic? So probably you can throw light from your sector standpoint, because you are the former CFO of a GCC, and Narasimhan, you come from a core manufacturing and you have worked with a lot of multinational manufacturing companies. Ram Prasad, you come from the retail background, you have worked with a lot of retail companies. So if you could say what is for your sector relevant, and what skill set needs to be, something that professionals like the finance professionals, the audit professionals should look at now, and not to be late into adoption, right? Over to you, Sheila.
So coming back to AI, which is a hype, it's not a hype, that's a word being used every day in our organization as well. But I tell you very openly that it is not, as of today, has not hit in any of our area. Because as I said, we have using Copilot, we are using many other areas to, draft mails or take notes. All these are the areas we have been used. But in corporate, we are investing a lot of money for AI. And we've been trained, that is what I want, the skilling up. So everybody, like as I said, we started from manual, we changed from manual to SAP, SAP to Tally or whatever the thing, ERP. Then you have Excel we learned. So this is a next step. After the Excel, this is going to be a next level up we are going to do is AI. So it is that we need to learn how to use AI. I don't think anybody can develop an AI as of today, but how to use the AI, this is a skill up everybody has to go through, and that's the future we have it. And in corporates, in our GCC, we have invested we are started investing a lot of money, not on developing an AI, but to use AIs in our day-to-day activities. So in our team, we give or we promote people to come up with the ideas that can use AI. So we, promote those, and we have a team of AI in the corporate where we present our AI informations. Then they will tell you whether it is an AI or a bot or an automation. So there is always a confusion between AI, automation, bot, everything. So we need to identify whether they are the data which we have it and converting the data into AI, developing is a real AI or an automation. So there is a team to whom we present and they approve that, okay, these are the areas where AIs can generate, and AI really need to improve your cost. It is not that something you bring in and it doesn't have an output, they will not take it. So at the end, it should give a cost impact efficiency to the company so that AI is being promoted. So for me, everybody has to identify what is the difference between automation and AI. Second is you need to skill up. Everybody who is sitting here has to skill up the learning of AI, how to use AI. It is not that learning AI. How to prompt, how to use AI. And try to use this AI in our day-to-day activity initially. And as the organization or as the AI grows in the world, we will also grow together inside the world. That's it.
Thank you, Narasimhan.
So, considering what Sheila also told, one of the things which I feel that what we require in today's disruptive and world is that what is the potential? Okay, we just heard the earlier session where we understood what is the potential which is inherent to us, what is within us. At the same time, there are a lot of potential within the existing setup which is already there. Okay, in almost all the organizations wherever I have worked, okay, it's a general commentary from almost all the promoters or all the management is that there is an existing ERP. Okay, company has invested heavily in these ERPs. Okay, and it is not being utilized. Okay, there is a huge potential. So definitely there is one part that we all should know what is there with us already on hand and how to utilize that and how to make best use of that, so that we are able to, once this comes, like what she also told, at present we don't have the challenge as it is. Okay, we do not know, probably when we say at present, probably next 6 months or 1 year probably. But this is definitely going to come as a challenge in a big way. Okay, we all know that 30, 40 years since the IT has come, ERPs has come, it has always been the challenge at that point of time. It poses a big challenge. Okay, people have adapted to ERP. There are people who are resenting of or not accepting the ERP, and could not take it forward. So this is definitely a reality we are going to face. So for facing that reality, probably the step which we can take now is that, of course, we have to learn all these things, whatever is happening, so that we are prepared, and what is the potential which at present we are having, and how we can, once this comes, we will be able to better prepare. Just like how from a manual we cannot go into to AI probably. We know what is there in the ERP. Okay, so and that is helping us. So then there is a lot of potential. And other things for typical manufacturing organizations, whatever we learned is a traditional thing that how we as a teamwork we do. Because increasingly I see that there are a lot of operations, because the operations or the turnover of the Indian entities is going in a very rapid way. We all know how the GDP is growing, and almost all the organizations are performing to a great extent. So with this, a lot of workload is happening. So each one of us are more or less bogged down by our own what is responsible. Okay, day in out, there are a lot. So we find it difficult to explore other areas, but that is very necessary that we understand how the organizations functions as a, it's like a wheel. Okay, we cannot be restricted to our thing unless we understand what the whole organizations, how each person is interdependent, how we are dependent upon the suppliers, how we are dependent upon the investors, how we are dependent upon the employees. All are interdependent. So how we understand those things and how we operate, that's what would be the key takeaway I would suggest for the next generation of people who are facing this challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, Ramprasad.
Okay, being an American MNC, we are heavily loaded on Google. We have launched Google in our thing. So I can give you some insights about how we are leveraging AI. So being an internal audit, you will all be aware about the Sarbanes-Oxley SOX part, which is your risk and compliance checklist. We have developed a small bot in which we can put the entire RACM in it, and when you look at, they have multiple departments, each one of them are into different zones of their evolution. Some of them are just new. They may not know the rules of the game, So these bots are helping in terms of any query. It's like typing on your Google. So you put in this particular MIS into it, and then you ask a question like, in how many times in a year I should do a physical verification. It checks the inputs which has been already provided, and it's just turning out the results. And other areas is notebook LLM is something whoever has got Google can try it. It's also a very effective tool wherein you put the data inside, and then based on that, the basic thing is then if you just use the notebook LLMs, it just gives you information about, it depends on how good you are into writing a prompt. But I think some of you must have already tried, or if you have not tried it, you can also use the Google Gem. Gem is a person who you can define, mentioning what type of expertise you expect from that particular person, and you mention every aspects of it, and also provide some policies, procedures into it. Then it takes everything in it, and it's like a knowledgeable person. You are outsourcing the entire knowledge part to that particular person. Then with the gem, when you ask for it, it provides you with some support. Let me explain. I'm actually also an fraud investigator for my organization. So at times when there is a financial fraud related investigation that needs to happen, we get a lot of data, information about the particular thing which we have to, that particular complaint which has to be reviewed. So recent times I have leveraged it. We have put in all the informations. It is amazing. Believe me, if you have to try it, please try it. Reason being, in a traditional way of working, it would easily take you 2 whole days of unwavered attention for detail to go through the entire information, and then to decipher what this information is coming out When how do we summarize it? So in our investigations, when we obtain information responses from different people, we put into these kinds of, the tools which are available. And if you know the right prompt, the right questions to be asked, and the narrative to be bring in, when you put that prompt in a proper manner, I'm actually feeling so happy to say it. In the past, what would have taken me a week's time to go through it, sometimes you miss a key link. After your report is submitted, then you think, oh, this gentleman mentioned it, we did not put that in, which is actually changing the entire narrative. System does a good job. But then, this is technology. The watch out here is, whatever you put in, it's going to give you the results. How you're managing it is what I think even now the humans are required for. So this particular one which we have, which I have gone through it, I'm just mentioning it. Everyone can try these tools which are available. It takes about 1 or 2 days to learn it, but enormous potential. We are making the mission more knowledgeable, but we should not outsource the thinking part. Maybe the laborious data crunching and accuracy can be with the AI, but if we outsource the brain part, the important part, then it's a risk. It's a risk. In a later discussion, I'll just elaborate on that. But otherwise, for a starter, it takes care of 100% of what is required without any bias. It throws out the results. How do we use it is going to be the challenge, which as humanity we should try to learn how to use them. That is my statement here.
Thank you, Ram Prasad. That was insightful. Another softer part of this whole, topic is I think various speakers spoke about the culture and the trust. So are culture and trust merely leadership narratives, or are they really drivers of resilience, governance, and long-term value creation, especially in the current world where there's a lot of macro geopolitical trust deficit? How does it reflect upon within organizations? What do you give very, the thought about the culture of the organizations, and, we are talking about trust building within the organization. Though these two are very important from an organization standpoint, you need to trust each other, you need to make sure that there is a, whole lot of weightage given to this culture and the trust. With this whole scenario, the dynamic world that we live in, does it still hold the same importance? And if so, what organizations are doing about it?
The culture is developed, been in the Renault and this organization is a very old organization. They have their own culture been developed long back. But with the new management styles, the culture, slowly changes, depending on who is on the top. But I always believe that, a leadership is based on the trust. But how do you build a trust? The trust is built, for me as a CFO, we build with open discussions, with again data. Data may be the past. It cannot be, future data which we can create a trust. And with the long open conversations, we build the trust on, with each other. And the culture is very important in that case. How do people being accepted? Being in an organization where it is all French, I'm the only one Indian, sometimes in an organization where we're all being led by French team. And I think that I'm the first CFO to be appointed as an Indian CFO for Renault Nissan, and earlier everybody was a French. It was difficult for me to enter into the trust of the French person because the culture is different. So we really need to adapt to the culture where the culture of the organization. We might be an Indian, but I've been working for French and Japanese for quite a long time now. So the trust we really need to build in their own way of culture. And I had a very tough time with Japanese because the Japanese doesn't accept a woman leader. So that's another culture I have been through. And for the French, it is entirely different. They accept a woman leader and, go ahead. So culture gives an important where you grow. And I am also on the verge of saying that the trust is built on the basis of the culture. And again, I always go with an open mind set and also based on the data. I've been very transparent with the data. I'll be very transparent with the reports which we have, and we will give everything what the corporate asks for. So that's how I build the trust. And
Thank you. Of course, this culture and trust, it is not restricted to just being part of, generally, most of the organizations, either in-house or external, we undergo various sessions, programs, starting from 3 months, 6 months, or even 1 year, 3 years sort of thing. So companies are increasingly focused on this culture and trust because the whole ecosystem has understood that it's not only about the numbers and how we are going to fare. It's all going to be carried by the culture and the trust, because business, definitely we have almost all the business, okay, there will be definitely ups and downs. We have faced serious ups and downs. All the organizations goes through the ups and downs. But what happens is that the culture and the trust, once that is a foundation is established, and of course it's not about just establishing, it has to be maintained, it has to be carried through generations and generation of these things, because this is something not cannot be quantified and cannot be made as a rule book to do certain things in a certain way. It's about how we understand and how we conduct the business. So increasingly the companies are more and more focusing on this part, and which is going to yield a long-term sustained results for the company, and not only for the company, for all the people. Okay, increasingly employees are looking at how they could enhance their career, how in a long term it is going to help their company on how they are going to build their future. Similarly, all the people, like for example, suppliers, customers, and I think customers, like we all know that whatever happened in the past, say 25 years, still it will go on in their mind, whether it's good or bad. Okay, definitely the culture and trust is a long term. Okay, and it is not built over a short-term period, and it's not about a set of people. It has to be carried on, it has to be sustained, and it has to be very, very, very focused. Okay, like the many organizations where they're due to business ups and downs, they will have difficulty in paying to the employees. They will be paying the delay in the suppliers and I think. But it's all about how we communicate to all the stakeholders of how we look forward, and what is the trust which has developed. That has to be communicated, and it's not about communicating by the senior leaders alone. That has to be communicated, and that has to be understood at all the people, not only the employees of the company. Increasingly, we all manufacturing companies, heavily we are dependent upon the contract workforce and external people. So all the people have to carry that trust. Okay, we have seen many organizations where, like I've been with some of the organizations where the suppliers tell, okay, yes, the company had the tough time in so and so period, but we know about the company, and we know that our money is with the company. It is getting paid late. It is not going to go away. Okay, so that much of trust, and one supplier communicates to the other supplier, or it could be the other way also. There could be some notions getting built up if there is a bad experience. Some people are so okay, you joined this company, better you should have checked with me. It's not a good thing to be in that company. The people lost jobs, people did not get increments, promotions. a lot of things are biased. So all those things can be sustained with challenging times. It can always be sustained provided we have this culture and trust inbuilt into the system. That's the core what I have experienced. Thank you.
Okay, let me mention about culture. It's a very important factor, like for us, which I'm coming from an American organization, right? So what happens is it's also branding how you are positioning yourself in the industry. So one of the major things which comes up for MNCs is that how we run the business. So anti-bribery is one of the key things here. We ensure that none of our executives, like the organization doesn't give objective that at any cost you have to do this number. That kind of a narrative is never given. You have to do the business in an ethical manner. That's a very prime. You may miss out on a number in a certain quarters, but if you lose your brand, your image, then your whole business in that country can get impacted. So being auditors, what we usually do is like very simple things. In a contract with the enter, we just see if those key, terms are clearly called out on anti-bribery. And if you go to a office, say a warehousing location, we see for the posh related communication is there. The culture is, it is not doing business at any cost. It is doing business in an ethical manner without flouting any of the rules. This kind of a thing, when it comes from the leadership team to the employees, first it assures them, gives them that assurance that we are not doing anything wrong. If we falter on the number, still it's okay. But we should ensure, because it's the sustainable, like how Mr. Narasimha also mentioned, you are doing a business which has to be sustainable for decades to come. So if a wrong culture gets into it, then you understand, it will be then few years, then you may lose the entire business. So these two aspects are very, very important, I would say, for running a long and a very sustainable business, especially giving that, good night's sleep to the employees. I had worked in Indian organizations before, and when I'm not to name why and what kind of things they ask us to do, sometimes people are asked to do some things, right? But during that time, you feel really afraid internally if there isn't conflict. What I am as a person and what the organization is asking me to be. So that kind of a conflict should not be there in a person's mind. So it's very, very important, I would say, to have a very good culture when it comes to the way organizations are managed and governed.
Thank you, Sheila Narasimhan and Ram Prasad, for providing the insightful thoughts on various topics that we discussed, from numbers to narratives. We touched upon governance, we talked about culture, we talked about trust, we talked about future skilling, and it's probably, it helped participants to kind of understand some of the changes that we need to adapt. Carry along, and in this dynamic VUCA world, we are on top of the hour. So maybe, sir, could you please summarize, and you have some questions? Yeah, okay, we have some questions here. It was Ram Prasad, right? So, based on your whistleblower investigation experience, what are the key lessons for strengthening ethical culture, preventive controls, and leadership accountability? A good question. Thank you. Ram Prasad, please take.
So, investigations are an activity if it is just done as an investigation. But you have to take the lessons out of it. What is going wrong needs to be clearly understood. This happens. Like what happens is after an investigation is complete, we have a global ethics and compliance team to whom we report to, we explain our observations, and the decisions being taken are a leadership call on the wrongdoer, how they have to be dealt with. But the learnings are now solidified. We know where things are going wrong. So then what we do is we take it up as in our next audit checklist. If there are some understanding gaps, people are missing out, those things we have some sessions arranged, we roll out learning sessions across, not mentioning what went wrong, but by mentioning that these kinds of things can go wrong, and what are the steps which we have to be putting in forth to avoid, to prevent such control lapses is something which we always do. We have all these things are good. I will be very fortunate because I am in industry. I know what can go wrong. It helps in the next audits that we perform. Also, it gives us that connect to the larger audience to mention, okay, hey, in a plant, if these issues are happening, and you should have this kinds of control. The person who's ordering the material should not be the one who's taking the receipt also. Something of that kind, we understand, okay, there can be an excess with the person ordering with a vendor. So then that learning, what we do is we ensure we put proper controls in place so that for future we can avoid any of such things there.
Thank you. So what you essentially said is all that investigative outcomes will flow back into your policies, procedures, preventive controls and things like that, right? Thank you. So Sheila, probably you can take this question on how can organizations balance data-driven decision making with human judgment, ethics and accountability.
As Ram Prasad beginning said in his keynote, saying that the numbers itself doesn't speak. We also have experience, as we've been in the organization and we know the organization structure and all. Data alone, we don't take a decision. We go through, through the background, the risk, or whatever the activities that is happening at that point of time is one of the key elements to take a decision. And I always believe that, one more thing I just wanted to tell and always in the belief that whatever the decisions somebody has taken in the past cannot be blamed at this point of time. I always tell my team that at that point, at that leader, that movement, what was the circumstances he was going through, what is the visibility he had it at that point of time to take the decision will be different at this point of time. So the data alone will not be speaking. There will be circumstances, there will be certain leads that is coming at that point of time will enter into a decision making. It is not the data alone.
Thank you, Sheila. The next question is on how can finance, internal audit and governance leaders work together to move from reporting past performance to shaping future strategy? Would you? Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a quick story and then I'll mention about it. Much interesting here. Have you heard about this particular management lesson or story about my car hates vanilla ice cream? Have you heard it? Some of you yes. So for others who have not, in General Motors, there was a complaint from some person saying that their car hates vanilla ice cream. So they saw it's a prank complaint and then they shug it out. But again, for the second time, that same complaint came through and then the president saw something must be there. First, he sent a person in to see what the issue is. He came back, he worked with that particular customer. He went to the ice cream parlor. Day 1, vanilla ice cream. He comes back, car stops. Day 2, strawberry, car is working. Day 3, chocolate, it is working. So he comes back and then he says, sir, I have checked the data. He's right. So this person should stop buying vanilla ice creams. So he's an engineer he went up in the ranks. So he said, how can ice cream and car can have it? So he sent one of the most knowledgeable engineer across to see it. So this gentleman worked along and then instead of seeing the issue in the car, he went to this particular ice cream store. Vanilla ice creams being very highly moving flavor, they were kept just in the entrance of the shop while strawberry and the chocolates were kept inside. So in the past, in the 70s, vehicles have a vapor lock kind of a thing. If you switch off, immediately if you switch on, the system won't start. It required that few seconds to leave the vehicle to cool and then to start it. That is a vapor lock. So this person came back and he said, what was the actual issue. It's a vapor lock issue. We have to fix it. So if we have a problem, right? We have a data, we have problems which has been identified. If we start looking under the bonnet, we may not get the answer. You may have to see the situation. Situation is how the layout of the ice cream parlor is. That gave the reason, and not because here the data says this particular car hates vanilla ice cream. So we cannot have such a thing. The governance will have to have the information about what went wrong, but future strategies have to be thought through, and we have to get into a decision which will be long lasting. And General Motors is doing a good company. That will be my answer.
Thank you, Ram Prasad. For all the internal auditors, root causing is very essential, not the observations. We just write the observations and come out. A lot of time the root cause lies somewhere else, and we don't get into those root causes and identify the real problem. And many of these keeps reoccurring in the next year. So you don't know why the car stopped. Is it vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream? So next question and the last question that we'll take, probably Narasimhan, this could be something that you can respond to. In a family-based organization, how does the ethical standards be set as business becomes a personal feeling and not just an organization and SOPs? This may or may not be true, but then there is some weightage to it. While promoter-led, family-led business, more it's sentimental on how the promoter feels that the organization runs the similar way, right? So that's where the question about personal feeling comes into picture. And how do you balance in such organizations ethics, compliance, all these aspects which you spoke about right now? How do we manage it in a in this kind of environment?
I would believe that one of the strongest point which in business is having is family-based organizations. We all know that each of the organizations started off in a small way, in a family, and then it has grown to a large extent. So therefore, that becomes our foundation thing. Along with that, when an organization evolves from a small organizations which is managed by a close set of family members to a large institutions, also what increasingly the promoters or the family are looking at how their ethical standards or how their culture and how their trust, what they carry, how these things could be translated. And that is what they're increasingly looking at, how these things could be translated to day-to-day implementation. Because they know that when an organization grows, each one of the professionals, whomever are hired, they are all looking at how they are going to meet their targets. Okay, and whenever we say the targets, generally we all know that ultimately it's economic or the financial targets with which each one is carrying. So they are increasingly looking at how, along with the targets, because they know well that from the time they started or from the early generations they would have carried on. All these things has been built with their name, their family name, their predecessor, it's a fourth generation, fifth generation sort of thing. So they know that this business has been successful. It has come to this stage, okay, for 100 years, 150 years, 200 years sort of thing. It all because how these things has been followed. At the same time, when they are handing it over to the expanded professionals, how these things could be translated. That's how we have seen a lot of things are consistently being followed, and every whether it's a SOP or whether it's a practice or whether like Ms. Ramprasad told, how the standards are set. Yes, definitely all of us are looking at how we are going to increasingly improve our revenue now or next 5 years, how the profitability is going to be. Along with that, how this is going to be achieved. And that is what the focus is on, because that is how they all know that in the long term, that is going to sustain and that is going to yield a better value than the short-term achievements. And then definitely a lot of programs, a lot of inculcation, generation with generation, how each and every activity, okay, like what you also see from the numbers to narrative, increasingly the same financial statements, typically the profit and loss account. Okay, I have seen how the same profit and loss account is translated to a management and understanding of each and everything. For example, we all know that, okay, there is a quality parameter set and somebody is looking at how the quality is, has performed in the last month sort of thing. At the same time, they are looking at, okay, if the last month quality has degraded or some customer feedback has come, okay, how this is going to impact the P&L account, whether way of additional warranty costs are we going to do now or are we going to incur it in future? Okay, they're trying to translate the non-quantifiable things to quantifiable things. I believe that there is like sort of ISO sort of things. There are ways in which it can be done. Similarly, whether it's a quality, customer feedback, or even the retention. Okay, employees retention ratio. Okay, we all know that employees retention ratio is being closely tracked and it is monitored, reported by the HR department. Okay. However, they try to translate that in case if this happens, what is going to be the impact in the current year's financials, what is going to be impact in the next year. Okay, so connecting these two things is what the people are doing, and that's how I believe that whether it's ethical standards or
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful session there. Very deep insights. May I request Mr. Ramesh Babu, our committee member, and Mr. Vidyadharan, former president, National IAA, to join Group Captain Vijay Kumar and Ms. Deepika on the stage to honor the dignitaries, please. Parol. Thank you, Mr. Girdhar, for wonderfully moderating the session. Very interesting topic, numbers to narrative. I think we got different perspectives from each of you. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. That's lovely. Good. As they take the group picture, the good news is that the lunch is served and we are going to be back here in about 40 minutes time from now. Like Group Captain mentioned in the morning, a chef has worked out a very good menu for all of us here because you've taken off from the weekend and being here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to our seats at about 1:40 or so that we can start the next session on time at 1:45. And you will all agree with me, it's a very, very interesting session. Going to be on building resilient enterprises in a volatile world. Have and enjoy your lunch and get back at 1:40, please. Thank you. And all those who are watching us online also, please take your break and lunch served by MMA today. So we have some more people walking in, but then I think we should start on time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this special session, special technical session, building resilient enterprises in a volatile world, integrating geopolitical risk, agility, and strategic foresight. I think there's quite a lot that needs to be covered in the next 1 hour or so. And to do that, we have a special speaker this afternoon. All those in this hall who are internal auditors, chartered accountants, CS students will definitely recognize him. And this is CA Mr. Pattabhiram of Partner Yoganand and Ram LLP, author, teacher, so many things rolled into one, keynote speaker. And more CS students will know him as someone from Prime Academy, founder of Prime Academy. May I now invite Mr. Pattabhiram along with Ms. Deepika, President IA, to take their place on the dais, please. So please. So as we said, we have a very, very interesting topic here, building resilient enterprises in a volatile world. That's the topic that they are going to discuss. And I'm sure Mr. Patabi is going to have a wonderful presentation for all of us here. May I have the AV of Mr. Patabiram, because we've already seen the AV of Ms. Deepika in the morning. Yeah.
C. Pattabhiram, partner at Yoganand LLP, is a chartered accountant, author, teacher, and public speaker specializing in mentorship, growth, and valuation. CA Pattabhiram has taught over 76,000 CA students and addressed conferences in India and abroad. A prolific writer, CA Pattabhiram received Rotary International's Lifetime Achievement Award in 2024 for his contributions to accounting, education, literature, and public speaking.
Thank you, Patabiram sir, for being here this afternoon, despite your busy schedule. Ms. Deepika will be moderating the session. May I request her to take the session forward, please.
Hello all. It's a very interesting session where the topic is very, very relevant in today's context. Though today's afternoon session topic is geopolitical risk and resilient enterprise, across all the sessions we have navigated this topic because it is a need of the hour. Every organization is passing through that phase where we need to redesign ourselves, redesign our thinking, redesign the way we are working. So I just hand over the session to Sir Patabi sir for his insights. Looking forward, sir.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. Able to hear the far end? I think the internal audit profession is too important a profession to be left in the hands of internal auditors alone. And that is possibly one reason, one qualification as to why I'm here with you this afternoon. Long years ago, when I started my public speaking, many, many years ago, I used to have a problem with the organizers. The organizers would almost always slot me in the first session after lunch. And I was young, I was very keen to speak, and I was very passionate about what I was doing. I used to literally sit in one corner and cry. Oh, how am I going to hold this audience? I think life has turned one full circle. Venkat has made sure that I handle an afternoon session. But now I don't sit in a corner and cry because somewhere in the course of the speaking career, somewhere I read, and therefore I would tell the organizers, please switch off the lights. When they switch off the lights, neither the audience nor the speaker is embarrassed, because both can do what they like. Okay, that was in jest. I want you to look at this company. This is a company whose factory is in India. This is a company whose employees are from India and they all work in India. This is a company whose customers are Indian customers, no foreign customers. This is a company whose revenue, the top line, comes in INR. No dollar, no nothing. It's headquartered in India, registered with the Ministry of Company Affairs as another wonderful with-profit company. I think all of us would naturally call this an Indian company. I'm not even talking about the transnational company where you have headquarters in one country, factory in a second country, marketing taking place in a third country, R&D happening in a fourth country, operations in a fifth country. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a company which does everything in India. And you would naturally like to call that an Indian company. But look at what you see on the right side. This is a company whose most important raw material comes from Taiwan. It's a company where the key software is designed and developed in a country that comes out of Europe. The entire IT infrastructure is dependent on that. Its cloud infrastructure is done by a firm that sits in the United States of America. And these materials come, the materials that we talked about in Taiwan, the critical raw material comes via the Red Sea. Now, obviously, while this might be an Indian company in the traditional sense of the term, but it's got catches here, there, and everywhere. Something that goes wrong somewhere in the world, because there is a Donald H. Trump who says something, or there is a Taiwanese prime minister who says a different thing, or there is that European country where the software drops down for some great odd reason, your entire business is affected. And whether you like it or not, you should know it better than I, because I hardly do audits these days. You should know better than I that these are companies that are deeply interconnected. They are connected with different entities that are located in different parts of the world, as the right side of the pic shows. The good news or the bad news is that these companies are all deeply efficient. They are extremely efficient. And a little while from now, I'll talk about that efficiency and try to tell you how efficiency is no longer the key word in businesses, and how therefore the audit profession, including the internal audit profession, or more particularly the internal audit profession, needs to gear for something which is not about efficiency. While they've all historically been deeply efficient, in recent times, given geopolitics, given how there is protectionism in the world. When I was in school, we used to read about America's Monroe Doctrine, where America said, nobody can import, we will not import from anybody, we will not export to anybody. It was called the Monroe Doctrine. And then the world, over a period of time, liberalized, opened up, and today it looks like everybody is closing down. I think the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also made that point the other day when she talked about how protectionism is increasingly happening. What I'm trying to drive home, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is that the whole situation has become deeply fragile. It's become as fragile as that glass tumbler there. Anybody wants to pick the tumbler and drop it on the floor? Why don't you drop it? Nothing will happen. I'll talk to Venkat. I'll talk to Vijay Kumar sir also. Nothing will happen. Just drop and try. Okay, if you drop, it will break. For sure. And therefore, many of these companies are breaking. This is the scenario today. This is one reason why companies that have stood the test of time, companies that have qualified themselves from being good companies to great companies, they're all falling down. They're falling down because while they are deeply efficient, they're also increasingly fragile because they are interconnected with other countries in the world over whom they have pretty little control. So I then move on to try tell you that how the whole scenario has changed. There was once this world of efficiency. Management principles have almost always talked about efficiency. Right from the time that gentleman who spoke about division of labor, the man who practiced that in the US automobile industry, Henry Ford. From that time, people have talked about efficiency. I also worked in a company for a few years. I worked in a Chennai-based company in its management accounting function. And that time, the buzzword was total quality management. I still remember the head of finance calling for a meeting and asking us as to whom does quality apply. And almost all of us, including me, very powerfully said quality applies to the factory. And he then walked us through why quality does not apply only to the factory. It also applies to the accounting and finance function. So that was a period of TQM. Then something called BPR came, business process re-engineering. Everybody and his uncle spoke about the importance of efficiency. Everybody said we must remove redundancy. Why should we use multiple material? Let's use one material. Every organization talked about centralized procurement. I guess even today, many of them do, saying that if we centralize procurement, we'll have the advantage of volume, we'll be able to get more discount. So that was the underlying idea. And the whole idea was that ultimately they'll optimize working capital, especially if you're a manufacturing company. So the name of the game was about efficiency. So if something looked extra, if something appeared more than what is available, the idea was remove it. I today work in the world of writing. So in the world of writing, people say, if something can be written in 650 words, there is no need to write 700. Which means that people say, anything that is extra is redundant, anything that is redundant should be discarded. I'm now going to differ from that. I'm now going to tell you that having more raw material, having extra, in my language, extra words, non-centralizing of procurement, and not necessarily optimizing working capital. You don't have to walk on that thin ice. You don't have to walk on that thin razor. Is actually important because what once upon a time looked like efficiency was actually building resilience. When you had that extra vendor with you, with whom you hardly did business, when you had that another raw material that you can zero in on, when you said, okay, we don't have to necessarily go via the Red Sea, we'll go via some other route also that is available. So I decide I don't necessarily travel from where I live to another place by, let us say, the Pundamali High Road. I would like to also travel or try the outer ring road. These are all building resilience. These are all building myself for a situation where something that goes wrong, I can take an alternative. Another key thing, having a secondary data center. She comes from the IT industry. She would possibly tell you why it is so important that the data center should be in one place, how it is so very important that everything is protected, etc., etc. I'm trying to now tell you that a secondary data center holding on is also important. What I'm basically trying to drive home to all of you is not another audit framework. Because like I said, I don't come from the internal audit profession, at least at this particular point in time. So it will be presumptive of me to go tell you this is the framework that you should adopt. This is a checklist that you adopt. I know I see a lot of young people here who might be looking for checklists and frameworks. But I actually want to pitch this a little higher to tell you how businesses are actually changing and therefore how our profession of internal audit is also changing. If there is some part of this that goes over your head, if there is some part of this which you're not able to relate to at this particular point in time, don't worry. If you can pick just one idea across the 45 minutes that I speak, and if there is two ideas that resonate with you 1 year later, it strikes you, there was somebody who on an afternoon session put us to sleep, but in our dream we heard what he spoke, then I think you would have spent your day here. Very, very important. This is a strategic shift that is taking place, in my opinion. In my opinion, please don't audit for efficiency. Auditing for efficiency is fine. Now, please audit for resilience. Don't try find out whether this company is efficient. Please find out whether this company is resilient, which means, in case I did not explain what resilience is, it means that if a crisis happens, if a black swan event happens, if a COVID type of catastrophe happens, if a war like what Donald Trump has engineered to the world happens, and your business is disrupted, how quickly can you come back? That is the central theme of the argument that we need to take because one disruption can destroy a company completely. I now move on. This is broadly something that I've explained, but I thought I'll quickly summarize what I said. And I summarize with that slide where I say the move is from efficiency to resilience. Resilience obviously means continuity in the end. So earlier we all talked about lean management, lean inventory. Now when you audit, ask people whether you have fallback inventory to fall back upon if the vendor is not going to supply. And I'll talk to you about this vendor story a little while later when I speak about supply chain. I'll speak actually about three things. One is supply chain. Two is cyber risk, supply chain risk, cyber risk. And I'll talk to you about that one thing that's captured the imagination of all of you today. What is that one thing that's captured the imagination of everybody? AI. The crude word for AI in the lexicon of most of us is ChatGPT. I'm not going to talk about ChatGPT, but I'm going to try to tell you how AI is now engineering the kind of risk over which we'll all have to be very, very careful about. So from being an efficient organization, you have to be an adaptive organization. From saying, hey, everything is optimized, working capital ratio should only be X, not more. We have to be ready for flexibility because we just don't know when things in the world are going to change. And I now think, once upon a time we used to joke when the Japanese came out with just in time. And I remember I also used to tell in the cost accounting class that I used to teach that while there is this principle called just in time, we in India buy or procure material just in case you want. Like, I don't know whether I can take the liberty of saying this, but when you go to the shop, you want to buy a dress. How many dresses do you buy? Anybody can answer. Who is that one? Oh, that's from my generation, so it's one only. Yeah? One, my generation. Yaar brother. Who is that? As much as the offer is there, I would invite you to read one article that I wrote in a magazine recently, which talks about why offers are not actually offers. Anyway, that's a different story. Anybody else? Any of the young ladies? Only one extra. Minimum one extra. So how many more extras? And why do you buy? Just in case. Just in case you need. That's actually a good idea. Rather than say, no, I'll buy 2 days before my wedding anniversary and then the rain pours. Or she may not know, the husbands would know if they decide to buy just 2 days before the anniversary and the rain pours. They could be in trouble. So from just in time, just in case, which looked funny earlier, is now the order of the day. So continuation or being constantly on the move has entered strategy. I think boardrooms increasingly should discuss. I'm sure they must be discussing. They're all wise men and women who sit on India boards. Instead of discussing about efficiency, I think they should also discuss part of their time on resilience. And all of you people who are into audit committees, who make presentations in audit boards, people like DPR should actually be telling companies that all this is efficient, but if this happens, if this catastrophe happens, what is it that you must do? Okay? Let me move on. This is what could happen. And this is actually, what should I say? This is not an imaginary situation. This has happened. Okay? Let us say there was a halt in the Red Sea, as disruptions have taken place because some one odd event happened. The freight therefore naturally spikes up. The freight therefore naturally goes up. The material that you are supposed to receive gets received late, which means that there is a pressure on inventory, which means that there is a cash flow disruption, which means that your working capital is impacted, and the whole cycle gets affected. Insurance cost, insurance needs to be taken. Yes, insurance needs to be taken. So what I'm trying to drive at is that we need to have alternatives. That may be the best route to take. but you must have alternatives in terms of if something goes wrong there, what should I do elsewhere? And when you audit, while the companies will swear by one route, one efficiency, and they look upon people like you and I from the accounting profession as bean counters, it is important for us to go tell them, hey, look, this alternative needs to be kept. Why should this alternative be kept? I'll tell you that as well. Today, the risks are absolutely interconnected. It's like the COVID that caught fire. One guy in the family got, next one got, next one got, next one got. So, geopolitics, which is basically, I would call, I don't know what the textbook guys call it, I would call politics in different geographies. There are reasons why people in countries act the way that they act. I'll give you an example. It was, of course, today the communists don't rule any state. When they used to rule the state of West Bengal, for example, they would make observations which are one, but their actual action was completely different. And there was this very powerful statement that somebody made that when it comes to the communists, don't look at what they say, look at what they do. And that's true in politics, that's true across geographies. So geopolitics drives. And for example, energy prices go up. Why should I say for example? Energy prices have gone up. They go up. When energy prices go up, you and I face retail inflation in a big way. Companies also face inflation. And when inflation happens, to contain that, interest rates are jacked up. The Reserve Bank of India steps in. They jack up the interest rate. This creates demand pressure. There is a liquidity stress. And when there is a crisis, people might try to cut the odd corner. So all these risks, in my opinion, today are interconnected. Once upon a time, you and I could audit each risk independently. Today, while you might still continue to audit each risk independently, it's also important to see what is the connection amongst them. Okay? This is another example, so I'll skip that. This is another example. Red Sea was an example. The semiconductor shock was another example. Okay? Now, let us look at the supply chain risk. I said I'll talk to you about 3 risks, the supply chain risk. When it comes to supply chain, skip that, don't, just keep that and leave that, okay? What is important for all of us to understand, appreciate and realize is that every organization says that for a purchase, I've got multiple vendors, okay? I'm sure you also try to check out whether there are multiple vendors. If you have done what I'm now going to say, then it is good. If you have not done what I'm now going to say, please do it. Okay? There are 3 vendors or 4 vendors there. It is very important to find out this vendor will procure from whom. The second vendor, the third vendor, the fourth vendor, is he going to supply by himself or is he going to procure from whom? During COVID time, almost many companies did not know who was the actual original vendor. So if for all that you know, vendor 2, 3, 4 is going to procure from vendor 1. If 2, 3, 4 are producers by themselves, it's fine. But if they are going to source their material from one, then you are sitting on a crisis. That's point number 1. Point number 2, which I think is far more important, is you have multiple vendors, good. But when did you last interact with that second vendor or third vendor? When did you buy material from him? How do you therefore know that if the first vendor plays the game and you choose to go to the second vendor, how do you know the second vendor is going to deliver and deliver well? So it's also, in my opinion, important that organizations, if they do it, it's good. It's important that organizations must, like you do surprise check in cash, organizations must surprise decide that I'm going to buy for some reason from the second vendor, although the second vendor cost-wise may not be as good as the first. Okay? So it's very important to understand whether there are concentration risks. When I say concentration risk, what I mean is how much of sourcing is done from one vendor whether subsequent vendors that you have on your pipeline are dependent on the first vendor. When I say have continuity assumptions being stress tested, what I mean is what I explained a little while ago. Have you tried the second vendor? Have you tried the third vendor for you to know that when a crisis comes, this will work? Okay? And you must also realize that in our hunt or in our chase for efficiency here would mean doing things only for the first vendor. Are we weakening resilience? Are we weakening a crisis? In the world in which I currently live or reside, like in the world of writing, if you were running, let us say, a magazine, or if you're running a newspaper, I know that doesn't connect 100% with you, but I think the example is simple. If you have one writer writing for you, and you don't have a backup set of people who would write in his place, then you are running a risk in case that principal writer decides not to write for a particular week. What I also try to hint at is that when he decides not to write, you cannot go to the second guy. You should, even while he is there, stress test by seeing whether the second writer can write. This is true in HR. This is true everywhere. It is also therefore true in the world of supply chain. Okay? I'm very conscious that I'm going to talk about cybersecurity at a time when she is sitting there. But that's fine. The job of a chairman, I've always believed, is to protect the speaker. So I'll take the risk and speak about it. Cyber risk is no longer merely an IT issue. Cyber risk today, in my opinion, and I could be hopelessly wrong, is a reputational issue. Okay? Is a reputational issue. One ransomware, one place can disrupt. And not only that, it is not just important that you have checks and balance in your organization. You also have to check for the vulnerabilities that are there in external organizations with which you interact, because increasingly the weakest point may not necessarily be in your organization itself. Okay? When it comes to audit, I think the earlier question, at least in my earlier days of practice, people used to say, are controls in existence? It was also in audit. It was increasingly in cyber. Today, I think that more than saying, do controls exist? And I'm sure many of the people here will be practicing it. What is far more important is, can we detect? Can we respond? And can we detect before the event happens? Can we respond as quickly as the event happens? And can we recover fast enough? Which would also mean, are we open to escalating this information to people who matter? Because whether you like it or not, and I can tell with personal experience and conviction that people who run organizations, and I have run organizations, people who run organizations intuitively or as a first defense mechanism don't want to hear the bad news. They want to hear the good news. But you would do your job well only if and only if you escalate the bad news first. It is always good to know the bad news firsthand from your auditor, always good to know bad news firsthand from your organization, then to get the bad news from elsewhere. I'll give you an example. Don't misunderstand my example. If somebody in your house, your son, your daughter, your nephew, or your niece decides to get married and gets married, okay, and you get to know from a third party, how would you feel? As opposed to they deciding to get married, not letting you know and still getting married, but then come to you first and say, I got married. Now that's, in my opinion, I know this example is not the best one, that in my opinion is much, much better. So in other words, where there is a crisis, people in the profession of internal audit will have to sound it out to the man or the men who count. Because between the men who count and you, there is a thick layer of people. And some of these thick layers of people might actually stop information from going forward. I move to the third and last one. I do not know whether you have watched this. Who is the hottest cricketer today? Suryavanshi. Have you heard some of the interviews that he has given? Have you heard the interview where he talks about Virat Kohli? What did he speak? What did he speak about Kohli? That is the good part of it. The other interviews. There is an interview where somebody asked Suryavanshi, who is your role model? He named somebody, and then they ask him, what about Virat Kohli? And he says, if a man took 18 attempts or 17 attempts to win the IPL trophy, then he can't be my model. Or there was a related question, I think. Instead of Rajasthan Royals, where would you like to work? Where will you like to play? I'll play any team, but I won't play in Virat's team because that's a team that took so many matches. Some crap. That interview is obviously fake. That interview has made the rounds left, right, and center. That interview is obviously fake. And that's fake. You know that, at least with professional skepticism, because you have seen how this boy generally behaves and talks. What I'm now trying to tell you is that today, frauds are that much more easy. Deep fake scams are enormous. AI-based phishing is huge. And there is automated misinformation that is going around. And therefore, in the works that we do, we have to be extremely and totally careful. The challenges now are not the kind of challenges that were there when I came out of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The challenges now that are there are not even the kind of challenges that were there in the early 2000s. The challenges that are there now are more deep-rooted, more technology-driven, and they are more deep-rooted and more technology-driven. Okay? Like I was trying to hint at, I think you would pick up these clues as you see, let us say, recurring exceptions taking place in the organization, or organization giving recurring exceptions. There are repeated delays. There are workarounds that are becoming normal, and escalations to top bosses are slowing down. These are red flags, and you know enough of red flags from your internal audit. So your red flags now have to be modified to suit the evolving, changing world of AI. Okay? I would like to think that resilience is not just about avoiding all crises. I would like to think that resilience is about absorbing also about taking the shock and then adapting to it quickly. And most importantly, recovering. And this is the most important one, continue functioning under stress. I'll give you an example from the world of medicine. There are so many ailments that hit people. The fit guy is not the one who does not get any of those ailments. The fit guy or the smart guy is possibly one who gets this ailment or that ailment, but he does not allow that ailment to sabotage him. He quickly gets around it and works around it, which is what I'm trying to indicate here. A good organization is not an organization that does not face a fraud. A good organization is not an organization that does not face any crisis. It faces frauds, it faces crisis, but most importantly, it is able to come back, recover, and hit back on the zone. Okay? I'll just move on. This is what I already spoke to you about, so I'm going to skip. From a very, what should I say, operational perspective, we have in internal audit, the move is from compliance to organizational intelligence. All along, and I don't know, even recently, internal auditors talked about compliance. Is this right? Is that right? Is this process there? Is that process there? And are these processes working? The first important thing that I want all of us to understand is that that era is over. 2020 showed us that we can never take the world as being certain. We have to build an evaluation for resilience. I might be repeating, but I think repetition pushes home the point better. Okay? We have to have early warning insights in terms of how things are going wrong. And most importantly, we must have an evaluation which tells us that if things go wrong, how do I come back? I'm going to close out, and as I try to close out, I will put across 5 questions. These are the 5 questions that need answers. And I'm not going to provide those answers. I'm going to put them up to you. Where, in which areas are we dangerously dependent? Could be raw material, could be manpower, like how the airline industry is, okay? Could be raw material, could be manpower, could be energy, different companies different. So it's important to know where are we dangerously dependent and how do we build resilience for it. It's also important to know what are the risks that are interconnected. I showed you a picture where I talked about interconnection, energy prices, inflation, interest rates, etc. So you'll have to look at interconnection. Third one is very important. I did spend a bit of time on that. How quickly does bad news travel upwards? It's very, very, very important that bad news should travel upwards very, very quickly. My view is, if I were today the CEO of an organization and I engaged an internal audit guy, I would like him to talk testing whether compliance is working, but I would more importantly try to test what will happen if some of the foundational parameters by which the organization stands, if they get chopped, how do I come back? How do I get back on my feet? And I don't want to know what is the probability of that happening. I am very clear that that would happen if a COVID can happen. If something that can put how many million population in the world? Billion or? No. Population of the world. 826 crore. Or let's for this purpose say 800 crores. If one tiny, unseeable, God knows what was COVID, I don't know. I'll call it an insect now because I've forgotten the word. Virus. One unseen, invisible virus can send 800 crore people packing, sitting in their home for one full year. If that can happen, I think anything else can happen as well. I'm going to put out my final point. Volatility. Everybody ask any management expert, he'll talk about VUCA. The V in VUCA, volatility, is no longer an occasional disruption. Even if you've all along grown thinking it is an occasional disruption, please think that this is going to happen oftener. It is now in the environment itself. That virus is sitting in the environment itself. And let me really, really close by trying to tell you, to summarize the essence of what I had in mind. When I started preparing the script, this is what I had in mind. So I thought I should put this out to you. In stable times, efficiency creates value. You have to be efficient in order to generate value. In unstable times, in volatile times, and increasingly the world is volatile, it is resilience that will help you preserve that value. Otherwise, all the value that you have built is disrupted. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
was an excellent session, sir, and a very insightful session on how resilient organizations should be. And the primary shift, as you mentioned, in IT, we always look for redundancy. We generally don't buy one server. We say that we should buy 2 servers. But that is the norm for all areas of business now. In order to be resilient, in order to do business, we need to have that inventory or stock. We need to have that additional resources invested. We cannot be lean on our working capital. These were all very aptly put for today. A person who's running business would actually be very much benefited by all the inputs which you gave. So it's like almost like a consulting assignment. You have delivered the entire deliverable in quick 45 minutes. So that was a very, very...
I told you not to ask questions. While the lunch was on, I went to him. I first saw him. I told him, please don't ask questions. Therefore, he's now offering comments. No problem.
So yeah, I think number of questions also keep going on increasing.
Oh,
yeah, we'll go with the first question.
Can that be made bigger, because I can't here? Possible?
Yeah. In the meantime, I'll read it for you.
Okay.
In the fast-paced changing business environment, how the risk advisor and internal auditor can position themselves to provide assurance on all the evolving risks being considered during their engagement.
You start.
Okay, as a risk advisor, how I can position myself to provide assurance on all the evolving risks being considered during their engagement.
By positioning, whoever asked this question, by positioning, what are you saying? You are trying to say that, how do I get a mandate?
No, they're asking how I can ensure myself that the risk universe is complete.
Okay, all right.
Very difficult, no, sir. No, you have to answer, sir.
No, I have to answer. No. All right. Now, these are, who asked this question? Yeah. Now, this is actually a brilliant question. Okay. Now, I'll quickly tell you a story. I'm not buying time. I'll quickly tell you a story. I was supposed to go and teach at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. So before going to teach, I decided to meet the director, because in chartered accountancy, the subject that they wanted me to teach ran for 150 hours. They wanted me to teach in 30 hours. So I told them, how can I teach? Director said, who asked you to teach? I was surprised. He said, no, what I mean is that you tell them that next week we are going to handle this chapter. Let us say we are going to handle dividend. Tell them you read and come, and they will read and come. In the classroom, you ask them questions. If they ask questions, you answer doubts. I said, this is lovely. This has never happened in my CA. But I had a problem. So I told the director, what happens if I don't know the answer to a question? That guy got shocked. He said, no, the great references about you. How can you say that you don't know an answer? I said, see, your boys have all come from IIT. Many of them are from IIT. Before IIT, they wrote JEE. These are some of the sharpest brains in the country. And finance is not such a great thing. It is not. It is largely common sense. What happens if they ask and I don't know the answer? Then he said, if they ask you a question and you don't know an answer, tell them, this is a brilliant question. Okay? No, I'm not completed. He said, this is a brilliant question. Then do, and that I'm going to do now. Anybody in this audience can answer his question. And he said, 4 people will give their answer minimum, because you have now insulted their intelligence. And out of those 4 or 5 answers that come, you should know which is right. If you don't know that also, then there's a problem. So I'm now saying anybody who can answer. Yeah, I've already said, in the beginning itself I said it's a brilliant question. It's a brilliant question, can anybody answer? Seriously, you're all internal audit guys, no, you should answer. No, I want any answer. I want 3, 4 answers, I will decide which is good. Sorry? You're talking like a consultant, yeah. That answer I will also give. I didn't want that. That is why I said. Anybody? They can give a mic there. Nobody? All right. Let me put this across. I don't know whether my answer is 100% right. I would like to think that the first and foremost thing for the auditor to tell himself and to tell the organization is that I cannot create a universe of all possible risks. Okay? I can't create a universe of all possible risks. I, like you, can make a best judgment of these are the risks that are there. Okay? I can make just a indication of these are the possible risks, and against these risks, these are the occasions in which they will happen. Like she was telling, no, you have only one data center, good to have two, good to have three. They will tell you, there'll be one data center itself is expensive. Then you will have to possibly tell them that that is a trade-off between money and safety. Okay, so you will, in my opinion, you'll have to possibly make a list of possible things that can happen, and then under which circumstances those will happen, and to mitigate them, what I should do. But never ever try to sell the idea that this is the ultimate checklist. Okay, never ever try to sell the idea this is an ultimate checklist. Do a very honest job. And today, I don't know how many of you would like my saying that. Beside and aside of you putting out what is there, you will also use this. Okay? You'll also use this. But you know, by now all of us know, if you use this, and when I say use this, I mean generative AI. When you use this, you should also know whether what it is saying is right or not. You cannot just pick it up and post it there. You will have to, this is there to do the wide research for you. This is there to do the wide research for you. Like in your organization, you would have asked A, B, C, D people to help you out. Now you'll ask A, B, C, D and this fellow. And just like you will check whether those A, B, C, D guys were right, this one also you will check. And I have reasonably good experience with this equipment. I have got reasonably good experience with this, not in internal audit because I don't do in the works that I do, like in valuation, like in multiple other things. I have found this extremely good, except that, like I said, no, you should know whether this is right. So to cut a long story short, I think I took too much of time. To cut a long story short, make that list, use multiple sources, give alternative plans, and don't tell this is everything, that there can be something which I also don't know. I also don't know means you will tell them, this is, to my extent, covers most of them. Answered your question? No.
Just one point to add,
Okay.
we can include uncertainty as a risk.
Uncertainty is a risk.
Because I recall during
No,
COVID-19
uncertainty is a risk. He said no. No, if you can.
I mean to say there could be uncertainty. We could not predict everything, right?
Yeah, okay.
BCP has been there for so many decades, sir. But I have not seen a BCP document with pandemic as a risk discussed.
That's what I'm saying. So
But there
are
was
some.
a risk that manifested.
Correct.
Yes.
We'll go to the next one.
Yeah, next question. In a volatile world marked by geopolitical and economic uncertainty, how can business leaders use enterprise risk management as a practical leadership tool rather than just a compliance exercise? Sir, is on your
All questions from here. In a volatile world marked by geopolitical and uncertainty, how can business leaders use ERM? It uses a lot of words, but I think the crux of the whole thing is what we talked about earlier. Earlier we talked about from the standpoint of internal auditors. Now we have to talk about much the same thing from the standpoint of the organization. Okay, you can never be ready with everything. Okay, you can never be ready with everything. You have to be ready with, like I said, no. As much coverage as is possible. I'll give you an example. Largely that comes out of habit because I taught for many, many years. When you go write an exam or when you appear before the board in your board meeting, I don't think you know all the questions that will come. Okay? But you go prepared. You list out these are the questions that are possible. So as a student, you prepare. As a CA who attends a board meeting, you will prepare for yourself these are the possible questions. You would possibly also ask somebody that, I'm the director, enna maadhiri kelvi kepparu. So you get prepared like that. I think in much the same way, I'm not trying to duck the question, don't get that thought at all, okay? I'm serious in what I'm saying. In almost much the same way, you will only have to go yourself extremely well prepared. Whether that well preparedness covers you or not, covers you full or not, we don't know. It will not cover you full because, like she said, uncertainty is always there. But you will at least be seen as somebody in the organization, as somebody who has been sincere and has done that. Applies to CEO also. I don't think that CEOs and CXOs have not made any mistakes. Take the best of CEOs in the country. I don't want to name them because it can ignite trouble. You take the best of CEOs in the country, out of 10 things that they do, only 3 work. But those 3 work outstandingly well. And they don't worry about, oh, look, on the 7 did not work, therefore I will not take risk. In exact same way, prepare yourself for it. If something comes, you lose on that, you lose, that's all, you move on.
Yes, sir, I think that answered. And the next question is, what are the early warning signals that the board CEOs and CFOs should track to identify emerging risks before they become crisis?
A rough indication of this I gave earlier. Okay, rough indication of this I gave earlier. Talking about times when issues get skipped, the frequency in which people choose to what shall I say, step aside from required processes and compliances. And then, I know I'm making this vague, but it is also about, because if you're talking about risks that are unknown, it is also about keeping your eyes and ears open, trying to figure out what is happening in the world around you, what is happening in your industry. Has something happened to a competitor or to another company which could affect you? In other words, it is, honestly speaking, keeping an ear to the ground. Okay? And I would also like to think that if you feel that something is actually looking too good to be true in the organization, then it is in fact too good to be true. You have to be cautious at that particular point in time when you think everything is hunky-dory. Okay? And you must also be ready to listen to, because I'm not getting the word, I'll use that word, you must also be ready to listen to whistleblowers. The perennial guys who come and keep telling you this is not okay, that is not okay. You must know which of those things must be taken with a pinch of salt and which of those things must be taken seriously, and what needs to be taken seriously need to be taken seriously even if it is something that is upsetting you. I think these are some ways by which you can keep yourself focused on what damage can happen. Most importantly, you must keep yourself abreast of what the competitor is doing and what is happening in his place.
Yes, sir. I think we have answered all the questions. We had a very engaging session. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, why are you not clapping? Such a wonderful session. I think, as promised by Mr. Patabi, the first session after lunch, I think he never led any of you to even forget about sleeping, even bat your eyelid. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful session. Very energetic and very well moderated by Deepika. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Mr. Shivkumar, committee member, to come on to the dais. Anyway, he's going to be on the dais for the next session. May I request you a little in advance to come over and hand over the memento to Mr. Patabi. Deepika ma'am, please join them. Let's thank him with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Fabulous session. There were more questions, of course, but we didn't have the time enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we get ready for the next session, we have a fireside chat this time. This is Mr. Shivkumar along with Mr. Chinnaswamy Ganeshan. Mr. Chinnaswamy Ganeshan, may I request you to also to come and take a place on the dais. That's it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing now Mr. Chinnaswamy Ganeshan walking onto the stage along with Mr. C. Shivkumar. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen, both of you, for taking your time off and being here. May I have the AV of the distinguished speakers, please?
Mr. C. Sivakumar, member of the MMA Managing Committee and Director of Roots Industries India Ltd, is a strategic thought leader and serial entrepreneur with interests across manufacturing, consultancy and retail. Mr. Sivakumar is known for promoting asset-light manufacturing, customer-centric excellence and progressive HR practices. Mr. Sivakumar has received several national and state awards, including recognition for excellence in HR practices. CA Dr. Chinsami Ganesan, Managing Partner and CEO of RKCG and Associates LLP, Chartered Accountants, Chennai, has over 37 years of experience in audit, financial reporting, company law, taxation and assurance services. A gold medalist, first-generation chartered accountant and honorary doctorate in IFRS, CA Dr. Chinsami is recognized as a national expert in IFRS, Indian accounting standards and audit. CA Dr. Chinsami has held senior roles with PwC and KPMG network firms, presented 1,500 plus papers, assisted 80 plus companies in Indian accounting standards transition, authored several books, and serves as an independent director and audit committee chairman.
Thank you, sir. So this is going to be a fireside chat on the theme governance that creates value beyond compliance. To take the session forward, may I request Mr. Chinnaswamy Ganesan, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, IAA and MMA, for giving this excellent opportunity of meeting all the members who are expert internal auditors as well as management people. And also very happy to chair the session and moderate this particular session with Mr. Shivakumar being the panelist. You have seen the experience which Mr. Shivakumar carries as a board member, as well as an entrepreneur, and also as member of MMA. So the idea behind this entire session is to actually look for what we talk about governance, which creates value for every stakeholder, not necessarily only the shareholders, but every stakeholders, and whether the governance which we are looking for or the value addition which we are looking for is only towards compliance or beyond compliance. That's what governance that creates value beyond compliance is the theme of this particular session. So straight away I will go into the session and ask the questions. What I am planning was I have a set of questions which I have prepared for the comfort which I wanted to enjoy in asking questions rather than answering questions because sometimes brilliant questions will be coming in, like what he has actually saw. And but I have a person who can actually answer without asking for 4 different answers from the floor. So with that, maybe I will start with, if you look at the history of corporate India, some of the governance collapses. So I start with collapses because we are risk mitigators, so we have to anticipate risk and we have to work against the risk. So I start with the governance collapse happened in companies. Those companies are brilliant companies, award-winning companies. Some of the cases which we have seen, they have even won the Golden Peacock Award as the best corporate governance in the country. And next week, the chairman has addressed the media saying that we have fudged the accounts for the past 7 years. So as a veteran board member, how do you distinguish between a company that merely audit ready and one that is truly governed by creating value to the stakeholders?
Good afternoon. Let me thank IAA and MMA for inviting me as a panelist. And very happy to meet Mr. Ganesan, who is known amongst the auditors, is a very eminent person. Very happy to meet him and take his questions. I need to also tell you that I'm very fortunate to be part of very ethical companies, be it Roots in Coimbatore, Multi-Clean and Industries Limited, part of Tanishq and the stringent audit norms set by Tanishq, part of MMA, Ramakrishna Board, and the Banyan, the big NGO. And we've seen how governance can help companies grow at a rapid pace. So with this, let me take your question on how some of the companies have won awards, but then got into controversies a little later. Probably, if you look at even organizations, leave financial audit or a governance audit, even an ISO audit, we tend to get our certification through the tick box culture. Now, what exactly is the tick box is you know that in order to pass this particular audit, you need a set of papers, which are tick box. It could be SEBI regulators, it could be other regulators with which you need to pass them. So you get into that culture, and you're not looking at governance on a larger space in the sense governance for what you call the one that you mentioned in your question, governance for No. We need to have the governance in order to have the not compliance, not governance for compliance alone. Create values. So value-based governance is the key word that we need to use. So if you're going to move out from that and look at when you're auditing, look at value-based governance for value, and then probably better results can come. The second or the other aspect is whenever there's a kind of a culture where there's a red flag, either through a whistleblower complaint, or if you have someone else or your internal audit committee, internal audit committee throwing up some facts, are you conveniently burying those facts instead of making the course corrections? If the culture of burying the facts happen, then there can be a larger problem for the organization. And today's, the board member has to be just not be relying on executive committee summaries. If there is a target given in your business plan, and if the company is achieving or not achieving, if there is a delta increase or decrease, then you need to look at market conditions and see if there is a powerful performance indicator that matches the outcome of the company's targets. So these are three broad ways or four broad ways that you can look at and to prevent such occurrences.
You are spot on this, sir. Whenever we are talking about the governance, sometimes we are trying to go for a tick box approach, as you were rightly pointing out. We are not even looking at whether a whistleblower will be looking in a different perspective, or the internal auditors are giving some sort of guidances to you, but we are simply ignoring that the ultimate goal is to get my certification. It is like I was having a very recent visit to my cardiologist, and the cardiologist was asking me to take some tests. And he was asking about what is your average H1B, WC or whatever medical term he was asking. So when I said that from 7.1 it has come to 5.4, so I was not necessarily to take my diabetic medicine, etc. He simply laughed and asked me, what is the last snack you have taken? I said, Punjabi samosa. So he immediately said that is the reason why we are not believing just this number, but also look at the history at which what are all the risks which you are carrying along with you in your lifestyle. Similarly, in an organization, when the risks are added, and there is always a worry on how we are moving away from the tick box approach. And exactly that is what Shivkumar sir was mentioning. So naturally, the next question goes on. When we are looking at the compliance and corporate governance as the important aspect, normally the promoters and the business owners feel that every time I talk about some new plans which I am having, so no sir, RBI has issued this circular, no, NAFRA has issued this circular, or SEBI has issued this circular. When I'm coming out with a lot of compliance related or risk related matters, the business people or the promoters are always believe that this team of internal auditors, this team of people who are talking about corporate governance, always press the pedal for braking and rather than allow us to push the pedal for accelerating the growth. What is your view on this, sir?
Yeah, every time we sit in the boardroom and we come with a robust plan to grow the company, the auditors press the brakes. So all that I can tell you is that if you want to speed the car, then you need the brakes. So if you want the company to grow faster, these brakes are essential and integral part. So firstly, if you have a robust governance system in place, let it be called as a handbrake or another brake. If your accelerator has to be used with freedom, then with a proper governance structure in place or an auditing structure in place, then you can take much more dynamic strategic decisions. You can take a lot more risk and you can take a lot more strategic decisions that can grow your company. That's my first point.
True, sir. If you are very strong in making your strategic plans and address the concerns, naturally compliance will also take place, but at the same time we will be looking at the organizational growth and compliance with the corporate governance and other requirements as well.
And the second one that I like to tell you is you get better employees to work for you. If the governance is in place, if it is transparent and rather not opaque, you get better employees work for you. And then if you can really know that your interest cost, your capital cost, everything will come down. Therefore, the efficiency of the company is far more better. So let's say there is a strategic decision to have a heavy capex for your company, be it on a merger or an acquisition, or be it on a new plant that you need to go. And if you have your risk management in place, then you can take an informed decision and ensure that your capital is safe. So governance with respect to risk, governance with respect to employee welfare, and governance with making bold decisions are actually helping the company grow at a fantastic pace.
You're 100% true. Sir, I have seen that when you are talking about budget and the strategic decisions, I have also seen that the budget allocated for compliance framework in any organization is like a budget allocated for buying a motorcycle, whereas the budget allocated for strategy planning is like the budget allocated for a Benz car, right? So the strategic decisions of the board is more important than anything else. So you are spot on again. And we always talk about, maybe in this conference also people might have heard about this again and again. We look for a tone at the top as the critical information or critical guidance for any organization's success. But in a multi-level companies where the organization has a lot of multi-locations and multi-activities, etc., getting the tone at the top to come to the workers' level, it gets always diluted. But if the tone at the top is not properly communicated to them, whatever efforts strategically the board is taking will not be successful. And what would be your suggestion for being an effective board, ensuring that the tone at top is being preached, practiced, and communicating the way in which the organization should grow?
So, the first and foremost is that you have a lot of middle-level managers. And the tone at the top may not reach the middle-level managers. And therefore, their communication to the other people may not be the same thinking pattern of the top board members. So what do? You can ask HR to improve their communication skills, but more importantly, middle-level managers are aware about their KPIs. So if we can look at ethical KPIs to be embedded in their KPIs, then you will get a better organization, better communication, better ethical things that flow. And as a board member, it is not enough that you operate out of an AC room, out of big cities, when your locations are in different parts of the country. Then you need to ask for much more deeper data. It could be from the plant level. It could be safety, security. It could be labor grievances or the local governance issues. Are you getting some raw data from them which you can assess and take cognizance? The final thing is, I operate out of Tanishq also. If you're a fantastic performer in a Titan or a Tanishq company, if you're a great performer in sales or production or whatever be it, and you are the only person in India who can create that kind of sale, yet if there is a governance or an ethical issues, you may be terminated or will be terminated, or necessary disciplinary action will be taken. This sends a clear tone from the board to everyone within the organization.
It's very interesting, sir. You being a specialist on HR and human resources management, I expected that how you will connect the dots to ensure that the tone at the top will always percolate to the last person in the organization, and everybody lives the culture of the organization. Thank you very much for that answer. And the next question is, because you are coming from Coimbatore, and I also do a lot of audits of promoter-driven companies, especially family-oriented companies. This question is very relevant in all our mind. What we are seeing is the ambitions or the ideas which the family-managed businesses or powerful promoters are having normally don't align with the expectations or compliance or expectations of corporate governance, and sometimes they may be aggressive in their growth plans, but they have the vision. As a board member, as an independent director in a board, you will find that there is a risky proposition which they are bringing out, but they are very confident because of their experience that they will be able to succeed in that particular plan. So what type of cautions you as a board member would like to give to such an aggressive plan which is being brought to the board by the promoters?
It's a very practical and a very fantastic question, especially when the promoter's stake is very high and he is coming out with a risky proposal. The first thing that as a board member you need to be clear is to respect the intent of the entrepreneur and don't rub his emotions. Move away from his emotions and give him that data that shows that it is a risky proposition, and that it is not in the interest of the board to take a decision, and we are not future safe and could land us into deeper trouble. The second thing that you must remember is that you are not just representing the majority shareholder. Your responsibility lies with the other shareholders the executives, the government, and the other people. Therefore, you need to be clear that this is some way conveyed to the majority shareholder. Finally, we need to make sure that if nothing works or you find it difficult,
Just thought that a brilliant question may come from the audience. Anybody who wanted to have any questions directly to Mr. Shivkumar, I'll be happy to open it for you.
So that's enough for this. Yeah, at the end we'll take the questions online.
Okay.
We'll be taking it online after our questions. They'll be throwing questions.
Okay, okay.
So we'll
okay.
finish ours
right.
and then take
Then I will
Yeah.
have the comfort.
We'll
of
comfort
fixing
and
my,
depending on the
set
time we'll
questions and then we will have your
audience
questions also.
questions.
And another point which we started talking about in every board, maybe like I am always frustrated to hear the word substance over form in any audit. Nowadays in the board also we are worried about or maybe frustrated in hearing the word ESG.
Oh.
Because people are moving out from numbers. I being an auditor, I am always fascinated with the numbers. And unfortunately now people are trying to move out from the numbers and trying to see how you will sustain the growth, how you will give back to your organization, give back to the economy. So the ESG comes as one of the requirement, and the major companies are now required to report on ESG impact which they have made as well. So what is your take on ESG and how much importance it should be given?
ESG is something that your heart must permit. You must live ESG. It is not an audit parameter. When you look at ESG, and if you bring in the culture of ESG, you will know the tremendous advantages your company is going to have. Let us say I deal with Tanishq jewelry or watches. Now, it is a B2C. You can get from your mobile what is Titan's ESG score today. And people can decide that I'm going to choose between two stores, one with a better ESG. Ashok Leyland's ESG is known to everybody. So the top 50 companies' ESG scores are known because you're coming out with that integrated, financial statement. So, having said that, from a customer, from an employee, I can also tell you if you want to raise funds and if there are if you want to look for BlackRock as an investor, then if you have a transparent system and a ESG in place, then you get a premium for whatever your company is, or a discounted premium, or they may even negate you.
You're true, sir. In fact, when we were looking at the history of Indian corporate sector, we see that the majority of the big corporates are family oriented, but even before the statutory requirement to follow ESG or statutory requirement to follow corporate social responsibility, they were already doing that exercise. And accordingly, ESG, even though I am saying that ESG is becoming the buzzword in every board, we feel that it is being practiced from time immemorial. Only now we are quantifying and making a report for the user to understand. Thank you very much for making
clarity. And second one is, you can also get access for global sustainability funds.
Exactly.
And the third one, if you're focusing on ESG, you know the carbon emission, you're addressing the country's water scarcity, and probably some of the labor rules, and therefore the future risk for your company is much minimal.
So, exactly, sir, because when we were challenging the international position on every industry, naturally we should also be aligning with what is the global market is looking at as our strength.
There's no border for ESG.
Yeah, correct.
Across
True.
carbon emissions.
True,
Yeah.
exactly. In fact, when I'm looking at the development which is happening, when a big corporate could maintain the governance beyond compliance and add value to its stakeholders, one problem normally we believe is that majority of the vendors or the ecosystem in which the supply chain management is happening for bigger corporates are they dependent on many of the industries who are in MSME. And MSME, the cost of compliance or corporate governance is a different word for them because they have to first concentrate on stabilizing and sustaining the growth. So, but if they are failing, your reputation will also fail. So what would be your suggestion? I think that a lot of members will be from MSME also.
Yeah,
What is your suggestions on the MSMEs to come up to the expectations of the bigger corporates as well?
See, you can't group the entire MSMEs into one basket. There are several MSMEs with high efficiency, high governance, listed in the stock exchange, and probably outbeat some of their large companies. And you look at TQM principles, TPM principles, all have gone deeper into the MSMEs. They become cost competitive. If you're buying a car and if you say the car cannot have any MSME component into it, then you will not get anything. Probably you'll get a tire. Okay? Because all other things are bought from MSMEs. So that's the thing. But to take a very extreme case, you're a tier 1 supplier, very extreme case, and you had child labor in your organization, okay, or a posh case in your organization. That has a direct brand impact, and it can jeopardize the larger company. So a small, minor case where a child labor is seen or a posh case is seen, then the brand is not accepted by the customer. So it's a very dangerous scenario. The second one is we are called as, MSMEs are today called as partners. We are not called as vendors, we are called as partners. So we are privy to what is happening to large organizations. They know what is happening within us. There's a continuous audit. But if there is a governance issue, the MSME could land itself on a bankruptcy, which can have future impact on that organization as well as the larger corporate. So we need to educate them, ensure we also have an audit so that the governance is in place. And today we are all integrated, digitally integrated. So the cybersecurity and other things have to be placed, whether you're an MSME and a large company. We have to work in tandem. We are partners. And therefore, what is applicable to the large company is applicable to the smaller company or an MSME or a tiny company.
Very good suggestions, sir. Taking them as partners rather than as only suppliers or vendors. That's a way in which they can also be part of the growth story of an organization. And many calling back, which we are talking about, of the various parts, etc., is happening because of their ignorance of the quality factors, which we will be able to manage it. And another thing which we were maybe a continuation of the previous session, one question we were talking about is a whistleblower. So even though every corporate governance is saying that the value can be created through whistleblower compliance and making it available to everyone to access, so that anybody who is able to understand something but he could not have the courage to come up and say directly, can use the whistleblower thing to ensure that the corporate governance framework never break. But what happens in real life world is nobody comes up. Even for the past 3 years, I am the audit committee chairman of one of a large private bank, and they have given an access to me directly so that the whistleblower complaint can come to the audit committee chairman. For the past 3 years, I have never received even a single mail. Maybe because it is the worry of psychological safety and the fear of being compromised when the actual fact is coming in. How much the organization should spend time, energy, and educating people that whistleblower is the backbone of any organization to ensure that the value add is further going up?
Given the Indian culture, we refrain from raising complaints, be it the government or organization. One strong reason is because of the fear. If, let's say, your company has not received any complaint from the whistleblowers, does not mean everything is fine. It could mean that there is a lot of fear. It could probably mean that there is a lot of fear among the executives, preventing them for using this mechanism for raising their complaint. So HR has a large role to play. HR could have a lot of training programs on transparency, on overcoming fear, or how it can be voiced and things like that. The second one, you need to look very clearly from the board perspective, look at if there has been a whistleblower instance, what has happened to that executive? Has he resigned? Is he continuing within your organization? Is it beyond 6 months, 9 months? Is he being respected within the company? Are his promotions in place? Is he finding this place a safe place to work for? All these things are very, very important. But as you rightfully told me in your question that even in a bank, you have a different mechanism. Can you look at the whistleblower complaint not coming through the executive management executives, but through a third party where you can ensure the confidentiality of the whistleblower and therefore eradicate that fear and risk. So that is a mechanism that company can look at, the third party direct mechanism.
Of course, you are correct that an independent agency handling this whistleblower compliance will be a better choice. Sometimes the regulators are asking that the ACB should be the highest independent body to look into that. That may be the reason why regulatory framework says that the ACB chairman should have the access to the whistleblower complaint. And we got a very good question from the audience. As a serial entrepreneur and business leader, how do you balance innovation, speed, and growth with strong controls and governance discipline? So balancing between innovation, speed, and growth with the strong controls and governance discipline.
Very nice question. As a serial entrepreneur and trying to invest even in startup companies, one thing that I try to tell them is much before innovation and growth is your controls in place, is your governance in place. This has to be started much before you even start your organization, between partners, between everybody. Get your governance in place. And once the governance is in place, then lot many things happen to you a lot more easier. You may get innovation funds. You may have growth arising out of companies that want to do business with you. And you may have a lot more favorable tailwinds which protect you. So protect the governance, and the governance will protect the rest of it.
In fact, we talked about MSME and you have also given some guidance. A follow-up question has come. How can small and medium enterprises build practical governance systems without making them overly complex or bureaucratic? Because for them, complex or bureaucratic environment may not be cost effective, but at the same time, they wanted to come up closer to the expectations of their customers who are big corporates. How it can build the practical governance systems?
See, the small and medium enterprise have to understand that governance is not cost. Governance could also be profitability in many ways, which I mentioned even during your questions, cost of borrowing, governance, and things like that. So once they understand that it's a profit center and governance is a must, take it across the organization and tell every employee that when it comes to governance issue, please go ahead, no consultation within the company. Give them the right to have that governance. And how do you strengthen transparency? It is, people don't listen to you, but they see you and watch you. And if you are transparent and it is evident among the others, then they also tend to be transparent. They know what the undercurrents are. So try to be a model yourself, and then you can overcome many of the things. And as I told you, governance can't be just a cost; it can be a profit, and therefore, a little adjustments here and there can bring about growth and things.
Correct. Because it is an investment rather than spending on developing the skills on how you can bring in the corporate governance even in MSME sector. I fully endorse your view, sir. In fact, the next issue which everybody will be worried whenever we are talking about a company, the corporate collapse normally happens due to maybe misreported or reporting is fudged, or maybe I can use the word fraudulent financial reporting. So every corporate governance framework, whether it is for banks or financial institutions or industries or even for a private limited companies under the Companies Act, looking at one specific aspect, that how the management assess the susceptibility for a risk in its environment and how it responds to the assessed risk. Then only auditors are making this risk assessment. So here one question has come. In today's environment, what early warning signs should leaders look for to prevent fraud, strengthen transparency, and protect shareholder trust? Because it's all connected. It's not only preventing fraud. Automatically transparency comes in, you strengthen it, and then you are protecting the trust of the stakeholders. So very interesting.
Let me give you an example of running a large-sized Tanishq boutique. Now, in a large-sized Tanishq boutique, there is a temptation from everybody, because you're dealing with gold, multiple ways for an employee to do a small fraud and overcome that. Multiple reasons for them to be opaque and not transparent. So what do you actually do is you need to build a culture. You need to tell them, you need to have tremendous amount of lessons taught to them through probably ancient wisdom, which talks about greed, desire, and tell them how you can be honest and build wealth. You can be very, very honest and build wealth. Let me tell you, even as an MSME, I'm very keen on building wealth for my employees, and I'm saying that if you're honest, you could build wealth. And out in my organization, I have asked them to look at, I give them financial literacy. The fraud is a shortcut method to make a wealth, but there are long-term transparent methods to make wealth. In my organization, there are at least 2 or 3 people who have joined as trainees who are going to be retiring with over 15 crores or 20 crores of honestly made wealth, paying all the taxes. So that's a kind of wealth management where we say, if you're honest, transparent, you could make wealth. Don't get into this short-term fraudulent means of making wealth. So that's one early indicator. Bring that culture across. Educate them on wealth management, and then the frauds can minimize. And then probably the frauds can be minimized if you have concurrent audits. Our audits are very concurrent in the sense, probably an audit is done once in every 3-4 hours. There is a separate audit team that does concurrent audit, because we can't detect something later on when you're dealing with gold. So the concurrent audits, all that will show early indicators of fraud. And we are much more compliant than just the compliance or the governance laid down by the government. We look at multiple issues. aging stocks, return of stocks, and things like that, which could throw up data.
Correct, sir. In fact, you brought me back to the fundamental principle or the organizer's point of view also, internal audit. So you said that we have to create a culture and we have to also ensure that the prevention is being done on a concurrent basis. So now, because the internal audit in many times being talked about as a post-mortem work rather than finding it, but now the entire internal audit has been revamped as a process audit and suggesting, including the assistance of AA, they make predictive analysis of what can go wrong and what could be the remedial measures on this. So it is now a forward-looking behavior rather than looking at the rear view mirror. So how you feel that the internal audit is actually contributing to the success and value addition rather than just as a compliance framework?
Yeah, that's a transition that companies have made. If you look at the earlier years of auditing, it was a simple audit sheets, and we audited the same parameters again and again and again. Now, can you make those parameters a little dynamic, based on market risks, based on government regulations? Can it be a little more dynamic? And second thing is, can you get into whenever there is an audit issue? Can you actually get into things like the root cause analysis? Probably a root cause analysis, instead of saying this happened or this did not happen, whether it is a cultural issue or an SOP issue or some other issue that has put the company into some kind of a problem. So these are things that can help.
So really, that is the way in which an experienced board member can bring in the or appreciate the value of contribution which is coming from the internal audit as well. Finally, I have one small question for you. If you had to give one piece of advice to the chief audit executives and corporate leaders in this room on how to build a relationship of radial trust between the board and the audit team, what it would be?
I just can't keep one advice, but I can always say that kannal parpadum poi, kaadal kerpadum poi, theere visaripade mel. Okay, with this, I can tell you that your CAE must understand that he's playing a very, very important role. And however uncomfortable it is, he has to speak the truth. And that's a must for him. The second, as a board member, we need to protect that particular person who had his spine erect, that his success is ensured within, he's respected within. That's my second thing. And probably, like Mr. Ganesan was mentioning, the third part, I could say, nothing should be a cost center. It should be a value addition, governance as value-based governance. And therefore, if you can think of your internal audit team and ask them to be strategic partners to ensure that your value of the company, or as a brand custodian, you're value adding, and you're also making sure that your company's equity is protected. All these things can help the company.
You are 100% true, sir. That's the way in which internal audit is evolving over a period of time, and a lot of investments, time, and of course the technology, etc., is being done by the internal auditors to ensure that they can effectively use artificial intelligence to give predictive analysis rather than just a post-mortem analysis. And of course, data mining is also helping to identify the trends. So whatever you have shared with us is really an insights into how the corporate governance will think about adding value to the organization. And it is a pleasure to talking to you, sir. And I must thank MMA and IAA for giving this opportunity of interacting with Mr. Shivkumar, and also for the audience for making very fantastic questions which is posted based on whatever discussion is going on. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, they deserve a big round of applause. May I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to come on to the dais and honor Mr. Shiv Kumar, who is our committee member, who has also been a fantastic speaker today. I think we had a very good chat, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganeshan, for bringing the best out of the speaker. So, sir, please, may I request you also to accept. Yes. So good. Thank you.
I did tell Modi, you're back in the safe hands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shivkumar, for being here and for sharing all your thoughts on such an interesting topic on governance and governance going beyond compliance. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting ready for the valedictory session of the day. And for driving this valedictory session, we have Mr. Vaidyanathan, CA, the Managing Partner, CA Mr. Vidyadharan, Managing Partner Vidyadharan and Associates and past President of IAA India. He will be chairing the session, and the speaker we have this evening is Mr. Mayappan, CFO, Tube Investments of India Limited. Just give me a few seconds for us to get the stage. Yeah, I think we are all set. May I request Mr. Vidyadharan and Mr. Mayappan to come on to the dais, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Been here throughout the day, Mr. Vidyadharan. And yeah, now finally we are having him at the valedictory session to speak to us. Please sit down, sir. Please settle down. And may I have the AV of the distinguished panelists, please.
CAN Mayappan, CFO of Tube Investments of India Limited, is a chartered accountant with over 25 years of experience in the company across finance and business leadership roles. CA Mayappan currently heads the finance function and has earlier led the Auto Chains business unit, one of TI's major businesses. CA Mayappan is known for strong decision-making, analytical and Associates and past president of IIA India, is a senior chartered accountant based in Chennai. CA Vidyadharan's firm provides financial, taxation, GST, company formation and project report services. CA Vidyadharan has also contributed to IIA India through advisory roles in publications and media.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. And we have a very, very interesting theme for this valedictory session. The future of leadership, integrating strategy, finance and trust. May I request Mr. Chartered Accountant, Mr. Vidyadharan, to take the session forward, please. Would you like to come here, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. The topic for discussion is future of leadership, integrating strategy, finance, and trust in the disruptive world. When we say future of leadership, leadership in the social service organization or political party or religious entity or association, society, corporate body, it can be anything. But today, in this afternoon session, we are interested in discussing leadership in the field of finance, financial leadership. It is pertinent to understand that there are three pillars which are shaping the future of leadership. Pillar 1, strategic agility. Pillar 2, financial stewardship. Pillar 3, deep-seated trust. When we say strategy, there is a shift from rigid planning to adaptive navigation, adaptability, no rigidity. When we say financial stewardship, there is a shift from mere reporting to value creation. When we say trust, deep-seated trust, it is the new currency. It is the new societal currency. Trust is as valuable, as important as currency. That means three pillars are strategic agility, financial stewardship, and deep-seated trust. To know more about all these things in detail, in depth, let us listen to expert in the field of finance, Mr. Mayappan, CFO of Tube Investments, Murugappa Group Company. Over to Mr. Mayappan.
Able to hear me? Okay. Good evening to all distinguished guests, senior professionals, industry leaders, members of IIA and MMA, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this one-day conclave jointly organized by both IIA and MMA. The theme, Leading with Trust, the Financial Leadership, Governance and Strategy in a Disruptive World. The theme is both timely and profoundly relevant, particularly for the finance, governance, and assurance professionals who are navigating one of the most transformative periods in the modern business history. I sincerely thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share thoughts and perspective with such distinguished gathering. I hope some of these insights will definitely contribute meaningfully to strengthening your leadership capabilities and strategic outlook in the years ahead. Can I have that presentation? Yeah. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in the era where leadership and CFO roles are evolving together. There is a clear shift from functional excellence to enterprise leadership. See, right now the expectation from investors and regulators are continuously, it is increasing. It is not like the earlier days. Earlier days, the investors comes and discuss with you only the financials. They don't discuss about the strategy. Nowadays, what is happening? They talk to you about the strategy. They want to talk to you about the governance, how the company is shaping up, and say they want to understand the practices which we are doing, how the leadership is doing the role, how much time they are spending on the strategy, how much time they are spending on the existing business. These are all the types of questions which they are asking. That means it is not like the earlier days. The environment is totally changing. Whatever we were used to do earlier, the financial accounting and reporting and other things, that has been considered as a given. That has to be 100% has to be done, and the expectation from the investors and the regulators are totally different from what the investors are asking right now at this point in time. Yeah. See, the now new leadership model, this is what I'm just going to talk to you about it. Okay. See, the leadership is earlier used to be measured by quarterly performances. Nowadays, it is not with the quarterly performances, whatever is happening. Like I said earlier, what is the strategy the company is following, how the governance mechanisms are. These are all the things which is being regularly has to be followed, and we have to do that. And the leadership today is increasingly defined by an organization ability to build trust, inspire confidence, demonstrate resilience, and create long-term sustainable value. See, in the past, as I said earlier, we used to report financials, quarterly performances. We'll have investor calls. Investor calls, they only ask about the financial parameters. Now it is totally changed. Like another one more thing I just want to say, I am representing the TI. I am the CFO of TI. I have many subsidiaries under me. And in one of the subsidiaries, we are having private equity investors. The private equity investors, before coming to the coming and putting the money into the company, they always see about the governance, how the company is governed. They don't see first how the company is going to give profits, how much return they are going to take, that and all is secondary. First, they will see the governance aspect, whether the child labor is there in this, how we are doing all the activities, that independence is there for the independent directors, and auditors have their independence. Those things and all, they verify everything. And there is a committee for the governance that is very, very critical for them. They will evaluate that first, and they will put the committee once they put in the money. That committee meet every quarter and see all ESG activities, governance, environment, social, everything they will see whether we are in line with it. If we are not in line with it, they will ask us to correct it. That's the way it works. That's the way the world is changing at this point in time. See, the leadership credibility, I would like to say that it is not built during the period of stability. It is being done during the period of disruption. That's what we are in currently. See, I always say to my team and everywhere, in the disruptive world, sustainable growth belongs to organizations that can combine speed with integrity. Purpose-driven leaders prioritize governance, quality, risk awareness, and cultural integrity for the long-term success. That's critical. See, now we talked about leader. Now we have to see about the strategic leader. CFO as a strategic leader. See, the CFO is earlier called as a guardian of numbers. Now he is no more a guardian of number. Actually, he is the architect of the enterprise value. He has to give more value with respect to the strategy. If you ask me, without the CFO, no strategy meeting will happen, no business meetings will happen, because the CFO is the person, he is able to put number to whatever the strategic decision which everyone is taking. And any finance leader who is there, he will be part of all the meetings. See, because he is able to clearly give, if you take this action, what results it is going to give. Okay, see, he is able to influence the strategic decision. He will be able to tell where the capital has to be allocated, which business is doing well, which business is not doing well, where we have to put in the money. His time has to be spent more on that only. I would say 10%, 20% of the time can go on the existing or the past or whatever, but 80% of the time he has to spend only on the future, strategic, and how the capital allocation is happening. Only with that he has to do. Another one more thing, he should be good enough to balance both good gains. Actually, before becoming a CFO, 2.5, 3 years before, I was heading the business called Auto Chains business. It's turnover of 600 crores of turnover. And I head that business for almost around 2.5 years. I was a business head for that division. See, because being a finance professional, I was able to add more value to that business. I was able to understand the organizational issues. See, if that business, when I took over, it was almost 3 to 4% PBT percentage. That's the level it is. And when I leave it, it was around something like 11.5%. I was able to turn it around and make 3 times the profit in 2 years' time. The reason is the finance person will be able to understand the issues and numbers clearly. For anything, if you give, you will be able to convert it to numbers. Suppose if efficiency is dropping, you can just go and tell the operating team and tell, see, this is the efficiency. If you run it at this efficiency, your profit will be like this. If you run at this efficiency, your profit will be higher. and you have to educate them where the cash is sitting. Suppose if somebody will not know about the inventory, see inventory, if you keep on increasing in the books and increasing in reality, what happens is that the profitability will go up because the cash is getting utilized. You have to educate them, keeping an inventory, having more credit days for the debtors and lesser credit days for the creditors, working capital management. If anything goes wrong, then it definitely will eat away the cash. If you are able to explain them, if you do this, you will be able to make profit. It is not that only by increasing the sales you will be able to make the profit. You will be able to make the profit by improving the efficiency also, even growth is not there during this tough situation. Growth is also important, I would say. So efficiency easily you will be able to make out if you are a finance person heading the business. That means what is it I am trying to say is, this is my personal experience. And the finance person will be able to give, if you are CFO or any finance leader, any meeting, if anything has been thrown at you, you will be able to tell this is possible, this is not possible, this is a way you can do, this will give you this much of money for the company. If you are able to provide that, then it is good for the organization to grow. I am saying 80% of your time predominantly goes only with respect to these items instead of rather than looking at the account schedules and other things. See, the account schedules or whatever you are doing on a regular basis, that you should be having a system in place, you should be having a good control in place. That has to be taken care automatically by the team below you at the lowest level possible. That would I would say you should be having good system controls. Then if that is there, then you can just work on this. That's the way we have been cultured in our company and our group also. We are having a good team, we are having a good systems controls in place. That helps us to work on the strategy and other things. See, hence I would say if any one person who is able to balance the growth and governance, who is able to give clarity that this will give money, this will not give money, means it's only a finance person, I would say. That finance leader is the only person who is able to understand. If you go to operations, he will tell about only his issues. If normal finance person will always say risk and he will always say there's a problem, everything. If a person is able to understand the operations, understand the business well, then he will be able to guide the company, guide the CEO to the profitable growth. Hence, I would say the CFO is the new center to the strategy and the transformation. See, now the world is too disruptive. I think you will all understand this. The reason is, in 2019, you all know we have COVID situation. Then after the COVID, what has happened? We have got a Russia-Ukraine war. Then now we are having a Middle East war is going on. We are not able to get the gas for our furnaces. We are finding it very difficult to do it. That means the world is disruptive. That is continues to be there. We cannot avoid it. Now we have to look at how we are going to do well in the disruptive world. That's what we have to look at it, because that is given. That's what I would say here. See, in the disruptive world, no, this, whatever I told you about this COVID and what all things that you are seeing, other than that, you are also having artificial intelligence. That's a new buzzword which is happening at this point in time. See, artificial intelligence, automation, digital transformations. In our company also, we are doing a lot of digital initiatives which we are doing. And cyber security, that's always there. You should be having a firewall in place, otherwise that will be disturb you. And supply chain volatility. Today you will be having one metal available. The rare earth, if you take, that is not available. You have to procure in time. You have to secure your, if you want to secure your production, you have to secure your purchase also. These are all things which are constantly, which is there, that you have to be sure of this. And see, in that such a world, no, what is very, very important is you should be agile. If you are not agile, then you will not be able to succeed. See, I would like to say here, any organization, if you take, whether it is small or big, the organization which are ready to accept this change and ready to move forward and ready to act faster, they only able to succeed. If any company who is not agile, not ready to act faster in these situations, they will fail. That's what I would like to say here. And another thing I just want to say here is that the leaders, generally, they have to foster the cultures supporting the experimentation, learning, resilience, and external turbulence. That is very, very critical. See, the culture we have to build in. It has to come from the top. It will not come from anybody low below. It has to come from chairman. It has to come from MD. It has to come from vice chairman. How they are treating their immediate subordinate, the same way only others also will treat. Okay, see, here in our organization, if you take the Murugappa group, is a long rooted in Tamil Nadu and other places in India. See, we have a clear culture that from the top, they will give responsibility to everybody. That is always there, and they give respect, they give responsibility, and they will be supporting for taking risks. If a top management is not supporting to take risks, the company cannot grow. Even if the failures, they will say, okay, what happened, why it has been failed. They will come and ask, but they will not question you why it has been, why you entered into. That's a good thing, good part of Murupa group also in this. See, if that a culture is there, then it is very good for you, for the organization to grow faster. See, this technology, like I said, AI is going to come. It's always there. It's a buzzword right now. I would say the technology will not replace the human judgments or ethics or wisdom. That always be with us. That is, without us, it will not be. It will not work better. So technology change is there, but human judgments will remain. See, for that only, no, I feel the governance is very, very critical and important. Okay, see, we are also into the acquisition mode. If you ask me, we are acquiring companies, almost around 2 companies in a year. For my direct company, Tube Investments, or in my subsidiary companies, almost around 2 companies we are acquiring in a year. What we are seeing is that there is a total culture difference. The culture will be totally different in the companies where we are acquiring. What we are facing is we are able to make that profitable. That is not a big thing. But the thing is, the changing the people, changing the culture of the people, that is little difficult. The way they work and way we work, the way they are having a control systems and governance and way we are having control systems and governance, that is a little difficult. That's why what we have come out with is, we are having a clear SOP. If any company, if you are acquiring, what are the things which you have to do, like a DOA or any systems, any ERP systems or whatever we have to put in, how the culture we have to bring in there, disciplines we have to bring in. Discipline means it is not that somebody has to come in time 9:30 to office and sit there till 6:30 or 5:30 in office. The discipline means it's a financial discipline. If you are giving some number to the top management or to the investors, you have to maintain that. That is also is very, very critical. Whatever the numbers you are projecting, you have to do. That's a financial discipline. That's also important. So we are also bringing in the culture across all our subsidiary companies, for which we are taking the help of HR. We are taking sessions to them. It takes time, but it will not happen within 1 month or 2 months. It takes 2 years time for any company, once we acquire, to change the culture and bring it to us. And we are also putting some of our people over there. Say, for example, for finance and HR, most probably we will be putting our person, move from TI to those companies, and they will be the base for us. Then after which we will set right all the things and bring it to our levels. That's the way it works. See, hence, I just want to say here, the governance, no, we should not see it as a compliance requirement and regulatory burden. Actually, it is a strategic differentiator. Strong governance enhances investor confidence, strengthens stakeholders' trust, and significantly improves organization resilience. Ethical culture reduces long-term business risk far more effectively than control mechanism alone. I think I explained to you about this, our PE investors also sometime before, like how they are looking at the governance. Governance is very, very important. See, external world looks at the governance rather than the financial performance. That is of course it is required, but they look at governance most. See, board and leadership teams therefore have responsibility to build cultures rooted in transparency, accountability, and responsible decision making. See, the transparency, what is it I am just trying to say is, any investor calls which I am attending regularly, I am attending the investor calls, and many investors come and meet in person also. They always ask, see, last year you have done 12% PBT, this time you are doing 12%, will it be sustainable? Is there any growth possible? Like that, they will be having only 10% of the time only they will ask about the numbers. Remaining time, they will talk about the strategy, full and full strategy, how you are going to go about. In 2 years' time, which are all the new products you will be getting into. Whatever is a non-competitive information, we also will share with them. What happens after some time, 1 year or 2 years later, they will come and ask, 1 year before you have told us, this is a product you are going to get into. These are all the areas you are going to get into. Have you gone into? If you are really gone into, then the trust will build. See, investors, any FIIs or any mutual funds, if you take, no, they are all long-term investors. They will not just come for short-term gains. They see the leaders, they have a trust in the leaders, then only they invest. Hence, the governance mechanism is important, and if there is a trust on the leaders, then only they invest. Hence, this governance and trust is very, very critical to grow. See, hence, no, here I just want to emphasize, I think most of you are from internal audit also. I would like to emphasize the growing importance of the internal audit here and assurance functions. See, internal audit should not work only on detecting errors and detecting failures. They have to anticipate the risk. See, in the earlier session also somebody have asked question, what are the early warning signals? I would say that internal auditors should play that role actually. See, instead of finding fault, once the fault is found, then we will be able to set it right, we will be able to put the controls. But if you are able to anticipate, these are all things which are going to come in, because when you are in expansion mode, there is a chances of going wrong. That means if internal audit plays that role of anticipating these are all the problems which are going to come into, you have to put a control. Then it is good. It will be much appreciated. I think internal audit role will be more important to ensure the governance. If governance is there, then companies' face value will be much more. See, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to tell you that organization which integrates people, culture and systems only will thrive in the coming decade. That's very critical. Success comes from balancing performance with purpose, people with principles, innovations with integrity. I strongly feel that only empowered teams can drive agility and ethical cultures must begin from the top. See, here I just want to add my experience also here. In Murugappa Group, entire team is empowered. Anybody can take the responsibility and do their work. In case if you are going to get a business, you are allowed to take the business. You are allowed to take the risk. That empowerment is there from all levels. I experienced this when I joined this company in 2000 as a management trainee. That point in time itself, I have been empowered to do whatever I want to do at that level. Nobody will question you if anything goes wrong. That's the reason why I have been staying in that company for long and I am a CFO right now in that company. So empowering team is very important. Empowered employees are very critical. That only the organization has to look at. If that happens, then definitely organization will grow. There will not be any issue in that. That's what I feel. And one more important thing is the leadership succession. That is also critical. The people, as I told you, the people is more important. The leadership pipeline also should be there. You should be having a talent development should be there. And if you don't do it, then you will not be having people to work with. See, I'll share my experience here. If any new young generation, if you take, they will not stay in role for more than 2 to 3 years. That you can just take it as of now. Earlier days, if somebody joins the company, they will retire from the same company. They will not look out for jobs. Nowadays, young generations are not like that. They come within 2 years or 3 years time, you have to give an opportunity somewhere else. If you don't give any opportunity, they will move out. Hence, what you should do, you have to have clear systems in place. Earlier, people-based controls are okay. Now, system-based controls are very critical. Hence, what you have to do, you have to have clear-cut systems in place. You should be having a control mechanism. Then you will be able to move the people from one place to another place. That is not an issue. If you move them, then they will be there with you for 6 years or 10 years or so. If you don't move, if you don't consider them, then they will just leave and join some other organization. Then it will be a loss for us. This is very critical that we are regularly practicing. More than 3 years, we don't keep any person in any place. We will just move them. And unless otherwise, they have a preference that I just want to work in the same place. Even if they are working in the same place, we just move internally at least to some other role, so that they will get trained and they will be able to grow along with the organization. And we also give a clear roadmap for them because we are acquiring companies. We need finance professionals like anything. We are recruiting continuously. The first preference will be given to the employees who are there with us for a long period of time and they are efficient and ready to take challenges. Then we recruit people in TI as a fresher. That's the way we work, and that is very critical. See, hence I would like to say here, the culture is ultimately the strongest risk management. See, that is, if there is a good culture, I think in the earlier session also he has mentioned the culture is very critical. If culture is there, if people are not ready to make money by fraudulent means, then that is good. That's type of culture only you have to bring in. You have to ensure their wealth, you have to ensure their salaries, you have to keep them happy, then they will be motivated and they will work. You have to keep appreciating them for the good works, whatever they are doing. So these type of things will help. See, one more thing I just want to talk about here is the power of collaborations. See, in the disruptive environment, if you work in silos, then it is a disaster for us because what's happening we will not know. See, every department has to work together, collaborate with each other. The finance, strategy, operation, technology, governance, risk, compliance, internal audit functions. Everybody has to work together. They should not independently work in silos. If they work in silos, it's a disaster for the management, I would say, organization, I would say. Cross-functional alignment is very critical and important that every organization has to look at it. See, as I going to conclude, I just want to give some 5 leadership principles to you for a successful institution for the next decade, how we can do. See, first, lead with integrity. Actually, the trust takes years to build, but moments to lose. That's what the saying is. See, actually, you have to align your values, you have to be transparent, you have to be accountable. If you are taking any risk, you should be accountable for it. That's what I was telling you when you are talking to the investors. You are saying something. Tomorrow, you have to say, you have to achieve that. If you don't achieve, then they will not have a trust. You should be transparent to the extent possible. Whatever the non-competitive information you can just share. If it is competitive information, you cannot share. Whatever you are sharing with them, it should happen. If it happens, then they will be happy and they will be with you. They will see the leader, they will see the trust, then only they will be with you. Hence, the integrity is very, very critical. That is the first point which I just want to say. Then second thing is stay curious. See, leaders must continuously learn, unlearn and relearn. See, what I am saying here is that you should not view mistakes as a problem. You have to see it as a learning. If you are taking any risk and because of it something happened, then you have to see it as a learning. That's what the leader should see. And third thing is balancing courage with the prudence. See, both has to go hand in hand. If you have a courage, you are taking some risk, okay, without prudence, then it is called recklessness. Okay, you only with courage you should not get into any acquisitions or anything else. Suppose you are doing prudence, but you don't have courage. That means what happens? Your company will never grow. You will keep on doing analysis, you will keep on doing risk analysis, whatever the financials you keep on putting, but you will not have a courage to acquire any company and grow the company. Hence, I would say the courage and prudence has to go together. You have to have a clear balance. Certain places you have to give up. If you are having an IRR of something like 25% in your mind, sometimes if something comes up, it is having 20%, you have to just give up. Because if you feel that there is a good growth opportunity happening after 5 years, if it is a good acquisition, you have to give up some financial parameters and acquire that company and grow. That's the way it should be. You cannot hold on to the financial parameters 100% and then not acquiring. Say, hence, I would like to say here, you have to balance courage and prudence. That's very, very critical. Then fourth one I just want to say here is build institutions, not just results. Sustainable organization only can outlive individual leaders. See here, I explained to you about the culture. That's what I'm just meaning it here. And fifth one is the people-centric leadership. You have to put people at the center. You have to empower the people. The empathetic leadership should be there. Whatever decision you are taking, you have to keep your employees also in mind and then take the decision. You should be giving a psychological safety also to the employees. They should not feel that if I take some risk and if it is not working out, what my boss will say. They should not have that thought. Okay, I have been allowed to take a risk. That should be the mentality they should be having. That psychological safety we have to give. That only will allow them to take risk. Okay, coming to the closing thought, ladies and gentlemen, the future will belong to the organization that successfully integrates strategy, finance, governance, technology, and ethics into one unified leadership. In the coming decade, trust will be the defining differentiator. Hence, all organizations has to develop trust, and they have to have good governance. They should be having a good systems and controls in place. Only those organizations will be able to grow and succeed in this disruptive environment. Before I conclude, let me convey my heartfelt congratulations to all professionals who are being recognized during this valedictory session. Your achievements reflect dedication, competence, and professional excellence. I wish each one of you continued success and bright future for all your endeavors. Thank you once again. I wish each one of you a great success. Thank you.
Yeah. Delegates, it's now open to the floor for Q&A. If you may take a little more time to think and ask the question, let me ask the first question. Yeah, that will be there in this thing. A particular point, if the speaker can elaborate a bit detailed manner, it will be better. In my introductory remark, I was mentioning about 3 pillars. One of the pillars is financial stewardship. When it comes to financial stewardship, there is a shift from just reporting to value creation. How to ensure value creation? If Mr. Mayappan can elaborate a bit longer, it will be better. That is my first question.
Yeah.
Later on, you can ask your questions.
See, financial stewardship, I would like to say, I can take our company as an example. In our group, what we have done is that we have created a separate shared service center for all the financial accounting. The financial accounting includes accounts receivables, accounts payables, fixed assets, payroll, general ledger. Everything is being centralized for all entire TA and its subsidiaries. See, we are having big subsidiaries like CG. CG is having on its own. Other than CG, we are having Shanti Gears, we are having TA Medical, and many companies are there with us. And inside TA itself, we are having 7,000 crores of turnover with 4-5 divisions. All accounting is being done at central place. Only one place, which is we are having a place in Ambattur. We have some 50 people over there, and full controls and systems have been put in there. It is I would say it's a zero paper organization over there. We always get the scanned copy, and based on which it will be feed into the system, and payments is getting processed on a weekly basis or based on the terms. For each and every division, we'll be doing on a particular payment method. So we are having a full control systems. That is a basic important thing that every organization should have. Then only you will be able to grow in the next level. See, once your base is perfect, if you have good control systems in place, you have a good internal audit system, they are able to throw up any early warning signals, anything is going wrong. When you are acquiring companies, you will be able to find out the issues. If these systems are there, and if you are having a good people, like I said earlier, the people are very, very important. Empowered people are there. Then after which you can just work on how to grow the company. The remaining 80% of the time will go for growing the company. You have to work on the strategy. What are all the areas we can grow? See, in TI, we have identified certain areas of growth. See, one we are considered as an electric vehicle as a growth. Then once we identify electric vehicle, we have just added 4 platforms in it. One is small commercial vehicle, one is heavy commercial vehicle up to 54 tonner. And we also got into tractors, and we also into 3-wheelers. Hence, once that has been decided, we have just identified the products and we added. Similarly, we just got into medical, TI medical. The medical means it's a medical consumable business. We are also adding acquisitions in that lines. Similarly, we are also into CDMO business, and we are also having electronics to small extent. It is not in a big way. Like that, we have already finalized. These are all the areas we are going to be in. Those things are very, very clear. We are also into machine building also. Hence, strategy is very, very clear where we have to get into. See, as a practice, we don't get into a place where there is no profit, or where we have to invest more money year on year. Like if you take a pharma company, then you have to invest a lot. We will not get into those type of industries where the cash is being burnt every year. We want to get the cash as quickly as possible. So we are having certain parameters within which we identified which are all the segments which we want to get into. And hence, most of my time will get into which company you can acquire, if the existing company, how we can grow. Growth and risk we have to just see. If you have to get into this business, what are the risks we have to just get into? Whether that risk is worthwhile. Those things we have to just work on. If your base is ready, then you can just put the strategy. Then after which, in the strategy, what is the growth areas you have to look into, what businesses you can get into, you can look at and move on. That's a way I would say.
Thank you for your elaborate answer. Now open to the floor for questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
As a CFO with experience in both business leadership and corporate finance, how can finance leaders play a more strategic role in shaping the future direction of an organization?
I think I explained this now only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one. What are the key leadership lessons for the next decade, especially for organizations aiming to be agile, ethical, and future ready?
As I mentioned, that 5 principles which I mentioned to you, I think that is the one which we have to be very clear. We have to lead with integrity, stay curious. I think if you want anyone to be elaborate this, then I can elaborate. I just explained to you about these 5 things. We have to stay curious. You should take risk. You have to balance courage and prudence. You have to build institutions, not just the results. Results is not important. You have to build the organization. You have to have a good empowered people. These are all the things we have to look at it.
Next question. How can CFOs balance financial discipline with the need for innovation, growth, and long-term value creation?
Yes. See, as I was earlier heading the business and now a CFO, I was able to see the business angle to each and everything. If anything comes to me, say suppose for example, if somebody wants to spend some money on the market, see, advertisement is one area where you will not be able to visibly see whether you are getting returns or not. See, once I just get into the business and come back, I will be able to tell you where, if I put some money somewhere, whether I am able to get the return or not. See, there are dealers, there are retailers where you have to give the money. Last time when you give the money to dealers or retailers, how much return I got by way of it, how much sales have increased, whether my contribution has increased, by which I was able to analyze. If you are having that parameters, if you put the discipline clearly, if you have some structure for it, then you will be able to clearly decide whether to spend money on that area or not. Similarly, innovation, what is the benefit it is giving that you can just see, and accordingly you can decide. Growth, you have to see the risk. If risk is okay to take, whether, as I told earlier, even if it is giving lesser return, on a long term it is sustainable and it is giving a good growth for the organizations, you have to get into. You should not stick on to the same financial parameters. If it comes, I will do. Because even if you are doing a financial analysis, there is a chance that it can go wrong. Either way, if you would have projected something like 20% IRR, but it can give 30%, 40% IRR also. See, like we acquired CG Power, we never thought it will grow like this. See, when we acquired the company share is something like 10 rupees or something like that. Today, if you ask, then it will be more than 800 rupees. That's a level at this point in time. It has given exorbitant return than what we have projected. It can go either way. Hence, you should not be too much fuzzy about the financial numbers. You have to be prudent, but you have to balance with the growth. That's what I would say.
Next question. From your experience heading a major business unit and later the finance function, what does effective collaboration between operations and finance look like?
Yeah, it's a good question. See, actually, no, you should appreciate the problems of the operating team. That's what is very, very critical. See, generally what happens when you are in finance and suppose I head the operation, I will just explain you, if you are in finance and operating team comes in, no, the finance guys generally don't understand the operations problem. They will not get into it. They will just come and tell you, they will say, no, this is not possible. If you do this, then profit will come down next month. Whatever the committed profit will not come. Like that only the finance guys will tell. See, once I just get into getting the business, I was able to understand why they are saying this. If you are able to find a solution for their problem, then they will be ready to accept. See, they will come and ask you, I just want more inventory. If you don't give more inventory, then it will be a problem for me. My sales will come down. If I am a finance person, then I will say, I cannot increase inventory. As per your budget, you have to be within 30 days of inventory. You cannot increase this. Once, when I was a business head, then I was able to take a call. Then what I did is, in one region, there is necessity for an inventory. That particular model is going really very well, I should have. Then another region, that product is not going well. That means I can just reduce the inventory there. Overall, I was able to manage. If you are able to give a solution, they will be ready to accept whatever we are saying. So, understanding the operations problem and giving a solution to them will be the way to go.
Next question. In an environment of disruption and stakeholder scrutiny, how can organizations build trust through stronger financial leadership and governance practices?
Okay, this trust actually, trust and governance has to come from the top. It will not be first from the employees. Whatever the top management is doing, the same thing will automatically go to entire people. See, Murugappa Group is known for its governance. I think many of you will know the NEFRA notification for TCWG sometime before. See, we are not actually bothered about TCWG because we were having a good governance systems earlier itself. We have independent directors meeting directly with the independent directors and auditors will meet once in a year. Before even mentioned here, they had a one-on-one meeting every year for 1 hour. It happens. We generally allot time for that. Similarly, we have a governance practice all along. It has not come now. See, hence, if you start the governance and trust from the top and discipline, financial discipline from the top, it will go till the end person. See, we have actually, I would like to say here that when Mr. S. Vellayan took over this company in 2018 March, I remember the month also, that point in time he came and told everybody has to remember these 4 parameters because he always says discipline means it is not coming in time. It's punctuality I'm not talking about. Discipline means it's a financial discipline. He always says you have to grow at 20%, sales growth has to be there, that you have to monitor. That's first parameter. Then second thing is PBT and PBT percentage. He always says that point in time we used to have 5%, today we are having 13% PBT we are having at TI level. And he always says about ROCE should always be more than 40%. That is his target. And free cash flow. Without free cash flow, whatever profit you make, it is of no use. If you make profit, but it is there as inventory, it is there as debtors, it is there as some current assets, it is there as some deposits somewhere, then it is of no use. That's why he always says you should be having something like at least 90% of the PAT should be as a free cash flow. These are all the 4 parameters which he has given. These type of things has to go down. Then if everybody talks about it, then everybody will be empowered, they will be working towards it. They will be able to deliver what we are committed to the external world. That's why we will be able to bring the trust. Hence, I would say the trust and governance comes from the top and it will get imbibed into the everybody's mind.
Questions are over. It has been a very elaborate and comprehensive lecture presentation by Mr. Mayappan. Give him a very big hand, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request both of you to stay back so that we can present your memento. May I request Ms. Deepika to please join me on the stage and presenting memento to both the dignitaries. So, end of the day, having this kind of a session is not easy. Thank you, Mr. Mayappan, and very nicely moderated. Thank you, Mr. Vidyadharan. Yeah. So we are getting into a very, very interesting sequence of the day now. Presentation of awards to the winners. I hand over to Ms. Deepika to take the session forward, and after this we will be concluding the conclave. So please stay on for a few more minutes and then we can break for tea again. Please, sir. Mr. Vidyadharan, may we request you to be on the dais, sir, for the presentation of awards.
Hello everyone. We had an exciting day with a lot of technical sessions. So last few minutes we have conducted some, we introduced from Institute of Internal Auditors, we introduced an award category this year. That is the Institute of Internal Auditors Madras Chapter Innovation Awards. So it was only one category and we went through a rigorous evaluation process where we have posted for nomination with a lot of eligibility criteria and parameters for testing and evaluation metrics, etc. And we had 2 rounds of evaluation. And after the evaluation, we have shortlisted 2 of the nominations to get this award. And there is no particular order like first or second, or it's all equal. They have done innovation in their industry. It's not the competition type of thing. So we have nominated, we have got 2 people receiving this award. So yeah, we'll have the first awardee is IDBI Bank. So we'll have a short AV of what they have done, and then I will request the representatives from their organization to come and collect the award. Yes. was an excellent presentation. So, Internal Audit Excellence Awards 2026, category Innovation in Internal Audit, presented. Yes.
These very impressive efforts was done.
Yes.
Are they available in the public domain for the learning from them?
Sorry, this is what they have done internally, sir. When they come with innovation, where they have implemented products internally for transforming their internal audit functions, that we evaluated for organizations and then we have shortlisted. Yes, sure. After presenting the award, we will give you. Yes, sir. So, Internal Audit Excellence Award 2026, category Innovation in Internal Audit, presented to IDBI Bank Limited in recognition of its enterprise-wide transformation of internal audit function through AI-enabled iNetra integrated audit management ecosystem, demonstrating innovation, scalability, governance alignment, and continuous risk monitoring across complex banking operations. We request you to come to the dais to receive the awards. You can say a few words.
Respected dignitaries, respected dais, on the dais also, and the jury. And I think we are very, very thankful for nomination, acceptance of the nomination of IDBI Bank for integrated audit management, which is an innovative audit management. And this we could able to achieve because of the continuous effort and support by my MD and CEO, Mr. Rakesh Sharma ji, and my Deputy Managing Director, Mr. J. Kumar Pilleji, and also another Deputy Managing Director, Mr. Sumit Pakka ji, and also Audit Committee of Board, where I regularly interact direct reporting, and also Board of the IDBI Bank. So, under me, almost it's a 6 lakh trillions IDBI Bank, and last year, this current financial year, FY 25-26, we ended with a net profit of 9,600 crores. That is the level of the organization. And under my control, entire bank, almost 60,000 employees, 4 subsidiaries, 1,000 vendors, including 450 IT vendors. I'm also, IS audit is also under me. So we have partnered with NCS Soft, Ethics Soft, which is a Chennai-based company. We could able to complete to the satisfaction of Reserve Bank of India, and the Reserve Bank of India also came and scrutinized our efforts and appreciated to the requirement. Subsequently, even Reserve Bank of India also felt that there should be a unified audit management system right across the banking. All kinds of audits to be put in one place. There should be an horizontal integration and vertical integration, and we should be in a position to rectify on spot analysis and also compliance to be done. And this will be helpful for us to identify the red flag and early warning signals well in advance, and also able to put the audit earlier. The thought process of post-mortem kind of audit is nowhere it is there. Now we are on a real-time basis,
and we are the part of that. And we are in fact not only an assurance function, we are also part of the business enablers, where to enhance the which product at a geography level, we are able to do that. And we are also started on a continuous audit management, and we are also doing the dynamic risk rating instead of frequency-based risk rating, which is even RBI recently came out with a draft circular stating that you have to do the audit on an annual basis. We are one step ahead, and we said that we have to do it on a dynamic risk rating. Even I should be in a position to do on a monthly risk rating. So we moved complete change, and we are extensively using artificial intelligence, AI, ML features, all for my corporate advances. Our documentation management system we have integrated, and value statements we could able to identify through OCR and robotics, and we could able to identify on a real-time basis. We can pull out the data from the retail applications, the number of applications. We have roughly around 100 applications with 1300 data points. We could able to pull out the data and could see on a real-time basis how we will be in a position to do that. So earlier we got, 1 month back, we got Outlook Business Award also. And my article also there in the month of May, I given my article in the Outlook Business. And we are competing some more awards also. And we wanted to, more than awards, we wanted to demonstrate there is a transformation in the shift in the audit, how to take it forward and all. Coming to your point of training, we are open to that. We are going to, I think, our internal audit forum, we are open to give them insights, how it will be beneficial to the organizations and the more on the banks. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, very nice. Okay. Good. Yeah.
That was an excellent speech. I think it was be eye-opening for us to see that already things are implemented. We are not just talking about disruption through AI, which has already happened. And already we are having early warning systems and foresights, which is possible, which they have demonstrated, which is already implemented. So the award evaluation period was March 2026. So this is already done, which we have evaluated in the current year. So, yeah. Going to the next awardee. The next awardee is Hinduja Leland Finance Limited. So, Internal Audit Excellence Awards 2026, category Innovation and Internal Audit, presented to Hinduja Leland Finance Limited in recognition of its impactful and internally driven innovation initiatives in internal audit, demonstrating excellence in total assurance, audit process automation, branch audit transformation, and capability building across complex business environment. Let's have the AV. So this is fully internally driven automation that has happened, and we request representatives from Hinduja Leland Finance to join us in the dais to collect the award.
Good evening, everyone. This evening I feel honored and grateful to receive this prestigious award from the most prestigious institute, IIA, and I'm thankful to the Madras chapter for considering us for this award. When I think about innovation, I always think that what is an innovation? So anything which we can do differently is an innovation. And in internal audit, I always believe that we have three major stakeholders. You will have an audit committee of the board, you will have a regulator, and you will have internal management as a stakeholders. And then you have your own three important pillars, be it a people, process, system. So the biggest challenge for any internal auditor is to sell the values to all these three stakeholders at their satisfaction. So if you look to satisfy one of the stakeholder, probably you will feel a little bit of disappointment at other stakeholder. So it is utmost important for any internal auditor to have a proper balance for these stakeholders. Now coming to the innovation. Okay. Someone has rightly mentioned internal audit is one of the important pillar in the field of assurance and governance. Okay. So when you talk about governance, all three lines of defense is a governance, right? Be it a first line, second line, third line. And I will take about a minute to mention that, what we have done at Hinduja Leland Finance to drive the governance culture. Okay. It is quite easy for an internal audit to, do a risk-based internal audit, prepare the RCM, complete the testing and publish the report, give the recommendation and track those recommendations. That's where most of the audit department works. Here at Hinduja Leland Finance, I would consider that also as an innovation that we are driving and supporting the management through our training programs. So we are conducting training programs for our management, even at a ground level, how to address those issues. So when you work with management, when you work with the respective function without compromising your independence, that actually creates a value. And that's where, you support and you become a value center for the organization. So the idea is very simple, that you need to be a value center, not the cost center. Because in a competitive edge where you have a risk dimension, it keeps on changing very dynamically, new threats are coming very dynamically, limited resource, demand is more. You have to survive ahead of the edge. So therefore, it is very important that you have to innovate yourself on a day-to-day basis and on a continuous basis on all these aspects, be it a people, process, system. You may have a beautiful system in place, but you do not have a people who can drive the system, that your innovation in system will not work. But more is important that your process are most robust, your people are well supportive and understanding to drive that technology. That is where the innovation comes to me. So if you have either of the pillar is well structured, but the other pillar are not structured, you probably will not consider that innovation. So my take on the innovation is that people process system is a key pillar to any organization or internal audit function, and we have to innovate them on a regular basis, on a continuous basis. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Very well said, sir.
I think this award is incomplete without my team. So
Yes, sir. Please.
call my team.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Please come.
Okay, sir. It's fine, sir.
We can announce the last one, and then we can.
Vandirttom, sir. Please come, sir. Please come, sir. All the delegates from Hinduja Leland also can come. You can stand in front, sir. We can.
The youngest member of the family can do this.
You can come this side, sir. Yeah. Yeah. You stand before the yeah. Yeah. Thank you. The next award is a special jury award where we wanted to acknowledge the contribution of an individual person to the internal audit profession. So we are presenting Lifetime Achievement Award to C.A.K. Vidyadharan sir, past President IA India, in recognition of his consistent contribution, inspiring leadership, and exceptional commitment towards advancing chapters' shared objectives through collaboration, mentorship, and unwavering support, while exemplifying the true spirit of leader is who is a team player. So we are very, very proud and happy to honor you with this title, sir. Yeah, I request Mayapin sir to the honors.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasant surprise. It's a fulfilling moment. The professional body, Institute of Internal Auditors, has recognized the uninterrupted and lifetime services rendered to it. I thank the Madras Chapter leadership for choosing me for this prestigious award. I admire the leadership qualities of Ms. Deepika, the chapter president. I must say that it all began in the year 1982 when I joined Madras Fertilizers Limited as internal audit officer, where my mentor, Mr. P.R. Loganathan, was the chief internal auditor. I was reporting to him. He has inspired me just as he has inspired so many people. His inspiration is the result of my long innings in IEA. I thank him profusely. Another person I wish to remember at this occasion is my eldest brother, Dr. K. Sridharan, Professor of Mathematics and Computer Science, who used to say that a person should not only do his work to earn a livelihood, but also do selfless service, social service, especially in the field of education. I followed his advice in letter and spirit. I am greatly indebted to him. I wish to say that till my last breath, I will be serving IEA. Finally, I thank the Almighty for all that is happening in my life. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Excellent, sir. I think all of us would have learned something or the other from you. You have lot of exceptional qualities. I have never seen sir agitated over anything, over anyone. He has not spoken ill about even one person one time also. He is so calm and composed on any situation. whatever firefighting it may be, is very calm and very composed, and I think you surely deserved it, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I think IAA Madras chapter is very lucky to have him. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So we had 2 more awardees which we wanted to give. Yes. So Mrs. Uma Prakash, she is the past president of IAA India. She is from Institute of Internal Auditors, Madras chapter. She has also done exemplary service for the chapter, but due to some unfortunate situation, she couldn't join us today. And next awardee was Dr. Paul Jaker. So he has also spent more than 50 years in training and teaching, mentoring students. So the jury wanted to give for both of them, but due to some unfortunate situation, today they couldn't join us. So on next occasion, we will present it to them. Thank you, everyone. So I request, actually, IDBI team, we missed to take a group photo. You can join us in the dais. We can take a group photo. Please wait for just 2 more minutes. We'll close with vote of thanks and Vijay Kumar sir. நீங்க இல்லாம MMA joint விட்டாங்க. Yes. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Congratulations, sir. Yes, sir.
We also request the NCS staff, without them, we would have not done it. Can I reach the ethics of request? Please, one sponsor.
Yes.
Manjana. Manjana.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking so much time out. Mayapin, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone. So it was a well-planned event and it went very well. I learnt a lot of things and I really enjoyed this partnership with MMA for executing this event. It was so seamless, so planned, so structured, and all facilities are like up to the mark. What time you want, what correctly it will be there. You need not follow up, check anything. And they were able to source a lot of speakers. We had brainstormed a lot to finalize topics. Yes, sir. You can. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So it was an honor to partner with MMA. We look forward to doing more events with MMA. Thank you very much, Group Captain, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, and I hope all of us take with us learnings today, and very, very heartfelt gratitude to be part of this event. And thank you one and all for joining here. I request all of you to raise for the national anthem now.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
You can join us for high tea outside. Thank you, thank you.